All right, looks like everything is working out here. We are here at the Game Guys Regional Championship again for Rage of the Abyss format, as you can see above my head. It's going to be a lot of good dueling action here, but we are actually already underway into round one. Had a little bit of technical difficulties, but here's the good news. We saved the duel for you. So we're going to go ahead and switch on over to our main screen here, and you'll be able to see that our duelists are just getting ready here. They haven't started just yet. We're going to be having Alan playing against Jack, and they're playing some new powerful stuff, but also some very tried and true favorites. Certainly a Master Duel matchup if we've ever seen one. Gonna wait for the cards to cross the table, but it's really cool to see a little Gold Pride Captain carry there right off the bat. But again, we are here for, I believe, what's going to be 9 rounds. We'll update that once we get the full count here. But again, beautiful Pasadena, Texas. And it's always great to be here. It really is, because some of the greatest dueling in the world happens here in Texas because we've got Ultimate Duelist champions and the like. But speaking of dueling, literally time to duel right now as we enter round 1 of our regional championship here for the Rage of the Abyss format. I don't want to spoil any surprises, but I am very, very excited to see some of the cards hit the table because this is really going to showcase that you can play, well, all kinds of different decks throughout this format. But it looks like we're going to be starting off with the discarding of No Punk Ogre Dance. So Jack getting it started with a very powerful monster there. Got a Fiend, right? It's not all light Fiends in this format. I'm going to discard it to add a non-level 8 Punk monster from the deck to the hand, and that's going to be No Punk Say Amen. Zayaman, normal summon to the field. Looks like we're going to immediately pay that 600 life points to grab another card from the deck. And it looks like we are grabbing a No Punk Foxy Tune. Foxy Tune certainly powerful there. Going to use its effect to discard. Doesn't seem like we've got an Ash Blossom. Notice the checking there, because the second discard of that Deer Note actually doesn't happen until on resolution. But Deer Note is discarded. So we're going to special summon a Punk monster, again, that is not level 8. Punk monsters, typically they're kind of a little sketchy about their own numbers, right? If it's a 5, you can't bring out 5. If it's a 8, you can't bring out an 8. But speaking of bringing out an 8, looks like a Synchro Summon will be done here by Jack, combining the Deer Note and the Zayaman to make No Punk Dragon Drive there. So Dragon Drive obviously gets to be on the chain links here, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and use the Deer Note to bring out the No Punk Foxy Tune. And we're also going to pay 600 life points to search for a level 3 Psychic monster from the deck and add that to the hand. Could also send it to the graveyard there. And wow, okay, looks like there's a little bit of virtual world here too now. So sending the virtual world, what looks like the Hime there. Or no, excuse me, yeah, virtual world Hime Nyan Nyan. Just a 1-of, another great monster there, level 3, which this deck is really all about. And now overlaying the 2 level 8s here, possibly seeing Zombie Vampire, which is a popular option. And, oh no, okay, actually we are just going for some Galaxy Power here, using that for the effect negation with the number 90, Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord. The Photon Lord certainly powerful there, and using the Upstart Goblin, you might think, why would you use Upstart Goblin in a 60-card deck? Well, it's not about thinning the deck, it's about increasing the life point differential, because it's not just a Punk deck, it's also a Gold Pride deck. If you haven't noticed the Gold Pride sleeves, the Gold Pride Field Center, somebody who's very proud of these monsters, and there's a reason to be proud about it. It's a really cool engine that works well with a lot of different decks, whether you're playing Punk or Millennium, etc. So now we've seen, because of the difference in life points, we're going to be able to special summon the Gold Pride Captain Carry. And also going to special summon out the Hime Nyan Nyan. Looks like we're going into the deck also with the effect of the Captain Carry to grab Gold Prod Starcher Engines. So nice to have a little bit of a race there. And turning around another lap here, looks like we're going to overlay. So building the overlay network in order to make the powerful Xyz monster Chariot Carry. Chariot Carry has 2 cool effects here. By detaching a material, going to go ahead and add a Gold Pride spell card from the deck to the hand. And could be a lot of different stuff, depends on what's in the hand, but for my money, it might be Gold Pride Better Luck Next Time, since it gives you a lot of search power, but also some draw. But no, actually, it looks like it's going to be Gold Pride The Crowd Goes Wild. So still nothing yet here. We definitely are in Nibiru territory, so you're seeing a little bit of a pensive action from Alan here, thinking, you know, if he does have a Nibiru in his hand, maybe it's time to do something now, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So we are sending... no, we actually already have the Better Luck Next Time. We activate the Better Luck Next Time, and we get the newer Gold Pride monster here, the Gold Pride Eliminator. A level 5 tuner monster, works the same way as the other Gold Prides, right? Be special summon whenever your life points are lower than your opponents, right? You're literally coming from behind. You were in last place, and just like some very fun cart games on some systems that shall not be named, it's the same idea. Throw those turtle shells and get yourself back up into first place. And that's exactly what we're doing here. Using Gold Pride the Crowd Goes Wild to search out the level 8 monster there. So it's going to be Gold Pride Nitro Head. And now it looks like we're going to use the Eliminator's effect to banish a Gold Pride monster to make that token. Alan just taking a brief look there just to verify. Could decide to negate it, could not. Looks like he is just going to hold on to that for now. So now we are seeing Gold Pride Eradicator here. Certainly another powerful monster from the Gold Pride family. Came out in, I want to say, Legacy of Destruction, and it's nice just to have, you know, more fan favorite cards getting a little bit more theme support. Again, Punk announced in the OCG eventually is going to get some new stuff too. So this is a deck that has a long life ahead of it. And speaking of long life, now we're seeing even more monsters hit the field there with another Captain Carry. Just taking a quick look there again. Pretty neat that your Nitro Head can make a token on your opponent's side of the field during the standby phase, and quick effect during the main phase to blow it up, but also get rid of every card adjacent to it. So it makes a little crosshatch explosion if you're familiar with the other Konami game, Bomberman. It definitely explodes like Bomberman. Nice little plus there. But taking a quick look here to do some math. Definitely for the life points there, but it looks like that's just going to end the turn. So, Alan's going to draw, and Jack is going to activate that effect, and he's going to use his field setter to turn that into a token and lock out that slot directly beneath the extra monster zone, which is helpful for a lot of different decks. Don't necessarily have to second guess yourself. You know, usually a link arrow pointing down is something you don't want to run into. So why not just prevent your opponent from doing it? All right, so using the effect of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to stop the bonfire, opening itself up to triple tactics talent there, but depends on if Alan actually has it. He's considering, as he furrows his brow just a little bit, what card to use next. And he has to be very careful playing around that token. You cannot just put yourself right next door to it. So, looks like we're going to go ahead and pick up the cards there, I think, at that point. Alan is going to go ahead and concede there. Not able to play through Jack's very powerful opening board. Remember that the Gold Pride Eradicator, because of the life point differential, was able to go ahead and just get rid of stuff, right? It's kind of nice that it's able to destroy 2 monsters special summon from the extra deck there. Now players are side decking, and it's kind of difficult too. We didn't give away a whole lot of information there on Alan's side, but you did at least see Bonfire, so regardless of whether he's playing an Ashened strategy or maybe he's playing just the more popular Snake Eye deck right now, other than the fact that he's playing Pyro, there's not a lot that Jack has learned from that. But maybe he doesn't have to learn. Maybe that's really what the Punk deck is about. You just kind of play cards and play cards and play cards. And if your opponent stops you, well, you can just play more cards. But it'll be interesting to see what side deck options come in for both of these duelists because, well, we didn't really see a whole lot of a duel one. It was just like, hey, man, here's my combo. Like, oh, yeah, you're right. That is your combo. Yeah, let's go to game 2. Rage of the Abyss, of course, pretty early in the format here. There's not been a whole lot of events going on, but still neat to see that it's made such a tremendous impact. And you are seeing a lot of players play around Molcharmi Fuwalos, not necessarily because maybe they're running it in their deck or maybe they are or not, but it's been a format where people are, special summoning monsters from other places. Now, Punk's doing a lot of stuff from the extra deck and a lot of stuff from the main deck, so that is going to really trip off Molcharmi Fuwalos. But for the other stuff there, no, it really does help. Certainly seen a lot of Centurion Bestial decks online as people prepare for upcoming events. Not only this one, but the ever-looming YCS Anaheim in about a month's time. That's right, it's already November. Sorry, Halloween fans. We are out of October. But speaking of being out, looks like the decks have been presented. So I think we're about to head out into Game 2 here in our Round 1 featured match. All right, looks like the players are going. Just going to get started off here, and this time Alan choosing to go first as he opens up with Kashtira Fenrir in defense mode. And then afterwards activating a bonfire, and well, since that's not Kashtira Unicorn, it is pretty safe here to go ahead and activate the Ash Blossom. Not going to get punished just yet. Finally able to get in there and still grab something. So it looks like we're going to use the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. Goodbye, Kashtira Fenrir. Once it completed its search, it was not going to be useful anymore. And so now we're going to bring out Snake Eye Poplar from the Snake Eye Ash effect there. So already got 2 Pyros on the field. That Ash Blossom could have been used later to stop things, but you really can't risk it, right? When you see that bonfire, you know that this is where the field is headed anyway, so might as well try to stop it. We are seeing that Poplar is bringing out the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. And then that's going to place the Snake Eyes Diabellstar in the Spell and Trap Zone. Really powerful boss monster for sure. Obviously, Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon, very good. And there's a lot of new cards that have come out for the deck, and a lot of new cards that will come out for the deck in Supreme Darkness. But that's for next year. For now, Snake Eyes Diabellstar will definitely get it done. So we're seeing Snake Eye Oak go ahead and revive a friend here. And I believe it's time to go ahead and reach back into the deck once more. And it looks like those 2 monsters are going to make the Silhouette Rabbit. So we'll see what trap card he ends up using. Obviously, the Angel Statue Azaroon is pretty popular, but you can always use the Silhouette trick. But it looks like Azaroon it is, going face down. So going to go ahead and use the effect there, place the Snake Eye Ash into the Spell and Trap Zone, and using that again there, continuing the cycle of Snake Eye. They aren't going anywhere, friends. If you are not a Pyro fan, well, unfortunately these decks are going to be terrorizing the format for quite some time, but they are beatable for sure. So we'll see if Alan is able to make a comeback, though, because he is playing from behind, actually, this time. All right, going to go ahead and special summon a monster in defense mode again there. But now we got the IP Masquerena, so it is coming along here. It looks like now we're going to link. This feels like a Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. And as Alan cycles through the extra deck, who do we see? It's Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. Really just an incredible monster that has done so much for the fire attribute over the course of this year. And it is just cool to see that what used to be, you know, something we're like, oh, a fire deck. Who's ever heard of a fire deck? Well, we've definitely heard of a fire deck now. And it's good to see that it is steaming on in as we see Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. And oh, wow, you don't see the Pit Knight every day. But Pit Knight early is here. Going to use the Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon's effect to place the IP Masquerena in the Spell and Trap Zone so it can be accessed later. Definitely makes it a lot easier to search out your favorite cards when they're so accessible. And that is what makes this deck so powerful, is that it is just more bounce to the ounce for all these different fire monsters. Now, it looks like play has been passed over, so we are seeing Jack start off with really the same thing. He's going to discard his No Punk Ogre Dance, and it looks like it's good. So Bestie let it resolve. We're going to see No Punk say Amen. So the quest continues here. Zayaman obviously paying 600, trying to determine what's next, but that effect veiler obviously stops some things. Now soon we should be able to have some of the life points on here so we can keep track of those minus 600s, but just know that, well, you can kind of see where this is going. It's nice to see the quarter century secret rare copy of the emergency teleport there, bringing out maybe another level 3 psychic. We get that Azarun statue that Alan reached for, but that will not work on the resolution of an effect. It is for summons that basically are procedures, not effects. So looks like emergency teleport's good. And with the emergency teleport, we did grab another copy of Zayaman. Now, can't try to use that effect again because you can only use the effect of No Punk Zayaman once per turn. But perhaps we're going a different direction here. This might be where the Gold Prime kicks in. Oh, okay. It looks like maybe I missaw that just from the glare there. That appears to be No Punk, or excuse me, Gagakupunk Wagon, which lets you get the spell. So we're going to use that to go ahead and grab the Punk Jam session. And so using the field spell there for the Jam Extreme session, allowing you to banish one of your Punk monsters from the graveyard to special summon a Punk monster from your hand. That's going to be No Punk Deer Note there in defense mode. And so now at least we've got access to a range of level 8 synchros. So seems like we are going to go grab something out of the deck here. Thinking about it for a second, this would be the time to activate that Azarun statue. And you could destroy a spell and trap. Jack considering it. Or excuse me, Alan considering it. But he may not choose to. He might want to hold that off for a bigger threat there. It looks like we're going to use IP Masquerena there for a Link summon. And we're just going to bring on SP Little Knight, and we did use the Sacred Materials. And remember, since that was brought up by IP Masquerena, it cannot be destroyed by card effects, which could be relevant later. Using the effect of SP Little Knight to banish until, well, actually just banish the No Punk Deer Note. So no level 5 monster that is not a tuner, so no Synchro Materials, and no monster coming out of the graveyard to haunt you with another Punk monster further down the line. That still means we could see an Xyz summon. So not the worst scenario there for Jack. Again, doing a great job at just playing cards. That's what this deck really does. It just plays cards. And as silly as that sounds, you know, some decks, they have a very concerted strategy. I want to see this card. I want it to do this thing. But this deck's doing something totally different. And by the way, take a look at number 49, Fortune Tune. Nice little protection against a field like that. So Alan, again, considering his options after Jack, really just showcasing some interesting extra deck access because you really have a lot of different Link, Synchro, Xyz monsters that you can bring out of the Punk strategy. Not as much access in the Fusion, right? Leave that to Fallen of Elbaz and friends. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and use the Fortune Tune, try to attack here. And yeah, we're just going to say goodbye to the Snake Eye Oak. Now, that only gets sort of one problem, but it looks like in main phase 2, going to go ahead and bring out the Azarun, likely trying to avoid running into a Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder. Try saying that a few times fast, but again, Silhouette Rabbit using its effect to destroy the field spell there. Looks like a Chained card. No, none. Take a look at that extra deck again just to see if there's anything. It's probably Zeus time. But that is a really tricky Zeus because you know that the Zeus really isn't getting that much done, and the SP Little Knight there is ready to protect, right? So Jack, knows what card he wants to play, but just doesn't know if he has the heart to do it. Gonna go ahead and tap there. Not too worried about cutting the deck. Okay, I guess we're cutting it after all. And so here comes the Snake Eye Ash back on the field. It seems like it's going to be a difficult time for Jack to come back at least this. Now, if you're just joining us, don't worry. Jack won game one, so it is not all doom and gloom for Punk Gold Pride fans. But looks like, Tribute 2 for Kashtira Fenrir, or excuse me, Kashtira Unicorn. Looks like we're using the effect of Kashtira Unicorn to go ahead and grab a spell card out of the deck here. Didn't quite catch which one that was. If it was Birth, maybe it was... Okay, it was Kashtira Birth. So easy normal summon access to the favorite level 7 of the Snake Eye family, Dia Bellstar. But it looks like actually we're just going to use that to normal summon, or excuse me, special summon a Kashtira Fenrir from the graveyard. So a lot of powerful Kashtira monsters there. Now it's going to be pretty difficult to come back, and it does seem like with a smile on his face, Jack goes ahead and concedes. Alan also feeling pretty good. So now we've got ourselves a match, right? It's one game apiece as we prepare for game 3. Definitely showcasing that both decks can really get it done. Now, it's really funny when if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh! Historian of sorts and you look at the Snake Eye deck, it doesn't necessarily have a commanding series of Omni-Negates, right? It doesn't have a continuous effect that stops you. It's got a lot of little pieces to the puzzle that just help in any situation, and that's really what Punk Gold Pride is about too. So it just depends on who gets into their engine first, who's able to set up, and if anyone is able to hit one of those choke points, right? We saw when Alan was able to, finally get his game plan going. Felt pretty good, but not necessarily as good when he just got Ash Blossomed and Effect Veiler to death in his first game trying to set up a board. So it shows you that, again, it ain't over till it's over, but these duelists have definitely shown good mastery of their decks. Now we just got to see what happens in game 3. Taking a quick look there. It's always fun when you've got a 60-card deck because you just have more options that you can take out of the side deck. Don't have to eliminate your core game. Like, okay, maybe I don't need 3 of this card. Maybe I don't need 2 of that card. Maybe I could just run this and add in all the things that my opponent... I'd be curious to see. I feel like the Upstart Goblins have to stay in the main deck, though, because the Upstart Goblin is just so funny in Punk Gold Pride, right? It'd be like, oh, you know what? Maybe you want to Ash Blossom this because you want to prevent you from gaining 1,000 life points. Weird as it may sound, I mean, that's a consideration to make. But as we go into game 3 here, plenty of time left on the board, so I don't think we're going to go to a photo finish here. Both players looking at the camera, they're talking to the judge directly behind it, so don't worry, they're not unsupervised. Got to judge all their own to make sure that play is fair, fun, and ends when it is supposed to. Certainly a fun start to Rage of the Abyss here, though. We'll go ahead and showcase a lot of different decks as we're able to. There's so much that is still unexplored. Somewhere out there, maybe in the crowd, there's someone using the Red Eyes Full Metal Dragon, rocking those time machines in Metalmorph X. Maybe someone is running 6 Samurai Manadium. Just warrior monsters all the time and all the Omni-Negates you could eat. But that's then. This is now, so we're going to go into game 3 of round 1. And I think Jack is going to go first with his Punk Gold Pride deck, having lost the previous duel. Alan just getting his notepad out. Of course, there's no rules against not taking notes. In fact, it's important to take notes in Yu-Gi-Oh! Speaking of notes, take note here because we are going to use the effects of No Punk Zayaman. Looks like Alan is considering. No, he's just going to let it resolve. So back into the deck to get the No Punk Foxy tune. But Droll and Lockbird. So Droll and Lockbird, pretty effective against this deck considering the double draws that you get from the field spell. So that's really going to kind of choke things off. It's not going to stop everything, though. So we are going to see No Punk Foxy tune, discarding that No Punk Ogre Dance, special summoning a non-level 8 Punk monster. And again, take note because it's No Punk Deer Note. Deer Note being our level 5 non-tuner. Time to make a level 8 Synchro as we special summon something out here. Could be a Link Summon. I mean, it looks about the same from the hand motions, but I think we're going to see Dragon Drive in defense mode. Now, Dragon Drive didn't get to showcase all of the things it does. Remember that if your opponent responds to a Punk effect while it's in the graveyard, it does get to special summon itself back out. And we got plenty of chain links here, so it looks like No Punk Deer Note is going to special summon the No Punk Ogre Dance. Then you're going to pay 600 life points with the Dragon Drive in order to search a level 3 Psychic out of the deck, and then also use a Amen to properly chain block to just give 600 attack to make sure that you can't Ash Blossom or anything like that. Now remember, you don't have to add that to your hand. You could just set it to the graveyard, so that's how we saw the Virtual World Hime Nyan Nyan hit the grave. You just don't have to add it to the hand. It's built-in protection from Joel and Lockburn. Now, speaking of built-in protection, it would have been nice to have the number 90 Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord for its powerful negate ability a little earlier. But obviously you can't do that. So, now that we got the life point differential, we are going to go ahead and special summon the... looks like, yeah, Gold Pride Leon. And then because there's a level 3 monster on the field, you get that free Nyan Nyan. So a really great way to just make a backdoor version of your Gold Pride engine. Plays under Joel and Lockbird. You know, not special summoning too much. You're actually special summoning from the hand here, too. So while it might get hit by Molcharmi Purulia, it's not going to get hit by Molcharmi Fuwalos here. But this would, if we saw one. Haven't seen one yet. Thinking about that Fortune Tune. Maybe that's for the Zeus Crash, but... yeah, okay, we are going to go with Fortune Tune in defense mode. Number 49 makes a reappearance. All right, so finally it's Alan's turn again. Kind of a conservative board here. The Droll and Lockbird is detrimental to a Punk and Gold Prior's lifestyle because, again, every one of those cards was supposed to grab another card out of the deck. So it's a reminder, Droll and Lockbird still will get a lot done, especially against what people consider rogue decks, right? Sort of off-meta. But this is no off-meta deck here as we see Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring discarded for Diabell Star the Black Witch. Trying to use the effect here. Taking a look at the Psychics in the graveyard. Nothing too crazy. Maybe able to use it for next turn. It looks like we're going to go ahead and use Effect Veiler. So that is going to be expensive. Obviously, Diabell Star, it loves when she gets to go ahead and grab one of her Sinful Spoils. That storyline's still ongoing and will continue for the foreseeable future. But also discarding the Ash Blossom, that's important. That means you've given up one of those powerful cards from the hand, and... well, you don't really have a a tuner monster anymore. Could have been something fun to deal with later. Looks like we're going to see a normal summon there, though, of the Poplar. And nope, number 90 says no. Sorry, Poplar, you're not doing that. So we are not going to see any of the Sinful Spoils come out of the deck. This is just honest Snake Eye play from here. Now, there were 2 monsters from the extra deck. You can see it from the top of the extra deck that Alan is holding. Maybe we're going to bring out Typhon, because there were 2 monster special summoned from the extra deck during the previous turn. In fact, there were plenty of monster special summoned from the extra deck. But instead, looks like we might just be going for Relinquished Anima. And this could be like an SP Little Knight in disguise. Using the effect to put the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring into the Spell and Trap Zone. Kind of a neat thing to do if you have another Ash Blossom. That's a great way to avoid getting hit by a Called by the Grave if it came up. But right now, Relinquished Anima going to combine there. And yep, it's the SP Little Knight. So we're going to go ahead and banish the Fortune Tune. Very durable Xyz monster, but... looks like since it can't be targeted, we are going to have to go for the number 90 after it's used its powerful negation ability. So, again, Fortune Tune is just a really good way to say, hey, I don't want to lose this duel. I'm not saying I'm going to win this duel anytime soon, but this is going to keep me alive. And speaking of which, now using the SP Little Knight as the material there. Very, very cool to see that, use that again. Now it should be bouncing. To put that back on the top of the deck. Well, top of the extra deck, I should say. And those materials are going to the grave, and looks like just a little peck on the cheek there then from the Typhon. And that's it. We'll see if we actually did have another Ash Blossom. No, it looks like that Ash Blossom was the one that Alan had. So Jack activating Gold Pride. Better luck next time. And adding from his deck to his hand a Gold Pride monster. And with the life point differential, really any of them feel good. There doesn't seem to be too many Gold Prides down there, but it looks like we're going to get a Starlight Rare. That's no Quarter Century Seeker Rare. Starlight Rare copy of Captain Carey there. Going to go and special summon it. And Chainlink 1 looks like using the effects of Carey to grab a trap card from the deck. And Chainlink 2 seems to be Nyan Nyan, popping itself out because there's a level 3 on the field. These are one of my favorite types of decks to play where you're just all gas and no brakes, which is a great pun to make about a deck that is about racing. But it just feels good for your opponent to say, hey, no, and you're like, okay, that's fair. What about this? And I'm like, okay, fine, fine. Have fun with your Gold Pride cards. And speaking of which, definitely going to start our engine. Such a powerful trap card, being able to reveal 3 Gold Pride cards, including ones of the same name, and then your opponent picks one. And you destroy their card and then get to special summon it. That's insane. Well, speaking of another insane card, we do have our Gold Pride Chariot Carry, but that is going to get hit with Effect Failure. So Nyan Nyan is going to stop itself. Now here at the end of the turn, the effect was activated. So I think it's possible that the Gold Pride Chariot Carry should be going still back to the deck because the effect was activated this turn. So we may end up having an accepted game state here if that proceeds. But I don't think it's going to be too relevant. It's also possible that I just didn't hear the player audio, and there are still 2 Xyz materials on it, so maybe he negated it before any of that even happened. But it does look like we're going to normal summon the Snake Eye Oak here. Take a look at the graveyard for some level 1 Fire Friends. We're just going to grab Poplar here and special summon it to the field. Poplar's effect activates, and yeah, it's good. All right, so it's going to get us access to Snake Eye Oak. And Snake Eye Poplar in the field. And with Typhon kind of protecting from the biggest monsters using their effects. And it's feeling pretty good if you are a fan of Snake Eye. Oh, but speaking of fans, wow, we've got some Fire Friends abroad here. We are going to go ahead and special summon the Nightmare Phoenix, attempt to discard in order to destroy, but here comes Gold Pride Start Your Engines. It had to be activated sometime. It's going to reveal 3 different Gold Pride monsters. So it looks like we're going to see. Oh, wow. Okay, so we're doing doubles here. Fun, fun. Just making sure to bring out all the roller ballers. But there is at least a copy. So there's a 33.33333 chance we're going to get to see Gold Pride Leon added instead. So it looks like we're going to grab some dice dollars. 66% chance there for the Fusion Fiend of the strategy. Great monster, level 5, non-tuner. Pretty important, actually, especially for this build of the deck. But now it means that at a moment's notice, you can fuse and then steal your opponent's monsters with the Pinballer. So Alan's still trying to work his way through here. You know, you think, okay, I could probably take that. I can handle this, but that's the thing about Punk Gold Pride. It's just more cards. Just one of those decks where you're like, so what is this deck doing? Like, it's decking. I'm playing. Here we go. This is some Yu-Gi-Oh, fam. And there have been quite a few decks in the format that are like that, like the dreaded Sun Avalon Rika Plant pile. People always trying to figure out, what is this deck doing? I'm like, play these cards, man. Gotta figure out what they do, just the old-fashioned way. That's exactly what Alan's doing as he looks at his normal attack position. A copy of Snake Eye Oak there, taking a look at the graveyard, thinking about what it is they can bring out next. If you're familiar with Gold Pride, then you know that that Pinballer is able to just roll your monsters up, so it's actually pretty difficult to deal with. And if you have lower life points than your opponent, remember, they can't even respond to the effect. They just have to watch their monsters get rolled up like it's Kanamare Damashi. And you can see a little smile there on Jack's face and Alan kind of nodding where he knows that this is good. But again, this is game 3, so there is no pulling of any punches here. So we're going to see the Snake Eye Flamebird Dragon there passed across the table. You got to do something, right? But you could just grab it like right now. There's no monsters in the spell and trap zone. So it looks like Jack is going to do exactly that, activating the effect there of the Roller Baller. So his fusion materials would have to be his Xyz monster and the Roller Baller itself, sending that other material to the graveyard for no effect. But there's the Pinballer. The Pinballer does get to use that effect, 1 for each fusion material. So it just rolled on over the Snake Eye Flamebird Dragon. Flamebird Dragon here to put cards in the spell and trap zone. Now Pinballer here to do the same thing. And I believe that's the game. That is game 3, and looks like that may well be it. Oh, no, okay. Doesn't look like it. Looks like we are just ending the turn. So excuse me, I'm going to correct that mistake. At the end of the turn that Gold Pride Pinballer uses its effect, it goes back to the extra deck, which means Snake Eyes Flamebird Dragon goes from the spell and trap zone to the graveyard. Almost looked like he was calling it quits, but this race is still going on. So we've got 2 monsters that are going to get special summoned here, and that could be pretty painful. Again, Snake Eye Oak and Snake Eye Poplar back on the field. Now, Poplar seems to have done most of its searches. I don't think we're going to see too much more than that. But play does pass back over because that was during the end phase of the turn. So while Alan does have new resources, it is Jack's turn to get things done. And he's going to start with Gold Pride Leon and use Leon to grab Gold Pride Captain Carry. And because of that, Nyan Nyan hits the field. That Virtual World He-Man Nyan Nyan has done a lot of work. I think special summoning itself about 3 to 4 times over the course of these 3 duels. So actually some neat stuff. I'm learning stuff here, so that's always fun. Alan considering his options, though. He's got 4 different monster cards in the field, and with a deck that's basically all extra deck. It looks like we're going to go ahead and send these 2 cards. Could be a Link Monster, but no, we're going for the Synchro. Wow, we're going for Gold Pride Star Leon. I'll let you all in on a little pun. He's called Star Leon because it's stallion in Japanese. Star Leon. All right, Star Leon is going to go ahead and just attack over with its massive attack. Remember, it did use its effect to blow up that monster, so it cleared both out in one swing. But that does mean it's going to go back into the extra deck with that Gold Prime. Better luck next time. And so it goes back to draw again there. There's that Leon summoned from the deck, too, from the effect of Star Leon. Going to go ahead and shuffle, cut, and draw 1 card for better luck next time. You may be wasted, but it doesn't mean you don't have another guy. So Alan draws for turn. Certainly kind of has his back to the wall, to make a 6 Samurai joke, but he doesn't seem shaken. He forthrightly plays the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye, sending Flamberge Dragon to the graveyard. No response there. There is a quick synchro. Remember that Leon, at a moment's notice, could either make a level 8 right now, or I guess it does have to use Gold Pride materials, so it would be a level 8. But could make the Eradicator, and that would mean the destruction of 2 monsters from the extra deck on Alan's side of the field if he walks into that trap. But for now, just seems like he's just popping off Snake Eye style, right? Ash to Poplar, or Oak and friends. So we've got everybody there. And grabbing 1 more level 1 fire monster from the deck. But with Poplar's effect, looks like we're finally going to see, at least for this duel, the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Let's go ahead and place that Sinful Spoils down. And, oh, it looks like we're going. It's time. Go, go, go. It's Pinballer time. And Pinballer rolls over all 3. Don't even have to worry about it. You could just use the fusion effect there. So Divine Temple of the Snake Eye is going to place another monster into the spell and trap zone from the deck. This time, Snake Eyes Diabellstar. But that is a very creative way to clear off all of the little level 1 monsters. Just roll over them. And the only one that has a graveyard effect that is going to come into play here. Oh, wow. And using the Ghost, Ogre, and Snow Rabbit to stop the field spell, leaving Alan with just crumbs. Taking a quick look there and not a whole lot. Alan may have finally seen the end of the road. Does the checkered flag wave over Jack and his gold pride deck? Well, he hasn't conceded yet, but it does look like that's going to go back to the extra deck, of course. These 3 cards are going to go to the graveyard, so Poplar's Effect will activate. And we are going to see a Roller Baller pop back on the field again, just threatening at any moment. My little trash ball is going to roll over all your monsters, so beware. Looks like we'll put the Flamberge Dragon back into the Spell and Trap Zone. Certainly a great way to get use out of the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. If your opponent happens to summon, you can push that forward. But just incredible stuff here. Again, shows you that there's no one right answer for this format. It does seem like we're using Ash Blossom against the Small World here. Well, no Galaxy Brand plays here today, but we do see the Virtual World He-Man Yan Yan banished as we go ahead and try to summon something else here. Actually, it would have to be, yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're going to Synchro. Is that Adamantipator Dragite? What water monster? Of course, it's Carry. So now you have a Spell and Trap negate on top of everything, and it has a little bit of synergy with Nibiru. Of course, Adamantipator Risen Dragite able to reveal the top 5 cards of the deck. If there's any rock monsters you can bounce. Great little pairing with Nibiru just to have fun. But also just good synergy with the fact that you already have a water monster in your deck that you're always going to have in the graveyard. So it's really neat. Remember that we don't have these Spell and Trap-based Omni Negates as much as we used to. Baron de Flail, gone. Rest its soul, right? And so you have to come up with new creative ways to play these decks. And, wow, by the way, speaking of creative ways, revealing 5. And that's going to go back to the bottom of the deck in any order. We did see that we ate through a lot of different combo pieces there. But did not seem to find any Nibiru, the Primal Beings. No rocks here. All right, just attacking for 3K there. But damage has been dealt. And that's it, pass turn. So Jack's done, Alan up to bat. Let's cut the deck, very good catch there. Now we'll draw, let's see if that made any difference. And a normal summon the Snake Eye Oak and immediately drops the Effect Veiler. Alan taking his chance, and Jack taking no chances. Making sure to stop at every turn. No worries of triple tactics talent here from either duelist. We actually haven't seen it come out if either of them are running it. Neither player down and out. The grind game of the Snake Eyes Sinful Spoil deck is just peak. And it's been grinding, but now they've got a lack of access to spell and traps. Remember, Adamantipator Risen Dragite stops not only spell card activations, but also spell card effects. So if you try to do anything with that field spell, well, that might be it. And what? We are using Dark Spirit's Mastery, discarding Nibiru the Primal Being to search for a level 8 Fiend. And that level 8 Fiend is No Punk Ogre Dance, discarding it to search for another monster. A lot of creativity in the 60-card deck. Could also use that to search out Lava Golem, too. Clearly built for Dark Necrofear. Obviously, it's on the card. Or Cursed Necrofear, right? If we're getting specific about Bakura's favorite Halloween monsters. But for now, it looks like we're just going to use that to get Zayaman. Zayaman to go ahead and get No Punk Foxy Tune. Tribute for No Punk Foxy Tune's effect there. Going to go ahead and looks like go ahead and destroy that by battle. So goodbye, Snake Eye Oak. And it could have been an order of operations issue. There was an opportunity to gain life points there with the No Punk Foxy Tune, but you also have to keep your life points low as a Gold Pride player. And we're seeing stuff, and that's it. Alan does take game 1, just locking, or should be Jack does take game 3 there. So first round 1 duel. Just locking his opponent out, and pretty soon we'll get to interview our duelist here. Figure out why they decided to play this particular deck. But it paid off. Again, certainly an interesting choice, but it shows you that, you know, maybe you woke up this morning and you thought you had a moral responsibility to play a certain deck. No such thing. You play what cards you want. And regardless of what troubles you may face, if you know your deck well and you know what the matchups are, you're going to be able to do some good work, and that is exactly what Jack did today. So definitely just some good stuff there. Now, of course, speaking of good stuff, this is only the beginning of things. We have not gone too far afield into our tournament. If you're just joining us, this is only round 1. And we've got about 8 more rounds to go, and possibly a lunch break, but don't worry, we'll hang out and chill. We're not going to leave you hanging. Duel is just talking amongst themselves. This is my favorite part of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the post-siding conversation. Oh, man, well, I tried to, like ghost spell you at Haunted Mansion. You were going to do your stuff, and I was going to stop it. And you're like, oh, yeah, that would have been good. That would have been good. Didn't see it, but hey, man, that's cool. It's when the ice is broken and the duelists are just two friends who have spent the last 45 minutes playing their favorite game against one another. And I'm sorry, even the greatest champions of the dueling world smile. Believe me, we have stories to tell, stories to tell. Stories to tell again. Good to see you again here over at Game Guys. We will be having our winner of the duel, Jack, here in just a moment. I guess we probably should prep for that in just a moment. But good stuff so far, and really that was a showcase of just how consistent existing decks still are, right? When you think about it, none of the cards there were too crazy. In fact, none of it really represented that much of Rage of the Abyss because still just good stuff, but the impact is there. People are making really weird choices as the specter of cute little Mulcharmy Fuwala sort of circles around them. As we're waiting here, I'm just going to check over our shoulder here. Now we'll see him when we see him. But it is nice to be here as always, and hopefully you guys are having a good time. Whether you're physically here in the audience and can hear my voice, or if you're at home just checking out, or maybe you're just watching the VOD, maybe you're at a regional tournament right now and you're like, I don't have time to watch streams. I'll just watch that later. We're happy that you tuned in one way or the other. Speaking of which, let's tune over to the side here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so never mind. Wrong button. Just go ahead and pull up a seat here, Jack. And if you'll take that chair, bring that here, and there's your headset. We got it for you. Just pop that one on. We're just going to talk about how it feels to start your engines in the year 2024 of our Raw. So yeah, I got to say, wait for you to fully get that on. And you can hear me and I can hear you, right? Mm-hmm. Perfect. So got to say, when we woke up this morning and we turned in our Gold Pride deck list, how are we feeling so far?
Confident as always,
Confident. Baby. Have to say, it's a great deck for sure. It's definitely one of those pile decks where you're just like, oh, I'm just going to play Dark Spirit's Mastery to search a level 8 Fiend. What was it that attracted you to this deck during this particular format?
So I've been sort of watching different performances of my own deck throughout time. It's been topping some regionals here and there, and I thought, you know, it's my pet deck. I've been playing it since the Gold Pride cards first came out. I was playing it before the second wave of support when it was really bad, and I was drawn to it. I love the cards. I love how they work. I love everything about it, and I just thought I'd come over, have some fun, enjoy myself in Houston, and see how far I can go.
Yeah, so far so good. Now, I will say, deck design-wise, you do get locked out of certain things that everybody else gets to play with, right? It's hard for you to play a Mulcharmy Fuwalos, right? Because you got your field spell. It's hard for you to use some of the Dominuses because you've got all that. But the Virtual World Hime Yan just paid so many dividends that I think it's worth it. Really good stuff.
Absolutely. When I first picked up the deck in a competitive way, there was one, I can't remember what player it was, but they were playing on a future match at a YCS, and they had Yan in their deck list. And I was just blown away because I loved how it played with the rest of the deck. It helped to chain block really important things like your Jam Dragon Drive. It's so critical in helping you get through some hands where you won't be able to commit enough level 8s to the board to get a monster to get up to protect yourself from Nib. It's so versatile in what it does. It comes back every turn. It's incredible.
That was really good stuff. I even saw, your opponent being like, oh yeah, I guess it does do that. It's insane how many times it came out. Is there anything that you're worried about running into, right? Obviously, the graveyard seems to be a pretty big part of your deck. So is like Tenpai with the Dimension Shifter like, oh no, okay, this is going to be a rough ride?
I'm definitely scared of seeing the Tenpai cards, but, I think everyone doesn't want to see Shifter today. I'm really not looking forward to seeing Desiree today, but I think that my deck specifically has enough gas to push through those sort of things if they end up negating the wrong cards, which is something I see a lot because all of my power cards with like the Punk cards or some of the Gold Pride cards, they're just so juicy. God, I need to negate this. And people never end up negating the right card, and you can just kind of play off that.
It's fun. That's fun. Well, I wish you many luck in the tournament today, and maybe somebody will affect Valor a Gagaku Punk Wagon. And you know what happens when that happens, so we won't spoil the surprise for our fans at home. But really good stuff, man. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. And don't worry, friends, we'll be back with other great duelists here like Jack in just a moment. Take care until then. We're not going to leave you hanging. We're just chilling out here as we wait for the next round to begin. We've already selected our feature match duels, but I thought we'd just kind of take a little chill session here for all of those of you who are tuning in from wherever you are. Again, we are in Rage of the Abyss format, which means we literally have to kind of make it up as we go along. What do I mean by that? Well, there hasn't been a lot of Rage of the Abyss gameplay yet. So, oh, that guy just heard me. There we go. Turn the volume down so I don't get the echo chamber. But there really hasn't been a lot of Rage of the Abyss format played yet. Remember, the set recently came out. We had the beautiful YCS Niagara Falls recently, the UK Open, but there haven't been a lot of high-profile tournaments except some incidental regionals here and there. So people are still really figuring this out. There's been a lot of play as people prepare for tournaments of things like Centurion Beastial because it's able to get around Molcharmi Fuwalos, right? You're not really like committing cards from the deck or the extra deck. And there's a lot of other things that people have been playing too. And some decks, they have to decide, okay, I'm going to forego certain attributes because I'm using something like Dominus, or maybe I just want to set the Dominus on the field and get the great effects. But it'll be interesting to see. So if there's any decks that you want to see, we've got people who are signing up for future matches, but just let us know in the chat and we'll see if we can't scope that stuff out. I know there's a lot of stuff that I want to see. It'd be cool if we could find a 6 Samurai Duelist. No guarantees, but we'll do what we can because we want to show you the best matches we can. And game guys, as you see here, I'm going to show you guys our side game. But let me go ahead and we'll take a brief break for just a moment because it looks like we are just about to get our second duelist going. All right, duelists, we promised you duels, so it's time to pay up. We're going to go ahead into our main room here because our duels are lined up, and this is going to be a different duel. And I know I promise that every time, but Well, you're about to say. So, looks like our duelists are getting seated. I'm not going to spoil any surprises just in case they are still in earshot as they get set up. But it looks like we're going to have Richard here versus Owen. And one of them is playing a deck, and the other one of them is playing a deck. You'll find out soon. As soon as cards hit the table, I am happy to spoil the surprise there. I just want to make sure they are seated, because this is going to be a matchup that I just want to know the answer to. It's not why we picked it. It was randomly selected, but I'm here for it. Now, we've also got Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron set up there in the corner, so for this round and all rounds in the future, we are going to have those gorgeous life point settings. So just let our judge get everything set up there. If you haven't updated Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron, please do so. It's got, like, new dual discs that are built in. I don't know if ours is patched right now, but, like, it's insane. I'll show you later. I promise it is worth your time. Speaking of worth your time, looks like we are just doing a pile shuffle here, and gorgeous sleeves. You can see, like, every time the light hits it differently. Like, it's red on one, it's green on one, a whole little rainbow of Xyz action there. But yeah, as for a correction, by the way, earlier I said 9 rounds. We have 8 rounds today. So it's going to be 8 rounds of Swiss. And this is round 2 right now of those 8. And I'm just really excited to see what happens here, because this could be a blowout match either way. One of these duelists is going to win. That is for sure. This is not going to be a draw. But, well, I guess we shall see soon. Again, this is kind of an interesting intermediate format in the sense that it's just in between 2 set releases. Well, technically every set's in between 2 set releases. But what I mean is we do have crossover breakers coming out soon. And all of a sudden, that conversation we just had with our last duelist about Dimension Shifter being a bad thing, well, it may turn out to be a good thing, and the format will change as a result. Speaking of changes here, little dice roll. And it looks like our top player is going to get to choose. Let's see. I assume he's going to go first. But you know what they say about assumptions. All right, little 5-card Texas Hold'em here. Let's see what those opening hands have. Do I get to spoil the surprise? All right, well, judging by what I'm seeing, it looks like it's going to be Owen at the top and Richard at the bottom, and he's going to go ahead and activate the new Deception of the Sinful Spoils. Looks like we might need to do a little resources there to reduce the volume of Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron. And I'm going to go ahead and pop that down just a little bit. Let me know if that fixes things. Kind of brought it down into just the medium decibel levels there. All right, so as we were adjusting sound for your viewing pleasure, it looks like we went ahead and used Azamina spell cards to bring out our powerful fusion monster there, and using the insulation there from the Azamina negate effect, which is really just what made them so powerful, is the fact that they have instant access to that, which is so cool. You know, you're getting really protection here from Nibiru and a bunch of other different things. Now, Diabellstar are going to go ahead and set what appear to be another Deception of the Sinful Spoils. Now these 2 monsters are going to get linked off. It's going to be IP Masquerade and that beautiful quarter-century secret rare. And going to use that to go ahead and shuffle back some Azamina materials. You just need to see the hallowed Azamina spinning on all cylinders here. Or Zamina, depends on how you want to say it, right? It's regional. But so much recycling power, combining what was great about White Forest and what's generally great about all of the Diabellstar cards is really just good resource management. You know, being able to use those cards for cost and then, well, use them for cost again. But now we're going to go and search. Looks like we're grabbing out the Snake Eye Ash and returning to the bottom of the deck Diabellstar so she can, well, return to the field once more in the future. Going to go and activate Fire King. So there's a little bit of the cat out of the bag here. So using that to destroy Ponix in order to search from the deck to the hand what appears to be a Garunix there. Now, get your Garunixes crossed. If you accidentally put the Fire King Garunix on your deck list, that's what you're going to have to run, as opposed to Fire King High Avatar Garunix. Believe me, I've seen it happen. It's tear-inducing. Don't do it, fam. Definitely shout outs to the chat, everybody watching as we patiently wait for the next exciting card to hit Owen's field. Haven't seen too much new yet, except for the Azamina stuff, of course, but there's something new for sure. It's the Courtier. So Fire King's really just sort of like springing back into action out of nowhere. But how could they not with Fire King Courtier Volcanics? Now combining these monsters, it looks like, oh, we're doing zombie vampires, so detaching Runics, and it looks like both players are going to send 4 monsters off the top of the deck. Considering for just a moment, Richard, well, we're about to see Richard's deck. This is gonna be monster light, to say the least. As you see, there's no monsters here. There's Card Scanner, there's Dimensional Fissure, there's a lot of different stuff, but none of those monsters are gonna be able to be special summoned. Definitely a lot of information there, though, that against Owen stands Richard with basically a stun lock deck with a very low monster count. So now we are seeing a discarded Mulcharmy there. It might have been just sent to the graveyard from the top of the deck off of the Zombie Vampire, but looks like we are going to go ahead and use the effect there of the Snake Eye Ash in order to bring out the Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon, immediately linking off Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon and IP Masquerena. And here comes Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. And definitely keep guessing about what that deck does, because Richard's got cards, that's for sure. But speaking of cards, man, Owen just creating this beautifully full field that is robustly combining 3 different strategies, technically 4 if you include the Zombie Vampire, but we're going to see a Link summon here, combining Ponix and the Promethean Princess for, wow, that ghost rare Salamandrate Sunlight Wolf, and then using the Snake Eye as a Link 1 in order to place something in front of the materials there. But it wasn't a fire monster, so you're not going to get much there, but we are going to go ahead and make the Amblo Whale, actually, the Amphibious Swarm Ship. So a lot of setup, pretty much the full setup package here. I'm going to go ahead and use the effect there of the Snake Eyes Flamber Dragon to put the IP Masquerena down on the field, and just kind of crazy to see that, like, the old ways are still good. You know, you can still get by with, I don't want to say a basic combo, but certainly a combo that's just been, you know, relatively well explored over the course of the format since we got all these Snake Eye cards in February. Nobody was too worried about Snake Eye. It was more of a Rescue Ace format when we were in Age of Overlord. But once Phantom Nightmare hit and we got those powerful cards, well, here we are. But take that strategy and then sprinkle on top the Azamina Ilia Sylvia. The fact that it can negate, it really brings back the full power, right? People used to have to run synchro builds using Jet Synchron in order to get things like Baron de Fleur. But now they don't have to. Now you just play what you were already playing and the deck just got better. But you may have been right. It is Runic time. So time for a little Runic nap with Runic Slumber. We're going to use that to special summon either Hugin, Munich, maybe Jerry. Oh, okay, it is going to be the Runic Fangs. Definitely helpful, but not necessarily going to stop all those monsters, right? Definitely a defensive option, and I think Richard sees the writing on the wall under the brim of his sun hat. Oh, but we're using Duality. Getting rid of a level 4 fusion monster there. Oh, but no special summons here. It's Dominus Impulse time. Judge just taking a quick look at that. Of course, we've got all of our camera and technology working here, so you can see our judge making sure that all cards are being resolved properly. Also got our timer too, which is nice. Again, Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron just paying dividends. Dominus Impulse, certainly a very powerful, I don't want to say format defining card because there's a lot of players that aren't necessarily using it, but man, when it only locks you out of wind, earth, light, and only when you use it, it's from hand effect. It's pretty nice to be able to slip into a deck that is primarily water, fire, and dark, right? You're not using Dominus Purge in a deck like that, but you're definitely able to have access to Impulse. And being able to stop the special summon a card on a moment's notice like that is just so powerful. So much so that Richard's really just kind of activating his Runic destruction here, trying to get rid of the IP Masquerena, thinking about what it is we're going to do now. But oh, here comes another chain. It's going to be the Runic Golden Droplets. And it looks like we're using it for the special summon effect. We're not trying to let our opponent draw. But we are going to bring out the Runic Sleipnir. And going to go ahead and send those 2 Runic spells to the graveyard. Unfortunately, no Runic Fountain out in the field. Just taking a quick moment here to now use the effect of the IP Masquerena during the open game state. Of course, remember that the IP Masquerena was brought out as a chain of the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon to the Runic spell. And so now we've got an IP Masquerena becoming an SP Little Knight. And with SP Little Knight on the field, not only can it not be destroyed because it's probably brought out, we do get to banish. And so goodbye to the Sleipnir. But remember, you can't attack directly. Well, no worries here. We're still going to see the Hugin or Munin off of this, I would assume, because we haven't seen those 2. Seen pretty much every other Runic monster. Oh, no, we still got Runics left in the tank. Definitely more bounce to the ounce there, as considering the options, it looks like we're going to special summon the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames from the graveyard, so just a little bit too much for Richard to be able to play through. Hasn't given up yet, still has some cards there. But now going to go ahead and grab... oh, and it's Synchro Zone! Wow, just stopping all of the attacks. All of those attacks indeed. So only Synchro monsters can attack. Synchro Zone has been a very popular choice amidst Runic Stun builds. I know that I want to say 2 or 3 of these topped at YCS Charlotte earlier this year. And not to say that there's, nothing that's changed too much about the deck, but the deck's still good. If you're not running Synchros, you're not coming in. But these decks may have a little bit of a harder time against the Centurion players if they're still out there, or even things like the Gold Pride Punk deck that we saw that just has Synchro access. It certainly works wonders against a deck that's just all, different types of Link monsters and maybe a few fusions because of the Azamina strategy. But right now, I mean, it's just not enough. So we are seeing recycle there of the Ilya Sylvia, adding the Hallowed Azamina back into the hand. And we're going to banish the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils, popping something on the bottom of the deck, and drawing a new card. It is a reminder that Spell and Trap removal that is Spell and Trap based is a thing. But we also could just be using things like Nightmare Phoenix here because the Mystic Mind days are well over. Speaking of Link monsters that are fire, we are seeing Hita, the Fire Charmer, ablaze. And now we're going to actually use a new copy of the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils to, well, post up the poster and grab us Dia Bellstar again. Yeah, Dia Bellstar is certainly an accessible card, not only by card effects, but also because of the new products coming out. If you haven't seen the new Quarter Century Bonanza set, you just get it for a super in there. So if you haven't decided to take a journey with Dia Bellstar, it's never been easier. Well, at least it will be next week. Now we're going to see the Snake Eye Ash and Fire King Ponix, the littlest Fire King. Looks like we're going to use the effect of Snake Eye Ash and Ponix. So Ponix is going to go ahead and grab the Fire King Sanctuary. Think we just revealed a little Charmy there. No worries. But we actually revealed a Snake Eye Oak, so that's going to go ahead and go to the hand there. Looks like we're activating the Deception of Sinful Spoils as well. Didn't take much to put this deck back on the map. When you think about it, there's only a few new cards they actually got between Deception of Sinful Spoils, the Azamina package, and then the Fire King Corteo Volcanics. But just a few new cards makes it feel like a fresh coat of paint, this deck, because it just feels as good as it was all year. Speaking of the Hallowed Azamina, going to go ahead and round down here. Bringing out Ilya Sylvia once more. So getting that free monster negate. And technically double battle damage, except from Ilya Sylvia itself. And that seems to be enough. Richard going to go ahead and concede. Didn't get to start things off too powerfully here. Did give away a bit of information that he's playing Runic Stun, which means side deck options are a little bit more obvious to Owen. Owen's got access to even a Mystical Space Typhoon. Oh man, you need it. But a lot of side deck options, obviously picking through the extra deck here. And you can get a quick peek, if you're peeking over the shoulder like I am of Richard, just all spells and all no, you cannot play. Look, there can be only one. Thinking about that for a second. Take out a Pot of Duality, maybe a little too slow. That's fair since it locks out your special summons, and you may really need those on both players' turns. And was thinking about the Prosperity, but decided against it. Looks like I see a Mono Inawado too, so just so many different, or it's going to be a Mono Iwato. But yeah, just a lot of different ways to say no to your opponent. There was a Majesty's Fiend that just came out. So great little deck profile that shows you just the stun power. Remember, both these players won their first round. So it's not like either of them are slouches. Just because you didn't get to see Majesty's Fiend pop off doesn't mean that it won't later this tournament. Or maybe even later this duel. All right, so the side deck options are finally coming out here. Pulling in some interesting cards. I think I saw what looked like Dimension Shifter in there. And Dimension Shifter makes perfect sense, especially when you're a Runic player. You love banishing things, so that is two great tastes that taste great together. It looks like as Richard and Owen begin pile shuffling or riffle shuffling alike, we are just about to go here into the second game. Again, we're in round 2 of 8. So it's going to be an 8-round tournament. Means top 32 is going to get its invites. And we've got 211 players here today. Beautiful day. Might get a little stormy in the meantime, so be safe out there on those Houston roads. If you happen to be heading around town, be safe wherever you are. Right now, the only person who needs to think about being safe is Richard. If he starts this duel, he needs to set up some sort of Palace of Stun power. And let's see what that opening hand has. I definitely see a Synchro Zone there. And maybe a few others. Richard doing that quintessential pro-duelist maneuver of sort of pointing at the board saying, I'll do this, and then I'll do that, and then I'll do this, and then I'll do that. And I'll start with Dimension Shifter. And that feels pretty good. That feels safe, right? He needed to be safe on that road. Well, he's on his road to victory. And then he sets 4 cards. Taking a quick look. Yeah, we're setting 4 cards. Looks like we're going to start off with the Runic Slumber. Maybe before we set everything at once. We're going to go ahead and use that for some Sleipnir. Odin's finest steed. And a powerful level 9 monster. Definitely an intersection between Generator and Runic. If you actually look at the Runic cards, it's really just the Generator story told from a first-person perspective. Now we're going to set 3 cards. And with that, ending the turn. So it looks like we're going to use the Sleipnir effect. Any response? Doesn't seem like it. Remember that we are staring down the barrel of Dimension Shifter, so it's token time. And Richard definitely trying to just get bodies on the field. But before we do, it's trap time. And is that Tyrant's Tirade? Okay, so we're actually seeing some pretty powerful stuff. Judge is taking a look at that too. Again, some really interesting choices when you play against these stun decks, because usually, you know, most stun cards are designed to where both players have a negative effect applied to them, and the stun philosophy is, oh, I just won't care. I just am not going to worry about that. So yeah, Tyrant's Tirade is insane there. Having to tribute those two monsters, obviously a little bit of an expensive cost. What do you get in exchange for that? Well, it's not too bad. You're locking them out of monsters, and well, you don't care because you're going to do you and they're going to do them. But again, tribute two monsters and effects of effect monsters that activate in the hand or the field cannot be activated. And a little Mystic Mind, and then we also have Deck Lockdown. So feeling pretty strong there. You can't touch the deck. You can't use any monsters from the hand. You can't use any monster effects from the field. And if you're not running Spell and Trap-based Spell and Trap removal, you're not getting out of that. And it's a lesson that I've tried to just preach to anyone who will listen. So I'm sorry to start the sermon once more. But man, maybe just a Feather Duster in the side deck. Yeah, I know it hurts. I know, but kind of keeps you safe. Now, you do have to draw the out, as they say. So just putting a Feather Duster in the side deck is not a one-card solution, but at least it's a solution. Everybody needs a way to get out of certain locks like this. You can't just take the loss, right? Taking the L does not feel good, and well, Richard might be dealing out some L's here as his cards finally lock into place the way he needs them to. Taking a quick look at his Runic friends again here. He's thinking about it. He may just be able to just pass. He's got a very good house of cards built, very sturdy. Not worried about the big bad wolf in the White Forest blowing it down. But it looks like we're going to activate Runic Tip here. And we're actually going to summon out Frecky the Runic Fangs. Okay. It's a great card, right? 2000 attack. You know, when attack is involved, or it's going to be declared involving the card, you get to banish the top two cards of your opponent's deck. So it just kind of gets the stuff done. And when you see that your opponent is in trouble there, that's problematic. But remember, Tyrant's Tirade's on the field. So because of Tyrant's Tirade, we shouldn't be seeing any effects activate. Because effects of effect monsters that activate in the hand or on the field cannot be activated. Again, that is going to be that Frecky the Runic Fangs. You don't see it every day, but it's just the more aggressive version of the Runic monsters, right? They need at least somebody who can attack. It does have a continuous effect, and that is going to work. Neither player takes any battle damage from attacks involving the card, so it's not even really meant to do the 2000. But if it's destroyed on the field by battle or card effect, you get to target a Runic Quick Play spell in your graveyard and add it to your hand. Although the only one right now is Runic Tip, which is kind of the best one. But Tyrant's Tirade is preventing the activation of effects in the hand for both players and on the field. So you're not even going to get the banish from the Frecky the Runic Fangs. And the judge may be explaining that briefly, but the no damage is going to work because the no damage is a continuous effect that applies. So attacking for 2,000, you're not going to do 2,000, which is why those life points look the same, and which is why Owen is drawn for turn. Just going to set a card and pass turn. Owen's got nothing that'll help him in this situation, especially with that Doc lockdown the field. I think it's going to be winding down pretty soon here, though, since it only lasts for about 2 cumulative turns for both players. We are seeing Dimensional Fissure hit the field as well, kind of just reinforcing that Dimension Shifter vibe, but only to the opponent because, again, only the monsters are getting banished. Those quick play spells will still go to the graveyard, so if we do see a Runic Fountain, Richard does get to go ahead and shuffle those, or rather set those to the bottom of the deck and then draw some cards for each. Looks like we're just seeing a set card there from Owen, pass turn. There's 21 minutes left on the clock, so there's certainly a lot of time here. We do see deck lockdown finally go to the grave. Taking a moment to think about it. Attack the face down monster? Yeah, you can't. You can't. Tyrant's Tirade is stopping you, but it looks like you just remembered. Now, the Volcanics, pretty big there. And of course, neither player takes any damage. But I guess it must have a very serious defense. Yeah, it looks like it's clocking in at 2,000 to 2,000. Not something you see every day, but hey, it's a thing, and it's keeping him in the duel. Many wayward and ancient duelists remember, giant soldier of stone and pass, mystical elf and pass, and it still works. Still works. Now, obviously, this is a powerful combo piece and an even more powerful deck. But for this simplified game state, yeah, 2,000 defense feels really good. Taking a look at that extra deck again. I'm curious, I might have seen a Synchro in there. It'd be funny if he was able to just Synchro summon so that he could attack. Very heads up for Richard to have different ways for him to get into his opponent's life points, or at least start attacking his monsters. Looks like we're going to see infinite permanence, which is very cool here, negating the effect, right? Because remember, effects aren't negated right now, so infinite permanence is still good. They just couldn't be activated. And since infinite permanence was set, that means that Tyrant Tirade is negated, at least till the end of the turn. So now we'll see another Volcanics. Oh, but not this time. We're going to try to negate the effect there. Get some cards down. And Raigeki really would be something that could solve this. But remember, it is Fire Kings. Don't necessarily want to use Raigeki against Fire Kings. And also, you know, a lot of the Runic monsters, especially the dog-based ones like Freki, Jerry, etc., they do have effects that activate in the graveyard. So, still in base game. Remember, there won't be much graveyarding going on because of that Dimensional Fissure. Ooh, and we've got the Dominus Impulse here. Appeared to be from the hand because opponent controlled a card. And there is a trap card in the graveyard, so we're going to get the full effect here and may even be able to get rid of the Tyrant's Tirade for good. Judge might be asking a few questions here because it looks like Owen is replying directly to him. And I do see a hand gesturing as if it's talking. I don't know if they're playing charades in there, but I'm sure they're talking it out. But yeah, so finally going to go ahead and resolve that chain, sending our Runic cards to the graveyard. Certainly a difficult situation to play in when you build these sort of death traps for your opponent. And that's been historically throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. You may see a stun player and say, hey, that's not the spirit of Duel Monsters. I'd like to refer you to the chapters with, I don't know, Pegasus. My tunes can attack directly, but you can't attack me. Bakura. I've got a ghost possessing your monsters, and I'm going to win automatically at the end of this duel. Exodia. Even Yami Yugi's guilty of it, right? Oh, your 3 blue eyes? Nah, I'm just going to draw the out. Speaking of drawing the out, looks like we're going to use Bonfire to get to Poplar. Poplar approaches the field. Poplar's effect activates, because remember that infinite permanence is still in play there. If you're a Master Duel fan, you're just going to have to envision those blue bubbles across that second column. All right, so goodbye, Poplar. Looks like it's going to be a Link summon here. And that'll be for the Relinquished Anima. And now we're going to take the defense position, Courtier. And yeah, there we go. So we're going to banish the Dimensional Fissure. How do you like them banishes? So the banish becomes the banishment. But that means that, I mean, really now is the time. You have to do something about the Tyrant's Tirade, or at least push for some game, because just Owen has never been in a better position for this current duel. No longer has to worry about monsters not going to the graveyard. That's important for Fire Kings. It's really important for Fire Kings. No longer has to worry about effects not being able to be activated, at least for this turn. So while they can't attack directly, now is the time to do basically everything else. So we do have Ponix, and Ponix is going to go ahead and be added to the hand. Courtier is going to do its thing. Oh, and just taking a moment to explain how everything occurred here, how we got here, right? There and back again, a duelist journey. Now we're getting the Fire King High Avatar Garunix in defense mode there. Oh, no, actually, that's just Avatar Garunix. And nice to see, like, the full Fire King package being used. Even seeing a little touch of what appears to be... Oh, yeah, Fire King Skyburn. Okay, so that popped in. And so with the Fire King Skyburn, that means goodbye Synchro Zone and goodbye Tyrant's Tirade. Even the judge nodding along. Okay, I understand what's going on here. Maybe he sees the writing on the wall that Richard doesn't. Owen did take the first game. So now we have the high Avatar Garunix hitting the field. And remember, cannot attack directly because of the SP Little Knight. Don't let anyone let you forget that. Because while this is a commanding position, it is not the end of this duel. Now that Fire King Arvada in the graveyard, usually Arvada doesn't want to disappear, wants to make its presence known on the stage, but with no monster effects from your opponent, it's not going to do a whole lot here, so negating monster effects not necessarily as helpful right now in this matchup. Maybe you need a little bit more spell and trap negation, which Fire King has, because of course it has it. Speaking of which, here comes Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames, able to bring back the Arvada, just in case. All right, but nothing too crazy. Just going to grab single copy there after Frecky hits the grave. Hello, Runic. Oh, and there goes the Amano Awado, a great spirit monster for sure. Hey, I mean, regardless of how long you've been playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, stun is still an option. Remember, there are some very young, passionate duelists that topped earlier this year at YCS Charlotte using the Runic stun. I think one of them crested the top 16. And I don't think they were alive to play during GOAT format, so there's definitely some young duelists out there rocking out stun. Speaking of rocking, looks like we're going to bring out Amphibious Swarm Ship Amblo Whale, and now it's Azamina time. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of the Deception of Sinful Spoils to pay the cost of the Hallowed Azamina, bringing out the Ilia Sylvia. So now you've got 2 monster negates on the field, which I don't know if, like, that's what you need right now. But hey, Owen's in the driver's seat. He won the first duel, so he's showcasing how good he can be. And it looks like we also set Deception of Sinful Spoils as well. So it looks like 2 Runic spells there, and we know one of them is Runic Tip off of the effect of Frecky. So we know we can at least search here. And we know there's monster negations. Maybe that's okay. Maybe you just play Runic spells. Oh, pass turn. So did not try to do anything there. Was not trying to start any or get any. Sad to see the Amano Awado in the graveyard. Very powerful spirit monster, 1900 attack. Locks monster effects out from being activated. But let's see the Runic Tip. Owen seems to be letting that go. Yeah, he's fine with it. And I feel like you got to get the Runic Fountain at this point. Have to do something at this point. You can't just sit on the... Yeah, there's the Runic Fountain. Okay, so we are going to grab Runic Fountain. This is possibly the final push from Richard. If this doesn't go successfully, there's just not a whole lot that could be done. Especially with so many different monsters out there, you're kind of locked out of your own Runic monsters. And it's not that the Runic monsters are required, but it's certainly helpful, right? We get by with a little help from our friends, and, well, the stun player might have gotten stunned. So it looks like we got Runic tip. Now we're seeing Runic Fountain hit the field. And some players at home might be asking themselves, you know, why would you play Stun? Because it's a viable deck that has been successful before, and because everybody's got the right to play whatever they want. We'd love to see you out here, fam. Whether you're playing Stun or Exodia or Gold Pride Punk. Seen a lot of crazy stuff, but the only way you change what's on the dueling field is by slapping on that dual disc yourself. Of course, I mean a backpack filled with the playmat in the deck box, but you get the idea. Crowd stays locked in as Owen flips over Deception of Sinful Spoils. It summons out the Snake Eye Ash, using the effect of Snake Eye Ash to get rid of the Deception of Sinful Spoils. Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon hitting the field. Tried to negate it, wouldn't have it. And there's the Dominus too, so it looks like Richard is effectively conceding the match there. Oh, maybe not. Okay. So he is actually sticking in here. Oh, but there's the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit in the attack. Okay. So I got a little ahead of myself, but so did Richard, because a single copy of Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit clearing off the field spell got it done, and that seems to be the game. So Richard, you know, when you build that stun house of cards, it's very difficult to get at it, but you are giving your opponent breathing room. It's one of those reasons why, hey, even during the Mystic Mind format, I didn't play Final Countdown. I played Destiny board. Why? Because you only give your opponent 4 turns. And so the longer you give your opponent, the closer they get to drawing that coveted out. And being able to stop everybody from, well, stopping them, right? Think about it. The deck lockdown, the dimension shifter, all those cards, they weren't enough. Because it just takes a little bit of time and you manage to just punch on through. But either or, whether by accepting game state or just by signing the slip, this duel is over. And we'll get a chance pretty shortly here to talk to Owen about how much he loves playing Fire Kings and how they were able to get him through. Certainly, you know, every deck has a weaker matchup for sure. And having your graveyard taken away doesn't feel good when your whole thing is, when your cards are destroyed and sent to the graveyard, do a good thing. There's the Lava Golem. Oh, Curse Seal of Forbidden Spell. Again, this is my favorite part of all of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. This is it. It's where friends become friends. It's like, oh man, I was trying to do this. Yeah, no, that makes sense, man. If I got Lava Golem, that would have hurt. But yeah, to each their own. Whatever you put in your dual disc is your choice. And we may see Richard again because remember, we've got 8 rounds today. And it is the top 32 that's going to get their invite, although the top 8 will get those beautiful Heart of Blue Eyes mats. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If you haven't seen the regional qualifier mat, we may be able to get one on stream here later because, oh my goodness, is it so good. And not just because it's Blue Eyes, because it's modern Blue Eyes stuff. Again, shortly, if you've got any interview questions of your own there in the chat, let us know what it is you want to hear from Owen. We always want to be able to include our viewers at home. We don't put on this stream for us, put on the stream for you. All right, hearing some claps from the crowds there as they cheer on Owen, who is having a seat with us. So I'll just hand stuff off to our lovely judge here. And then, Owen, if you want to just take a seat and throw on that headset, it's already on. And you can already see your smiling face, fam. And smiling it is. So I got to say, as a Fire King player, you usually don't want your cards banished. So what does it feel like the second? Oh, it's a Runic stun match. Here we go.
He flipped that summons, that trap card, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. Then he top decked in the Dimensional Fissure, and I went, well, I'm either going to play the long game or I'm just not going to win this game at all. So once I was able to SP banish, I said, there's no more battle phase. I'm cool with that. I'm just going to have to OTK him, just set up for OTK.
No, the deck felt like it was playing exactly how it was supposed to, and it's nice that like Fire King and Sinful Spoils have kind of like gotten new life. Have you been playing this all year and you just kind of sprinkled the new stuff on top?
Yeah. Once the Fire King stuff came out, me and my teammates always said that we were going to go ahead and get to that. So me and my testing partner, who I wish was here today, but he's not, we've been practicing this for the past like 2-3 weeks.
Very
so
cool.
It's been great. It's been great.
I gotta say, you really brought us all the way back to Time Wizard format when we saw a 2,000 attack monster crash into 2,000 defense, and I was like, oh yeah, that is 2,000 defense. Okay.
Yeah, that was about the only way I was going to be able to at least have an extra monster on board, so I could pop with the Ukinix, so I could at least try to make the Regeki and then pop the spell card. But, you know, he had other plans for that one, so I had to go another route.
Well, that's definitely one of the harder matchups. Is there anything that you're worried about as you're going through the turn? You're like, okay, I got through Dimension Shifters, I got through the stun. Are you fearless at this point, or is there still something that's like the boogeyman for your Fire Kings?
He flipped Skill Drain, and I rage quit into Game 3.
We'll keep that in mind if you end up seeing Owen's face here. But really good stuff, man. Again, 8 rounds. You got 6 rounds to go, so hang in there. And you hang in there too, friends. We will be back before you know it. Hello again, duelists. We just wanted to check in just to give you some updates here. So we have just ended round 2, and we'll be going into round 3 soon. I think there's only about like 10 or so outstanding matches, so we should be able all the tournaments that way, obviously. Which I think, can I show you? No, we don't have to show up. Okay, my bad, my bad. But yeah, no, we're still going. I do see everybody in the chat. I noticed that we saw, people rooting for Exodia players. We do have some Exodia players here, so if we can get some Millennium on the stream, we would love to. Still taking a look at stuff. Here as we walk through the chat. No, we didn't miss too much, but the main thing is we just want to make sure that you have a full update. I don't know that we're going to have a lunch break, but once we confirm that, usually it's after round 3, so we'll let you know at the beginning of round 3, which would be the next round. And then we got 6 more rounds to go, so again, if there's anything that you want to see, just let us know. Again, we're just picking it based on some random stuff and people who are signing up, so it's not like we're trying to search for anything specific, but if you want to see something specific, maybe you got a keyboard on your phone or on your computer and you can tap us into the chat room there. Jokes aside, though, again, thank you as always for joining us. We are down here in beautiful Pasadena, Texas. It is a beautiful day today. Might get a little stormy. Don't think it's going to affect any of our connection stuff, but I just want to kind of alert people of that in advance. But beyond that, no, just a smooth tournament here. Again, as we have 211 players in Rage of the Abyss format. There's still a lot of other stuff out there. There's somebody playing just wild stuff. I don't want to spoil anything, because everything you hear me say, they can hear over there. But no, we'll get some really cool stuff here on stream. And again, just let us know how you're doing, what you like, and if you've got any feedback, Game Guys would be happy to take that into account. But we'll be back in just a moment, so chill, and we'll be back to dueling before it is, well, time to duel. Well, we are almost getting back to business here as pairings for round 3 will be posted shortly. We do have our featured matches pre-selected, so we'll see if those duelists are willing to jump in with the best of them. It's cool to see you guys talking about the new Crossover Breakers format. That's the set containing the new Malice archetype and the Ryzeal. Should be legal for the upcoming YCS Anaheim. So we'll get to see exactly who's right in the chat and who isn't. If you haven't seen high-level Ryzeal gameplay yet, you actually can find that on what's called the Yu-Gi-Oh! Open Tournament. It was in Singapore on Konami's Asia channel. So if you want to see how powerful that rank 4 Xyz deck is, yes, it's vulnerable just like every Xyz deck is to things like Dimensional Barrier, or it's going to be Dimensional Barrier, yeah, not Dimensional Fissure. Oops, too many dimensional cards, right? But there's a lot of cool stuff that it does. Some people compare it to Sprite as being the sort of like immortal Xyz engine toolbox. Obviously, Malice is good too because we're going to start seeing Dimension Shifter not be the card people want to see. Maybe they'll be like, have you considered Artifact Lancia? So fun times there, fun times. But there's a lot of great stuff out there. Remember, if you look at any of the top charts of recent tournaments, think about YCS Niagara Falls, where the top 32 included a Crystal Beast deck. Crystal Beast deck, and where the number 2 player was, of course, legendary duelist Ryan Yu, world champion for Master Duel, but also great duelist in his own right with the physical TCG, rocking it out with Sky Striker. So again, you can debate, what's the best deck or is my pet deck going to win? But the truth of the matter is, I have never seen a deck win a tournament, and neither have you. You've only seen duelists win tournaments. Duelists are the ones who are going to determine the fate of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game's future. So give them a chance, give them breathing room. Maybe some Toy Box, White Forest, Dark Magician stuff will top before you know it. But we are just kind of getting ready here. Looks like the players are seated, so I'm going to make sure. Yeah, so we're just hanging out here as we wait for our duelists to arrive. But there is just some really interesting stuff coming down the pipeline for the rest of the year. And there's also some unexplored decks, right? We still haven't seen a lot of the Six Samurai stuff in the field, but it's a powerful combination with Millennium, allowing you to have some great warrior-type synchros. It's good stuff. I am hearing from our head judge. Round 4 apparently is going to start at 1:20 p.m. it sounds like, so we are going to have a lunch break after this. There might be a short one. I'll get more detailed information. We'll make sure that's left on the screen so you're not just like, what about my lunch break, Pheromone? I want to take a lunch. Don't worry. We'll hook you up. We'll make sure. But don't go away. We'll take a brief break until we are ready to seat our duelists down. So again, we'll be right back after this. All right, Julius, so we just got our deck lists here. I'm not going to say anything as the players are currently in transit, but we've got ourselves a match. That's the best way to say it. Let's go ahead and go on into our dueling room, because in just a second, our players will be stomping on in. Very excited. Yeah, I can see that they're both heading in there now. Don't worry, I'm going to spoil some surprises, but this will be a fun duel for sure. All right, so players are getting seated now that the coast is clear. This is going to be a very differently paced matchup for sure, and both these players are doing great. But we are definitely seeing Millennium Exodia versus just straight up trap tricks. Straight up trap tricks. Not like trap tricks Ragnarika. And not that there's anything wrong with straight up trap tricks, but this is going to be really interesting to see a sort of down tempo set of decks play against each other. They're still very good, obviously, to make it this far in. So this will be interesting. I know we saw some people in the chat cheering for Exodia players, and they've been doing well. One of them just top 32'd at the YCS Niagara Falls. So if you haven't explored the Millennium deck, if you haven't taken a look at Grandpa's special cards, well, might be time to look again. Players just getting ready in their shuffling manner as we proceed. So it looks like we are going to have Ethan on the Exodia and Geraldine playing the trap tricks. Some really, really good stuff. And we're happy to have you wherever you're coming in from. Whether you're locked indoors here in local Houston because of the storm that is a-coming, or maybe you're just tuning in from Japan to Germany, from Killeen to Abilene, wherever you are. We're happy that you know what time it is. It's time to duel. It's funny, earlier in the chat, we were talking about things like, oh man, Dark Magician's not magically going to get good. I don't know about that. Think about Blue Eyes White Dragon had considerable success. Not necessarily the top tournament tables, but a few of them squeezing on through in the official card game in Japan, using all the great new Blue Eyes cards. And I know some great duelists in North America. You might be listening to me right now, so gonna have some fun stuff here. But here we go as round 3, game 1 begins. And we're starting with Dimension Shifter right off the top, which actually does work very well in Exodia. Looks like Ethan's going to be going first as he discards Heart of Blue Eyes in order to search from his deck to his hand. Single copy of the Millennium Ankh, the powerful fusion spell that just works so well in all these situations. Now, the Heart of Blue Eyes certainly has a bunch of anime memes incorporated into it. Control of the card can't change, right? That's a whole little allusion to the fact that Grandpa's not going to give up his special card. And if it's in the graveyard and your opponent has a bunch of high attack monsters, it can bring itself out, kind of in the nick of time. And it also runs from Exodia, right? Discarding itself, so. All right, so. Looks like we're seeing Sengenjin Wakes from the Millennium. It can be placed in the Spell and Trap Zone. And then you could pay 2,000 life points to reveal the Millennium Ankh in order to special summon it. But it does also add a monster from the deck to the hand. So Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is going to stop that. Great looking out, though. We still have the Dimension Shifter in play. So do you want to go ahead and banish that Ash Blossom? We are activating the Millennium Ankh here. The Millennium Ankh, as Ethan is likely explaining, allows him to show, very, very interesting Yu-Gi-Oh term, show 5 pieces of Exodia in order to fusion summon the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. And he's using the quarter-century secret rare pieces there from the tins. So that's going to be, let's see all the pieces, yep. Maybe he has to reveal one from the hand. I think I only saw 4, but I trust the judge's eyes there, staring deeply. And wow, is the Unstoppable Exodia card just an incredible card. So not only does it gain life points when it attacks equal to, or excuse me, gain attack points equal to your life points, but it also has a built-in spell and trap negate, and you can set an Exodia-based card at the end of the turn, whether it's one of the Obliterates or maybe the Exod Fires. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and set Exod, which means, you know, a trap card that when you control a level 10 or higher Exodia monster, you can just clear your opponent's field. Sure. That sounds like a good and normal thing to do. All right, but as we draw for turn here, it's going to be Geraldine's time. Now, during Ethan's standby phase, he'll lose 1,000 life points. We're starting off just with our trap tricks. Do we want to stop it here? Now, this is where it gets a little difficult, right? You think to yourself, man, could I even let trap trick Sarah hit the field? But first, we're going to search here. Adding in another trap trick monster from our deck to our hand. Still a great deck. It really, really is. Trap control is definitely a vibe. As a reminder, Ethan probably just explaining, I'm going to lose 1,000 life points. I can negate a spell or trap. I get to set all this crazy stuff. Didn't quite see the trap card we added from the deck to the hand. Almost looked maybe like a bottomless trap hole just from the secret rare font. But I guess only time will tell once we see it revealed. Still under the effect, so Trap Trick Sarah is here, but unfortunately the Dionea is going to be banished. So trapped if you do, trapped if you don't. If you activate a trap card effect, hey, you get to special summon a Trap Tricks. If you special summon a Trap Trick, hey, you get to set or add a trap. So Sarah, very powerful, still seeing good numbers at Master Duel, honestly, and there's a lot of new insect support that did come out in the Rage of the Abyss format, so we'll see. Right now, using Phantom Knights-based trap cards, right? The Phantom Knights of Shade Brigandine in order to have a trap activation, and because the trap was activated, now we're going to go ahead and special summon. Looks like that's going to be Trap Tricks Putika. Just returning that. So a lot of materials on the board here already. And I think now it's time. So Exod, the fire's ablaze. Everything is gone. Everything is destroyed. Why? Because you're playing Exodia. That's what Exodia gets to do. He's unstoppable. Now, Geraldine just taking a moment to absorb that as Ethan reads it off. The main thing is, hey, while I got my Exodia that's level 10 or higher, I get to wipe out all these cards, so those cards are going to get wiped out. Of course, Sarah unaffected by those traps, especially since it's a normal trap card, so just going to be sitting on that. But it shows you how powerful those cards can be. So trying again here with the Trap Tricks Holatia. Can be activated during that same turn, and getting rid of a trap card to basically have another monster just trying so hard for that link too. Both players doing a great job here. Just taking a quick look into Geraldine's extra deck. You can see some very familiar cards there. Also some stuff that is uniquely going to help out on that side. So things like Trap Tricks Pinguicula, Trap Tricks Alomeris. Looks like we are going to go ahead and reveal the Arachnocampa for its quick effect to special summon itself. We've got 3 materials on the field. Nothing really scary to worry about so far. And now the Exodia is banished. Feels pretty good. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and Xyz summon here. Build the overlay network. The Trap Tricks Rafflesia hits the field. Now, if you're taking a look at the card just like Ethan is, remember that basically it is whatever trap hole you want it to be. Quick effect. Remove those materials and change it into a trap of some kind. Actually could use Treacherous Trap Hole here, considering that the Dimension Shifter has cleared out the graveyard from any other traps. Certainly a fan favorite for Trap Tricks duelists, but don't know if Geraldine is going to be running that. So yeah, Ethan understands what's going on, puts the card back on Geraldine's side of the table, and it's just fine. So looks like we're going to take a little bit of battle damage. 800 off the top from the Trap Trick Sarah, but leaving Rafflesia in defense mode because of its powerful 2,500 defense. Not a lot of dual monster cards that can get through that, especially in the current format. Not a lot of battling going on. Don't worry, when we get to Supreme Darkness, it's all evil heroes and gladiator beasts. Man, you're going to miss the main phase. It's battle phase all the time. But for now, let's see. Nothing too crazy going on. Certainly appreciate the support off there from the viewers in the chat. We're here along for the ride just like you are. We'd love to see you. Certainly stormy weather today, but always a great time here at the Game Guys venue. Beautiful stage, best seats in the house. You can just recline in a beautiful chair. Maybe your chair at home is great too. So Ethan returning his monster back to the field there. Only banished temporarily. And it does mean if it's during the end phase, he could set a card, but it looks like we're just going to forego that for now. We're activating Super Polymerization. Discarding Sengenshin Wakes from Millennium. And a couple of different targets that I can think of. Could be a Mud Dragon of the Swamp because of the Earth attributes. So it looks like we were attempting to do something with Super Polymerization as a response, but you can't. So that's interesting, because Super Polymerization, you should not be able to use the effect there. So might be entering accepted game state territory, but I guess we'll see shortly. But it does look like we're making Garura here. So Garura, Wings of Resonant Life. Two matching types there. And of course, able to draw a card once it's sent to the graveyard, do double battle damage. Certainly a fun card. Sees a lot of combo play in Dogmatica decks. Heck, you could even use it in a Dragon Master Magia deck if you've been lucky enough to collect one of those. So a little brief interaction here with the judge. Not sure what's going on, but certainly could trust our judge behind the scenes to make sure everything's going the way it should. Now, we're certainly aware, but sometimes when both players forget what cards can and can't resolve, we enter accepted game state territory. So when somebody does not acquire a significant advantage in the game, and play proceeds from there. Taking a brief moment here as we wait for our players and judge to work this combo out. Nothing new's happened, so it's not like you're missing out on anything. I think we're just talking it through. Still just waiting here. And again, this happens from time to time, even at the YCS format. Yeah, just taking the time to make sure that the players are fully educated on what it is they are doing. We got our Garura, but we haven't even seen the fusion materials hit the grave yet. So curious to see what the issue may be. We'll get an update from our judge team when we can. And if we end up into appeal territory, we'll just take a brief break and hang out until it's time to duel once more. These players are having a good time. And remember, our judge is still going to give a time extension, so we know there's approximately about 33 minutes left on the clock before things happen, so we'll be fine. Although I'm not sure that this duel will go to time. With powerful monsters like Exodia, man, you're about to punch for like tens of thousands of life points. So wholly possible that this is no photo finish. All right, let me see if we can get an update for all those of you at home. Gonna see if we can get an update. There might be a brief silence for me, but don't worry, friends. I'm just here to help you. I'll be right back. All right, friends, so we got an update for you. Here's the first good news. Super polymerization was chain link 3. It was not in response to the Trap Tricks the Trap Tricks Rafflesia effect was not in response to the Super Poly. So there is no illegal activations of any cards. So we're going to go ahead and have our judge talk this through. Of course, we are going to go ahead and fuse these monsters off. And our judge team has it from there. A little bit of an appeal behind the scenes with the assistant head judge. So they get to catch all of it, but here's the good news. Yep, it looks like everything is gone. So we are back to normal, friends. Don't worry, they're reading just like you are. And we'd love to see you in a judge uniform if those of you in the chat want to come help us out in person. All right, so where were we, duelists? Well, here's what's up. We've got our gorgeous Garura on the field. Now we're going to use Sengenjin Wakes from Millennium. Seems like we did not reveal, so we should be paying 2,000 life points on the top. Expensive, but worth it. I'd say. If you haven't played the Millennium deck, it is just a great vibe. Certainly looking forward to that deck hitting Master Duel, so more duelists can just experiment with it and find out if it's their forever deck. Don't worry, friends, we've got it. Notice the Exodia monster's not back. And also have to remember, I don't have any power here.
Okay, so to explain the sequence of events, it was Exodia returning, Rafflesia.
All right, just got an update from the judge team again. They are on the same page you guys are, so they'll be going ahead and fixing stuff shortly. Don't worry, friends, and we'll get a time extension, but it may not be reflected on the Neuron screen, so give them just a moment. All right, so looks like we're going to go ahead and get this straightened out. Good news is both of these decks have plenty of cool, complicated effects. So it's nice that we get to see everything that these decks can do, but it sometimes gets a little complicated. Remember the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game? Some people think of it as the hardest card game on the planet. And it is, but that just means that everybody who knows how to duel is a genius on their own right. And remember, they're not just chilling at home, sitting back, relaxing, watching the duel. They're in the driver's seat. And I'll tell you, it's a little different when you're in the driver's seat. So certainly appreciate all the help and feedback we've gotten. And we're definitely passing that on. But we'll just have to let the duelists and judges do their job. Definitely appreciate that you all appreciate us, though. Again, we are in round 3 of Game Guy's Regional Championship for the Rage of the Abyss format. And probably one of the few regional championships you do get to see stream. They definitely put a lot of effort and work in. So be sure to subscribe, fam, because you know that Supreme Darkness Regional will be here before you know it. And then we get to see Evil Heroes. Hey, I love Evil Heroes. We're allowed. We're allowed. So it is possible that we may need to rewind the game. Okay, here we go. So we're back to business. Looks like we're back in, so we're going to go ahead and looks like we're going to use the Millennium Ankh. Okay, I see what they're doing. They're making sure that everything was the way it was supposed to be. Definitely a funny situation to be in. It does kind of remind you that for the Exodia deck, you're in that very weird situation where you may need to include 2 copies of the Fusion Monster in your extra deck, and if you don't do so, that could be a little tricky. Definitely see another set of arms there. Remember, we do have multiple judges, including our assistant head judge and head judge at the Ever Ready. This is still a regional championship. We're not just streaming here for fun. And we are having a good time. All right, so looks like we are rewinding everything. So back to how things were. Traptrix Pudica back in the banish. We're going to put that trap card back there. We are going to put the Heart of the Blue Eyes back. We're going to put the Super Polymerization back, and we're rewinding the game state fully. Now, you may be like, how can you rewind back so many cards? Let me tell you, fam. Go back and watch the archive broadcast of the Dragon Duel World Championship in 2016. And you may be like, Pheromone, that is awfully specific. And I'm like, yeah, because they rewound 6 turns. So things can happen. But we get by with a little help from our friendly neighborhood Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges, and we're back to where we should be. And I was not telling no fibs. 6 turns. The good news, again, is players have their own clock here and are likely going to be issued a time extension by our judges, so we still have plenty of great dueling action. This is, again, a really wild match. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Science. You do not usually see Exodia against Traptrix. And probably because you don't see a lot of Traptrix. You don't see that much Exodia, although Exodia has been very good. This Millennium deck. Remember that you don't even have to play the Millennium cards in a Millennium deck. They're just free bodies. You like Kashtira, you like Gold Pride. This is just another one of those great things you can splash in and pay a few thousand life points, and all of a sudden you got great level 8, 7, 5. I think there's a 6. There's a lot of different level monsters in there that you can use for bodies for yours. So now we're back to an 11-minute time extension. I was updated by our wonderful assistant head judge. Thank you, as always, for keeping our tournament in a fun and fair environment. And it is difficult to get. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a marathon, not a sprint. Every card is not played by a beautifully drawn anime character who Sweats no sweat, bleeds no blood, right? These are real human beings here, just trying their best. But we do have our Blue Eyes. Heart of Blue Eyes doing some great stuff. It's incredible. And remember, if you're an Exodia player, think about the melody of Awakening Dragon. All of a sudden, you can discard to add 2 copies of Millennium monsters from your deck to your hand, and then discard one of them in order to search the Millennium Ankh. Some fun stuff out there for all of our grandpa loving friends out there. But Heart of the Blue Eyes hitting the field there, but it is a Trap Tricks deck, and we saw that Bottomless Trap hole earlier, so destroy and banish. But it looks like now we're going to go ahead and drop the Super Polymerization. So Super Polymerization here to fuse at a moment's notice, possibly getting rid of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Discarding that Sengenjin Wakes from a Millennium, but actually just going to take it on the nose. Goodbye Heart of Blue Eyes, destroyed, then banished. And now we're going to fusion some in the way that we always meant to. So here comes our Garura. And now we're going to discard another Blue Eye. So we're eventually getting back to where we were. And now we're going to activate the effect there, grabbing the Millennium Ankh, shuffling the deck. Maybe trying to put another Exodia on the field there. If there's even another Exodia in Ethan's extra deck, this is the cost of running one card and thinking you're going to get it back later, if that happens to be the case with him. For all we know, he could be playing 3, and he's like, okay, yeah, Millennium Ankh, here's some pieces. I'd like to show you my Exodia. So Sengenjin Wakes from a Millennium. Remember those in the chat, we did rewind the game state back to the beginning of that turn, and they did get an 11-minute time extension. So it's not necessarily another Super Polymerization, so much it is the same Super Polymerization a second time. Or the first time, since we rewound time. All right, Kang the Conqueror, jokes aside. Everything seems good. Got a thumbs up there from the judges, so we're getting right back into it. Sengenjin Wakes from a Millennium, of course, going to grab the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure, but instead of paying life points, you're just going to be able to reveal the Millennium Ankh. Go ahead and summon that out. It's time to get the Wedju Temple. Wedju Temple, of course, where they keep all the God cards and other stone tablets from Season 5. And actually, the art's just right out of the manga. It's really, really cool that even after all these years, they've managed to include everything back in. We also updated the life points, if you didn't notice, since the Pinguicula could not special summon the Exodia, since it was special summoned and not properly fusion summoned before banished. Then that means it was never on the field to pay 1,000 life points, although there is a new one now, so those life points will be back before you know it. But now we're back to where we should be. Both players trying to figure out what it is they want to do next. We're doing good so far. Again, nice to have full control. Geraldine looking through some trap cards there. Sort of the Trap Trick special. All right, so just going to jump back in. And it looks like the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure is going to attack. Again, these are still monster cards, and most of them have over 2,000 attack. And Exodia attacking for an amount equal to the life points there. So as you can see, the judge is going to go ahead and reset the life points there, because it looks like Ethan Cruz does take it. Took a little bit of time to get there. We had to do some rocket science level Yu-Gi-Oh judging. But in the end, Exodia was the friend that Ethan needed in order to crush Geraldine's life points. And just really good stuff there. Again, For those of you here at the venue, remember you're locked and loaded with us for a whole 8 rounds because the storms may be getting kind of fierce between 1 to 6 p.m. So if you need to take a break in between, grab your umbrella. It's going to be a wild afternoon here. But the good news is after the regional is over, the weather is set to clear. So we're looking forward to having you here the whole day. And, well, once it's no longer time to duel, you're free to go home. For those of you just joining us in the chat, it is round 3. And we're coming up still. We've finished the end of game 1. Player on the bottom there in the blue, Ethan, won the first game with his powerful Exodia. Unstoppable Exodia incarnate. So Geraldine's got her work cut out for her for sure. I think she certainly learned the power of Exodia. Definitely learned all about its card text. But having a monster that big with a built-in spell and trap negation effect and the ability to set cards from the deck that can either clear your whole field or make a monster that destroys all spells and traps, that can be very scary. So Heart of the Cards be with Geraldine. Going to need to get some combination of traps to lock things down. And it can't just be one. You're going to need 2 trap holes to stop this because, well, think about it. Bottomless trap hole, negate. Okay, fine, here's another trap hole because the timing is right. But this is a really different matchup. There's a lot of vulnerabilities. And you find that throughout Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you think you really know a deck and then you play it against something you've never played before and you're like, oh, no, okay, my whole deck is targeting and destruction. And that whole deck wants to target and destroy. I'm fine. Speaking of fine, we're glad that you've just joined us here because, again, we will be going into the next round, or excuse me, next duel shortly. As players go ahead and pass their decks across the table. Now, you may have not gotten a good look at that, but don't worry, we'll see it soon enough. And speaking of hands, Geraldine drawing her own super polymerization. Now, you can't change super poly to super poly, so first person to blink and fuse gets to blink and fuse. Now we do see Phantom Knight trap cards as well as Trap Tricks trap cards, but I'm not seeing the Holy Tea, I'm just seeing the Phantom Knights of Shade Brigandine. Geraldine already looking at the extra deck. You can always kind of know where a duelist mind is going just by which card they sort of pause and stare at. You know, what is so interesting about Salamangrade Almirage? Well, probably means that a monster could be normal summon with 1,000 attack or less. And technically speaking, Phantom Knights of Shade Brigandine is a very small monster. Well, as we gaze deep into the Abyss here for our Rage of the Abyss tournament, looks like we're going to go and set the Phantom Knights of Shade Brigandine. Set an additional card here. Maybe not. Geraldine thinking about it. Clutching that card. What is this card going to do for me? Do I need to set it? Do I want to set it? Should I set it? Can hear the heartbeat from here. Oh, but the Yamayugi within saying, don't set that card, set this one instead. She's committed to it, so at least that one's hit the board. Setting that one. Now we know there's the super polymerization that was in her hand, so she might have been considering what card do I want to keep? What's going to be my discard for the super polymerization? A huge decision there. But not as big a decision for Ethan as he just tosses his Heart of Blue Eyes there. Using all that powerful support to accent his Exodia strategy. Exodia fans are eating well. But, oh no, take a look at Gravedigger's Trap Hole. 2,000 life point damage dealt to Ethan Cruz and negating the activated effect of Heart of the Blue Eyes in the hand. So, no, you're not getting that Millennium Monk. Too bad for you. But it doesn't mean that Ethan is down and out. Just means he's going to have to play this as if it's the Infinite Forbidden, right? Maybe he has access to Sengenjin that wakes from a Millennium. Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure. Oh, no! Speak its name and it shall appear. Sengenjin that wakes from Millennium, just about to get this done. It would be able to special summon itself and add the monster from the deck to the hand via the spell and trap effect. So there's no chance to actually stop it right now. You have to hit it afterwards with those trap holes. So, paying 2,000 life points, Ethan is going to special summon Sengenjin that wakes from Millennium and grab one of those Millennium cards from his deck to his hand. And looks like this time he's going for the Millennium Shield as an alternative way to get the Millennium Ankh and bring out the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. So placing that Millennium Ankh in the spell trap zone. Geraldine staring at that card that was so difficult for her to set down. That was such a difficult experience to be like, oh, do I set it or do I not set it? And now she may be paying for it. I guess we'll have to find out. But the Millennium Shield is activated. The Millennium Ankh is added from the deck to the hand. This might be the chance to do it. Stop this. And now Super Polymerization hits the field, combining possibly 2 Earth monsters. Discarding a card. And the monster she makes may just be Garura. Or Mud Dragon of the Swamp. A little bit of a decision she's got to make here. Looks like it's going to be in defense mode. Mud Dragon of the Swamp. So it paid off. It was the Super Polymerization. She was thinking about it really hard, and that turned out to be the right decision as Ethan sits at only 2,000 life points left from how many times he's had to pay for his Millennium Monster effects. But speaking of Millennium Monsters, the Millennium Ankh makes itself known. Going to showcase all 5 pieces of Exodia here. Hey, it's a leg, the head, the other leg. It's in there somewhere. There's an arm. And yeah, okay, there we go. All 5 pieces of Exodia. Nice little deck profile there. Showcasing all the great cards that Ethan has. And this is just one of those anime decks that feels so good to play, right? Now, if you're wondering what's going on, if you're just joining us after seeing a Super Polymerization, not much else, I'd be curious what Geraldine's running. Well, she's still playing Trap Trick. Nothing changed since the beginning of this duel. Now, pushing the traps just a little harder there. It's going to be a difficult run, given the fact that the Unstoppable Exodia card has that built-in spell and trap negation. Oh, but interesting. Negating the trap card and then allowing for the Phantom Knights of Shade Brigandine to hit the field. Now, the Unstoppable Exodia card does attack, and it looks like it's going to go after the Mud Dragon. And it does gain attack points permanently equal to the attack point, or it should be the life points. But as you can see, Ethan doesn't have a lot of life points, so that is just a 2,000 attack Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. Well, they don't call it like the Stoppable Exodia Incarnate, but it could be destroyed by battle, especially with attack points that low. But Geraldine on the ropes here doesn't have a lot of resources. And by playing pure Trap Trick, at least so far of what we've seen, there's not like a Paleozoic Dynamiscus to be able to banish something, or maybe a Paleozoic Canadia to flip it face down, reset those attack points. Seems like we've drawn Infinite Impermanence, powerful for sure, but considering that it's just one trap card that could easily be negated by the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, that could be painful. Now, here's the funny thing. Does Geraldine know that if a duelist pays exactly the life points that are their life points, they lose the duel? Because all Geraldine has to do to survive this duel is just live for 2 standby phases of Ethan. And I've seen it. I've done it to myself. You lose 1,000 life points during that standby phase and then 1,000 again. But right now, the Exodia Incarnate on Ethan's side of the field is allowing him to set one of those powerful Exodia cards. And it looks like it's going to be Obliterate Blaze. Obliterate Blaze does 2 very powerful things. 1, it's Heavy Storm. 2, it allows you to equip every piece of Exodia to the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate and give it 2,000 attack for each. And oh, it does piercing battle damage. And given that the Phantom Knights of Shade Brigandine is also still a trap card, that could be very rough. But looks like we're actually just going to be setting a card here. Maybe not wanting to get rid of those face downs. Oh, but it was another Obliterate Blaze. Okay, so there is the Obliterate Blaze that was just set. So now we're moving on. Then we paid 1,000 life points. So we might be destroying every spell and trap here. So Shade's a Duelist Kingdom here, right? We got an Insect Duelist facing down Exodia, but instead of Weevil Underwood just tossing those Exodia pieces into the Atlantic Ocean, Instead, looks like Exodia is going to, well, do what it does best. Punch very, very hard. Using Infinite Impermanence. Trying to negate that effect. So that's going to destroy everything. And I'm pretty certain that the Exodia did negate the effect of the Infinite Permanence, which is really important because remember that Obliterate Blaze doesn't do those things. It gives those things as an effect to the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. So if you're feeling, laissez-faire, be like, I'm not going to negate that. Well, then you actually don't get this powerful effect where you're putting every piece of Exodia on the board here. Notice that Ethan is sort of piling this up perfect. He's making a little art project as he aligns his pieces in a visually satisfying way. And remember, it's 2,000 attack points for each of those equipped Exodia pieces. So given that it already was 2,000 attack, and when it battles, it'll gain another 1,000 attack to 3,000. Well, it also gains 10,000, so it's a 13,000 attack trampling monster. Piercing battle damage abound. Definitely good stuff here for sure. It shows you that you can play your favorite cards. The deck may feel different. Nobody's saying you don't have to do any Duel Academy homework. But you can still play Exodia. And if you're like Ethan, it's going to work out in a wide variety of situations, including against Trap Tricks. So Geraldine hasn't conceded. Doesn't seem like she has any cards in view from the camera there. Well, but get your flashes ready. It's not going to be a photo finish here. Remember, they have an 11-minute time extension. So even though you see 5 minutes, 17 seconds on the clock there from Neuron, well, it's still going to happen. So yep, looks like we're just kind of waiting to see if it's concession or not. Maybe a Giants attack here. But Geraldine explains her position to the judge briefly, just making sure that we verify everything. Definitely Effect Veiler would work. There are a number of cards you could play because remember, the piercing battle damage is an effect that has been given to Exodia by the quick play spell card. Some of my favorite effects in the game are like cards that give other monsters effects, and usually they do have some anime tie-ins, whether it's the great ritual materials for the Blackluster Soldier, Super Soldier, right, the Evening Twilight Night, and the Night of Beginning. It's cool when a monster like gets an effect, right? Just get a little explanation from the judge. Seems like we know what it is that should be able to happen. Perhaps the monster's effect, it should have been negated. I mean, it's done what it is supposed to do. But again, this has been a rocket science duel, so we may need a little assistance from our judges in order to translate what it is that's going on. Certainly, probably the gist of this conversation is an explanation of the effect to make sure that both players comfortably understand. Of course, you always have that right. Don't be that duelist. It's like, no, I don't want to call the judge. I don't want to make it a problem. That's what they're here for. They give up their dueling time, duelists in their own right. They don't get to enter the tournament because they've decided they want to make it a better experience for you. Speaking of experience, I'm curious to know what the experience is there. Even Geraldine taking a little bit of a relaxing stance there. Maybe knows what's up. Both players smiling just a little wryly. Kind of know there's got to be something up. Looks like we are going through here, just waiting for somebody's life points to go down. Now, it's also possible that the judge is just out of view. And it looks like play may be resuming. We'll certainly get some updates. One of these players is going to win, so we get to hear all about what was going on in the duel room there. the heart of Battle City here in beautiful Pasadena, Texas. Well, the clock ticks on. Remember, while it says 2 minutes on that Neuron clock, they do have an 11-minute time extension, and maybe another one coming if there is a judge issue of some kind here. Maybe there's an appeal. Again, you always have that right to appeal. All right. So going to go ahead and cut there. It looks like play might have resumed. The eyes turn off camera, likely our judge. Seems like someone's standing just by the posture of Geraldine and Ethan's eyes. Judge has returned. Is explaining something. Remember, you don't have to judge in a vacuum, too. If there's any Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge aficionados listening or in the crowd, it's okay if you don't know the ruling. Just say, hey, guys, I want to make sure you get the right answer. So we're going to go ahead and talk to you about that. So it looks like we might have had an illegal activation of some kind. No, okay. Looks like we're... Oh, I think we paid 1,000 life points. That's what it seems to be. Because we might be going into game 3. Because remember, if your life points are 1,000 and you are told to pay 1,000, you can do that. And if you do that, well, that means you're losing the duel. We're going to game 3. And that seems to be what actually may be happening because I do not see any slips passed across the table here. So I do think that that may have been it. Seems to be an order of operations. So he's already paid it and he's already conceded his cards. He didn't have to do it. There was a version of that where he could have activated the quick play spell card, Obliterate Blaze, in order to pay his life points down to half. 500 would be less than 1,000, and then you couldn't pay 1,000 and you would not lose. But when you are called upon to pay 1,000 and you have 1,000, well, the bank account's empty. That zero is going to feel kind of bad. But that does seem to be where we're at. We're going into game 3 here, as both players seem to be accessing their side deck, so we get just a little bit more Exodia and Trap Tricks. Now that both duelists are pretty familiar with everything here, looks like we're going to be able to have a nice, clean game 3. And again, you may see 0 on that timer. Now, if you're curious at home, if you're like, what is going on? I don't understand. That's okay. The Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate requires you to pay 1,000 life points during every standby phase. And again, he had 1,000 life points. I've literally done it to myself. I've had 1,000 life points. Be like, you know what? I ain't got anything. I'm going to draw. I'm going to pay. And now I'm at 0. And that seems to be what's occurred here. Now, there was an alternative way out. Those players at home are like, oh, but I don't want to play Exodia. Don't worry. You could have just paid your life points in half. So, yeah, it's okay. It happens. It happens. It's every time. Every time. But don't worry. Ethan seems like he's in good spirits. Geraldine as well, since she's still in the duel. Again, this is important. Why you need to enforce your rights. Never be that player who's just like, oh, no, the judge. No. 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 I can't tell you how many conversations I've had over the course of 25 years of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Trying to empower people to just be like, yeah, hey, judge, is this what this does? Yeah, it is what that does. All right, well, now we're back into game 3. Looks like we're going to start off with Dimension Shifter. And Ethan likely to go first. Looks like I'm seeing 2 pieces of Exodia there. But that may be it. I guess maybe passed over to the opponent, letting Geraldine go first. So it looks like we're setting Trap Tricks Holutia. Going to immediately activate Trap Tricks Holutia, discarding Infinite Impermanence. But it's going to get banished. Remember that, because we do have that Dimension Shifter. So after Trap Tricks Holutia leaves the field, for a Link Summon a Trap Trick Sarah. See where we end up going up next. But it doesn't seem like we really have anything, right? No Arachno Campus here, just 2 Ash Blossoms and the Trap Trip Garden. Hey, that was then, and this is now. We're in game 3, regardless of whether you like it or not. Trap Trick Garden hitting the field does give you that additional normal summon of a Trap Trick monster. But that might not be helpful right now. Because you're just staring down at the double Ash Blossom. Now, it's still the first turn of the duel if you're getting turned around by that Dimension Shifter again. Geraldine was made to go first. Perhaps Ethan wants to see that additional drawn card push through. And we got our first normal summon there. It looks like we're going to go for the SP Little Knight. Ethan drawing for the turn, being the player who went second in this game 3. All right, here we go. So just a set monster in defense mode and 1 set card on the field. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Staring again into that Salamangreat Almirage, it's not really going to help very much. Looks like SP Little Knight rearing up to attack and finding out that the face down is an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. We've got Ash Blossom's normal summoner set all over the place. But 1800 defense will do it as Geraldine loses 200 life points. Ethan could hardly believe it, picking up the Ash Blossom. No, it doesn't go to the graveyard. It's going to stay there. Ethan draws a card as he enters his second turn of the duel. 4th turn overall. So both players trying to get out of this duel alive. Remember, the clock says 0, but there was an 11-minute time extension that the judge is privately keeping track of. So we'll find out who is a victor by photo finish or not. But it looks like draw pass on Ethan's side. Taking a look into the extra deck again there. Certainly a lot of different options that we haven't seen this duel. Always looking at Salamangreat Almirage. Certainly wants to be able to use that powerful card, but the combo is not ready yet. You would need a normal summon monster. I guess we could tribute set the Dimension Shifter. Parallel Sea is not doing a whole lot, and neither is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. It's not too much in the hand that you can get by, so it looks like play actually passes. So Ethan appears to draw for turn, starts thinking about his options. And Ethan goes ahead and plays the Millennium Shield and loses 2,000 life points activating the effect, but that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring says no. So now we've got the third Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring showing up on the screen here. A play set between players. Certainly a lot of people interested in this Exodia deck. It did make top 32 again at the recent YCS Niagara Falls. A lot of cool stuff at YCS Niagara Falls, from Sky Strikers to Crystal Beasts. But in this game 3, still just proceeding. And now we're going to try again. Should be another Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Did activate a card effect to place that in the Spell and Trap Zone. It looks like we're going to pay 2,000 life points to activate a spell and trap effect now. SP Little Knight thinking about it. I don't know if that's the play. If you do that, you jump out of the way. Well, there's nothing in your way. It looks like with the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasure's effect is going to resolve. And that'll mean the Wedge U Temple is added from the deck to the hand. Activating the Wedge U Temple. Going to go ahead and use its effect to place a card from the hand, it seems, in order to get another monster from the deck that's a Millennium monster, also into the spell and trap zone. It looks like we're going to have to play Exodia, but decided not to use that Lava Golem instead. And so the Lava Golem is going to get that Seng Engine that wakes from a Millennium. And I think the route for Ethan appears to be to use 2,000 more life points, special summon Seng Engine that wakes from a Millennium, probably grab Heart of Blue Eyes, discard Heart of Blue Eyes, get the Millennium Ankh, and then make Exodia again. But it'll be a very tiny Exodia this time. With Ethan in the driver's seat. Well, these duelists have to make their own decisions. But here's Seng Engine that wakes from Millennium. Picking up the deck to add from the deck to the hand. Can just barely see Heart of Blue Eyes there. If you look under the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game logo, that seems to be where it hit the table. All right, so for those of you watching at home, remember that the 2,000 life points, that's Ethan. And time's not out. There's a separate timer for the judge. But it looks like, wow, using Ash Blossom and the level 8 monster there to make Psychic End Punisher, who will gain the difference in attack points between those two monsters and is unaffected by monster effects. You thought we were just about big fusions at Exodia. Actually, no. We're also about big synchros. You can even pay another 1,000 life points to banish both monsters from the field, too. But Psychic End Punisher, a great monster again. 3 plus 8 is definitely 11. And those life point payments really paid off here. It's like getting a whole reimbursement. And so it's attacking time. And again, it is 3,500 on its own, plus 5,800. So that's what, 9,300? I mean, I went to Duel Academy, not math school, but big numbers coming up. And that should be enough to close it out. So we got to see Gold Pride today, but the only person off to the races is Ethan. So maybe 100 left. Certainly a lot of pure Exodia builds making their way to the top tables. A lot of great ways to play this deck, so. But Geraldine is no slouch as she got into round 3 this far with Trap Tricks. And with top 32 making it, Geraldine could still be heading off to next year's North American World Championship Qualifier. But we do see that we're picking up cards on Ethan's side. Things seem to be relaxing just a little bit, so I do believe that Ethan finally scraping by through game 3. Definitely a duel that took quite a bit here. But good stuff. And a reminder that there is a lot going on in that Millennium deck. Certainly worth people at home giving it a try. But definitely just a slug out of a duel here. We'll get a chance to talk to Ethan in just a moment about some of the decisions he made and what he learned about his own Exodia cards. But he moves on. And that means the Millennium still has a chance in this tournament. A lot of decks do. If you watched our last Game Guys broadcast in the middle of the Infinite Forbidden format, You may remember that the finals, the undefeated table one at the very last round, was Salamangreat versus Dragon Link, just straight up Dragon Link. And this was post Borreload Savage Dragon hitting the dust. So there's a lot of cool stuff out there that you can still play. People have big opinions when it comes to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Here's the funny thing, they're all right. Every single one is right. Because there's so many different decks you can play. And both of these duelists showcasing that exactly here. And really the same thing, a nice deck box, by the way. Just some incredible stuff here again. Got to see things go up, go down, including life points that maybe didn't want to go down. But certainly shows that there's a lot of really cool stuff in the format. Well, I'm hoping that we get, as we peruse through those who have signed up for featured matches, is maybe we'll get to showcase some stuff beyond the Azamina strategy that really showcases how big Rage of the Abyss has been. It also shows you that, Mulcharmi Fualos is not everywhere. A lot of duels that you can win just playing it straight. So Ethan in the blue, going to be talking to us soon. Blue skies smiling at us here. Or at least for Ethan, since he made it. Just waiting for our duelist of the day to pop out here, talk to us just a little bit about what happened in there. Certainly a Duel Academy lesson if I ever saw one. So, Ethan, if you want to just pull up a chair here and throw on your headset, we're already live. Talk to about all the craziness that happened in Exodia. So, I got to say, I think all of us together learned a lot about what the Millennium Monk does, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize that I couldn't that it's not a proper fusion summon, so that's my fault. I thought it was a fusion summon because I read it kind of like branded fusion.
Fair. And it's okay, too, because there's a lot of weird cards hidden throughout Yu-Gi-Oh! Like Starlight Road. We're like, oh, yeah, I guess that would come up. And remember, too, that it's not a card that was returning a banished card. It's special something. So, like, trap tricks are also really weird, too.
Yeah.
But you still managed to get through there. Was there anything specific that, like, this Exodia deck is meant to take care of in the format? Or you were just like, no, I like Exodia, I'm playing Exodia?
So it's a little bit of both. I think it actually has a very decent Fire King Snake Eye matchup solely because of the fact that the destruction effects don't do anything. And the only real thing that I'd be worried about in that deck is Flamberge, but I have like a billion outs of that card. And then also I wanted to play it just because it's really fun.
Yeah, it seems like it's a blast. I mean, seeing the Obliterate Blaze and the Exile, I'm just like, well, you're about to find out that all your cards are gone. So
yeah.
Really cool stuff. Is there anything you're worried about? I ask every duelist this. When you're playing Exodia, is there any problem deck where you're like, oh gosh, just not that?
Weirdly enough, it's probably going to be Centurion. Because especially if they go first, they set up the Cosmic Blazar. That's something that I have a really hard time getting through. But I think that's really much the only thing I'm worried about. Everything else is just issues with the deck that I might have.
That's fair. There's a lot of cool things that we've seen people try. The weirdest thing I've seen somebody use in an Exodia deck is actually Melody of Awakening Dragon to grab the Heart of Blue Eyes. Has that crossed your mind yet?
It's actually in my deck list. I just never saw it.
Okay, because it's just so cool to be able to see that, like, yeah, it's a Blue Eyes card, but it's an Exodia card. So, like, you have so many different ways into the Unstoppable Exodia card. So it's really cool. Got to ask you, though, is this a forever deck, or is there something you're eyeballing for future formats?
So I'm anticipating Crossover Breaker set when that comes out. There's a couple of decks that come out from that set that I'm really looking forward to playing, but this deck I probably might play. I'll play for sure until then.
Okay, cool. Well, good stuff. You still got 5 rounds left to go, so good luck, fam. And we'll see you pretty soon here. Don't go away. All right, we're doing a quick tech check here. Sounds like the audio is working just fine. How about in the chat you tell me if you can hear us? Can you hear us? I'm sure you can. You know, it's going to be really funny when people say, nope, audio is still off, and I'm going to fall for it. Hee hee hee. All right, friends, we are back, and the good news is we've got our duelists too. Like we mentioned in the chat, we had a little bit of technical difficulty, so the duelists are already in progress. It's going to be the beginning of game 2. We have Labyrinth versus Ubel Fiendsmith, and the Labyrinth player won the first one. So I'm going to go ahead and jump on in. Getting the deck list too, so we can know exactly who's on what. Let's see what we got. All right, so again, Andy running, oh, cool. Okay, so we got ourselves some Labyrinth stuff going on. And then again, Dylan, the younger player there, not in the pink jersey, is going to be running the awesome Ubel Fiendsmith deck. Certainly very popular there, so it'll be nice to see what we've got. Again, Dylan did not win the first one, so he is likely to go first. And again, thank you for your patience here. We know that it has been quite a hectic little day here over at the Game Guys Arena. But it is time to duel. So we back. Now, I would say don't pay attention to the clock there. They're going to have their own independent clock and time extension, so it's important that they get their own timer started with the time that's left here. But we've got ourselves a match here. And really, like, great pace of play here. As they've already completed that first game in just a few minutes, so there's still quite a lot of time left on the clock there. Again, Dylan, certainly a well-known duelist locally, and it's good when you certainly start playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game at a young age because, you know, you get a lot more years of experience. You could be telling your friends, hey, I've been playing this since I was like 7 years old. And they're like, wait a sec, how does that, wait, what? But when the game's been out for 25 years, well, we've got to get some new blood in here somehow. All right. Certainly a familiar pink jersey. Same team as world champion Ruben Peñaranda. But Andy, no slouch in the dueling world himself, right? Every duelist a champion of their own making. Looks like they are going to update the Neuron timer for us, so that's cool. Make sure that the timer is consistent. Neat. Okay, so we've got the same stuff as everybody else, so back into the duel mode. Again, if you're just joining us, it's going to be Labyrinth versus Ubel Fiendsmith, with Andy up there in the pink, sitting in the red chair, having won the first game with Labyrinth. Players are quickly just side decking everything out here. And if you want to be on the featured match stage, there should be a sign-up form here at Game Guys. So you don't just have to watch the duels, you could be the star of the show. All right, looks like the duels are just about ready here. Haven't seen any Mimighoul games yet. There may be some Mimighoul duelists out there. They got a lot of great support in Rage of the Abyss, so if we don't get to feature them here, remember there is an upcoming YCS in about exactly 30 days. So we may be able to see some fun stuff at YCS Anaheim. Let's go ahead and draw up here. And looks like a pretty mixed hand there. Good splash of cards that can activate from the hand. Looks like Dylan's going to go ahead and set a few things there, but all disruption and no engine. That Mulcharmy Fuwalos did not get much done. But it looks like during the end phase of the turn, before the draw even happens, we're going to see some Labyrinth action. So what card are we going to grab here? Looks like we are going to grab a lot of options. I'm noticing that's a little more popular nowadays, picking up like one half of the deck and looking through it, and then picking up the other half of the deck. But nope, just time to welcome in some Labyrinths here. Again, the impact of Mulcharmy Fuwalos, it's a different vibe than Max C. We're not seeing people just play through it. A lot of times they will stop dead cold. Okay, or of course, in Dylan's case here, he shouldn't have any Ubel-based cards to play, so it was really easy not to give his opponent any draws. Special summoning out the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. Lovely Labyrinth gazing deeply from the graveyard. You're absolutely right. There's not a whole lot that's set face down in the field there. Just a single Infinite Impermanence and Cosmic Cyclone. And not bad cards given the situation, right? If you're fighting against Labyrinth, you do want to pay thousands of life points and banish some stuff. Looks like we're going to try to welcome in a new Labyrinth monster here. And no response there. Not choosing to even Cosmic Cyclone to get rid of the trap card. Oh, but Infinite Impermanence. But it can't be targeted because there's still a face-down card. So a little bit of information given there. Going to go ahead and banish. But then you still can't do it just yet. So it's an order of operations problem. One of the most difficult things about trying to play a control style here. Banishing the Infinite Impermanence, great there to get rid of that powerful card. And remove that set. And you could definitely use the Infinite Impermanence now, but your opponent knows it's coming, so it's no longer got that surprise, and they'll tell you. Cool plays are cool, but cool plays are cooler when they're surprises, so definitely be careful with your cards. Make sure they're legal activations before you try to activate them. That's okay, it looks like. Andy's going to go ahead and think about that trap trick. Yep, we're going to set trap trick to the field. Rocking out those Earth-style Master Duel-esque sleeves. Now, if you're wondering about the hand count, remember that. There was a little bit of a discard there, too. So hand numbers are a little different. Oh, it looks like we do have the Ghost Ogre. And remember, you can't use Ghost Ogre because you can't respond to the effects of Labyrinth monsters while the lovely Labyrinth is on the field. So Dylan have to work through what he's got. But eventually those cards are being effective. So now we're seeing Stovey Torby hit the field. Looks like we might be link summoning here with our two monsters. As two Labyrinths hit the grave. Combining to form, oh nice, we've got Chaos Angel there. Wasn't made with any light monsters, so not unaffected. Made with the dark for the banish, so is going to banish the Infernal Grave Squirmer there. Labyrinth's certainly a nebulous deck, right? It's hard to pin out what is this deck doing to me that I'm having such a problem with, but it just has so many great resource loops, great grind, can really play a duel just long into the future. In the hands of a great duelist like Andy, well, we're seeing that you can go toe-to-toe even with a fearsome U-Bell deck, considered one of the better decks in the format for sure. Looks like another set monster there from Dylan, though. No U-Bell here. We haven't yet reached Season 3 of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. We're just sitting on Season 2. So going to go ahead and bounce. That's going to go back to the hand. Considering many of the monsters set were just cards that could activate from the hand, that may actually pay off for Dylan. May be able to pay that cost later. Dylan clasping his hands, keeping his head low as he watches the cards unfurl bit by bit as Andy's Labyrinth deck is just popping off, doing everything it needs to. Going to welcome in. It's going to be a big ol' welcome in this Labyrinth. But I'm going to go ahead and draw for turn. Looked like maybe we revealed a Mulcharmy Fawalos, at least for those of us who are watching from the camera above their heads. But we are going to change to attack position, the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. And then we're going to go ahead and activate and chain the effect there. So it is trap, trap, trap time. That trap trick is still set face down. And he reaches into the deck and didn't quite get to see. Oh, it's a different dimension ground there, so we'll be banishing cards. And once you see that Infernal Grave Squirmer, it's pretty obvious that you need to get rid of the graveyard. And Labyrinth has access to that too. So Ariana appearing. It looks like we're going to go ahead and also use the effects here to grab back the Stovey Torby, the Chandrag Lear, and then use the effect of our Labyrinth Servants to get even more Labyrinth fun. Just going to draw a card though, need more options. And there goes the Chandrag Lear back on the field again. Just going to go ahead and attack here. Andy having a little bit of a smile on his face. Certainly, who couldn't? And then activating the trap trick. So let's banish a trap to call another one. And oh, the handshake. What a short one that we got to catch here. But we'll get to talk to Andy all about how the first 2 games went. But again, showcasing that really just not a lot there. Fortunate enough to have the Spirit of Ubel. And maybe if got to survive one more turn, Dylan would have drawn the Lacrima of the Crimson Tears. But unfortunately, it just wasn't in the cards this time. But again, that puts us at the halfway point as we interview our 4th winner. We've only got 4 duels left. We've gotten to see, really, that there's just a lot of different decks you can play in this format. Again, Labyrinth still doing well, Ubel still doing well. Maybe there's a Water Duelist out there that we'd love to see. Players are gearing up, and for those of you at home, too, maybe you want a duel. Well, remember that the Remote Duel Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series is next week. Where is it located? Well, it's located right at your house. Or, you know, maybe your game shop if they're going to let you a computer. But soon, friends, soon. And there's not just the main event. There's also public events, too. So, hey, if you're just Master Duel or Duel Links aficionado, you can win yourself some great prizes from the comfort of your own mobile device. Both of these duelists certainly seasoned competitors, so we may see them end up back on the top tables before you know it. And there was that Samsara Lotus. Just 1 card away. There's the Ubel stuff. Oh, just a little chopped up there. Oh, and there's the Dark Beckoning Beast. Dylan's still a good sport about it as always, but Andy is taking this duel. Again, thank you as always for joining us. All right, there's those Cosmic Cyclones and additional spell and trap removal. You think it's the right call, and it is the right call. It is the right call for sure, but it just didn't come out in the right order, right? All those great cards, but sometimes you still got to draw those cards in the right order. That is why it's a trading card game. No stack in the deck here, still shuffling and cutting. But in a moment, we'll get to talk to Andy. Again, that pink jersey doing numbers. Maybe we'll see him at the World Championship next year. There's a whole lot of dueling between now and then, including in this tournament. But Dylan got a great smile on his face. As he signs the slip and gets ready for the next one. That's really all you can do, you know. Think about round 1 of any tournament. Half the players do not win. Maybe even more than that if all of them draw. But it didn't make you a bad duelist. Just means that today, wasn't your day. But Judge is going to take the slip up here, and we're going to get to talk to Andy in just a moment. What a playmat, by the way. All those different signatures from throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. Shows you how many friends you can make, how many memories you can keep. And certainly this will be a duel that Andy doesn't forget. As everything just worked out his way against his Ubel-wielding opponent, Dylan. But just like we said, Andy will be here in just a moment. Should be exiting the stage. As you can see, those are very empty chairs. So different chairs are about to fill up here. All right. So if we can go ahead and get you over here, Andy. Go ahead and put on this headset. We'll get to talk about some of the wild games we didn't get to see and the one that we did. So definitely good looking out. Gotta say, we didn't get to see game 1. But the fact that the Cosmic Cyclones were in there definitely showcases that we must have missed some stuff. So tell us about what happened game 1 then.
Well, game 1, he ended up breaking. He didn't have any form of, he didn't have no normal summon. He didn't go into his Fiendsmith engine. and the furniture just did its work. Pitch hit, set a card, didn't have anything to interact with it. OTK'd him in one turn, and then game 2, that's all. I wasn't expecting the Cosmic Cyclone, but I guess he was a little nervous being on stream. And he preemptively tried to activate the Cosmic during his turn, during his end phase, and I was like, no. And I think game 1 he set the Squirmer game 1 as well because he didn't have anything, and then he did the exact same thing. Come to find out at the very end, he actually had a Spirit in hand. He just didn't. I don't know.
Just didn't want to jump in with the
Spirit.
It's one of those things too where not everybody wears one of those fancy pink jerseys. We're seeing this go very far. I was going to say, what made you end up choosing Labyrinth though? Because obviously, this duel aside, you made a very concerted effort, and with so many duels on different stuff, what was it that shined out?
I think Labyrinth right now has an amazing time in the format where the Mochomis are running around, and the deck can pretty much just play around it. I was on the Math Lab for a while, it just set 5 pass, as bad as that sounds. But I do feel like the deck can utilize Impulse to the most right now. And since a lot of decks are running Impulse, I was like, let me play Furniture Lab again. I can play Transaction Rollback, and if I hard draw the Rollback, I can activate Rollback on their Impulse, and then the synergy is just, I don't know. There's so much more like nuance to the deck right now, and I feel like with the new release set of Rhoda, I think it just kind of enhanced it via the Impulse. And then Mochomis is just like we just had problems recurring or having the ability to add more cards to our hand that will give us more advantage playing through boards, and now we have that through the Mochomi Furulos. Deck, well, pretty much it just leaves people kind of like puts them in a really weird spot where they have to go to the extra deck, but sometimes they just pass, and if they pass, Labyrinth is winning after that. So.
And pretty much that's the thing we were even talking about in the chat here is that it really feels nebulous to play against Labyrinth because you're like, what is this deck doing? It's special summoning a monster and it's bouncing a card, but it does so much more than that as the game goes on. And really great heads-up play when we noticed that the lady was attempted to be targeting and just making sure to chop that up. It shows you that you're very experienced with that deck. You mentioned Dominus Impulse. Have you gotten to do any transaction rollback Dominus Impulses? Please?
I did actually.
Oh, cool.
I played against Fire King round 2, and it wasn't a quick match. It was I told him, but he had Impulse. I think my lady in my hand, and I'm like, all right, cool. Well, I know I can get lady on the field, so I can start playing with my traps and stuff. And then off of a trap trick, I ended up using lady to set a rollback in case he was going to pop it with Karen, because he can't obviously pop it with Karen because I control the rollback. And off the trap trick, I ended up banishing one DDG, set a DDG, activated it, and that was enough. And then I went into my turn, and he tried to Magnamut my Arius and Grave, and I was like, roll back onto your Impulse, since I have Labyrinth's trap cards.
Yeah.
So Impulse just ended up destroying out of his hand, and he just had one normal summon, and that was pretty much it. But yeah, the rollback with Impulse, it's so funny because a lot of decks are playing it right now, and since Labyrinth can utilize rollback to the max capacity, it just adds so much more. It's so good.
Definitely something to watch out for. Now, with crossover breakers kind of looming over everybody's head in the next month or so, is this something you're going to keep playing as we go into future formats, or you thinking about other decks as they come out?
I don't really know what comes out of the next set. Is that Malice that comes out?
Yeah, that's going to be the Malice, the Ryzeal, and even I can't remember the name of the third one, so no slack there.
The Malice looks really fun. They do utilize some trap cards to their advantage as well, but they revolve around banishing. And a lot of decks right now have problems playing through a shifter. My deck can consistently push out DDG, and so Malice looks really cool. But playing Labyrinth, I just feel like right now it's at a really good spot right now, where it could play through so much. And then having the utility of playing the rollback, for example, that we're discussing about, even if they Impulse or if they Ash it, I mean, if you have a rollback in rotation in the graveyard, you still play through it.
Yeah,
and so it just adds so much more. The problem right now is that the Fire King Azamina builds right now are able to put out like one Omni Negate, and there's so much follow-up that becomes a little bit harder. But we're just adapting right now to that strategy and just trying to find ways to combat that. Because if they go first, it's so hard to push through it. That's why I was a Math Lab for a while with the equation card. But I don't know. I mean, I guess I just haven't had a lot of experience playing against the Fire King matchup just yet, so I can't really say too much on that. But I mean, I did well against my opponent in round 2 with just Furniture Lab. So, well,
they're definitely still out there, so you'll probably get a chance to do it. We still got 4 rounds to go, so we'll go ahead and let you take a break and a little bit of relaxation. But man, good stuff, and hope to see you in future tournaments.
Likewise.
And speaking of future tournaments, we still have 4 rounds here, so don't go away. We'll be right back after this. All right, duelists. We have an empty dueling room, but don't worry, it'll be filling up soon because we are going into round 5. We've already got some of our deck lists pulled here. We're just waiting for our duelist to come on down. Again, if you want to come on down, again, Game Guys, this is not a closed venue. This is not like a secret cool kids club. You could be right here in Pasadena, Texas, over here at the Alameda Mall for the next regional or just for their usual weeklies. Remember, they're here Thursday at 5 p.m. or Saturday at 2 and 7 p.m., right? That's twice the action that you can have. And again, there's also a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just going on in general, right? There's remote duel regionals. There's also the remote Duel YCS that's going to be next weekend, where if you want to be, you're saying, hey, I could do this or I could do that, you could duel. We'd love to have you there too. So it's going to be fun. I'm playing in that one myself, so good luck. Hope to see some of our fine competitors out there. Definitely some good stuff. Again, remember, we are just experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties, but we will be having our next round up here soon. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my deck list from, there we go, just from nowhere. And we got ourselves a match here. This is going to be a fun one. So let's go ahead and tune on in down. So, our duelists will be getting set up shortly, but this is going to be a high-tier match for sure because we have two very powerful, well-known decks being piloted by two great duelists. So, in a moment here should be Jose versus Christian. And I think I see some shadows moving in there, but either or, again, Jose is going to be running. Well, in case I can't see it, we can't spoil the surprise yet, but it's going to be a good one. Again, just good stuff coming your way. Catching up on some of the messages we might have missed. Again, don't worry if you maybe lost a couple of your rounds. It's just great practice. A lot of people drop the tournaments particularly, and they say, oh no, I'm X2 dropped. Use that as an opportunity to make sure that you don't bump into anything the next time you duel, because it's an opportunity to practice, right? You're playing against great players who woke up just as early as you did, filled out their deck list paperwork, and all of that and more. So, again, use it to your advantage. Have a good time here. You're already here. You might as well duel, right? Speaking of dueling, again, we should be having our players here soon, but before we begin, again, it's just a great time to be playing the game. Rage of the Abyss has made a huge impact, but you also see that some of these successful decks are not necessarily just Rage of the Abyss based, right? Well, we have seen things like Dia Bellstar, Sinful Spoils, Fire King, taking advantage of the new cards from Rage of the Abyss. We've also seen that just throwing in a Mulcharmy Fualos here and there doesn't necessarily level your deck up to the top. You still got to play your deck. So we've seen things like Labyrinth. We've seen things like Exodia. We've seen all kinds of stuff. And finally, speaking of seeing all kinds of stuff, our duelists are sitting down. So we can, well, stop stretching for time and start stretching out because it is time to duel. All right, so again, now that we know those duelists are safely in that room, we can talk about the matchup that we're about to have. First up, it's going to be Jose playing Snake Eye Kashtira. And his opponent, Christian Alexander, is going to be running Ubel Fiendsmith. So if you were jonesing to see what some of the best versions of the current played decks are, I believe both of these duels are undefeated. So we're going up to the top table to see some cool stuff. In fact, I think this is table 3 specifically. Haven't seen any 6 Samurai yet. There's still a lot of stuff out there, but between, well, the Remote Duel YCS coming up and the upcoming Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Anaheim on December 7th, there's going to be a lot of Rage of the Abyss dueling left. So if you're a fan and you're like, man, where are all the water monsters? Well, believe me, I was hoping for some water monsters too. We've got a lot of chances to see that, and we'll keep looking around our top tournament tables to see if we can find you some real interesting decks. All right, so looks like our duelists are getting ready. Friendly reminder, you can take notes. You actually have to take notes based on the tournament policy guidelines. On life points, those need to be on paper. And speaking of on paper, man, look at those gorgeous whole Judai sleeves. That's the Supreme King Jaden for those of you who watched the dub. Nothing wrong with that. But Evil Heroes are around the corner. Next year's going to be wild. Gladiator Beasts, Evil Heroes, even more Six Samurai support. A lot of cool stuff. And for those of you in the chat, well, maybe I'll see you in Anaheim too. If I do, let's see if we can get some duels in, shall we? Anaheim is going to be really, really neat, though, with all the new stuff we were talking about with our last winning duelist, Andy. Malice is coming. Ryzeal is coming. A lot of different really neat decks. Now, they're definitely out there somewhere. There's a lot of water monsters out there, whether they're ice barriers or Neptibus or Poseidra. But right now, it's time for the powers of fire, light, and darkness to intertwine. As again, this matchup should be a Snake Eye Kashtira Sinful Spoil deck versus a Yubel Fiendsmith deck. So lots of interesting stuff behind. And again, we're seeing that this format, this whole year's worth of dueling has been great. So, speaking of great dueling, going to go ahead and make sure that we use our effect properly. So again, Subset ID Lotus going to the grave there. And Phantom of Yubel popping out on the field. Phantom of Yubel's effect activates, so we're going to set that Nightmare Pain face down on the field. GX fans have been eating well, but you're right. Before you know it, going fast will make us feel alive. But that's then, this is now. So Spirit of Yubel hitting the board there and returning some materials to go ahead and get out the Phantom of Yubel. Going to use Nightmare Pain to destroy the Spirit of Yubel and special summon somebody. Looks like we're going to add the Infernal Gravescormer first. And then looks like no response there. Can't quite make out the hand that is being clutched by the opponent there. I'm not sure what it is that Jose might have. We do see another Infernal Gravescormer there. And we are going to destroy Yubel. Yubel's effect activates, so it's time for Yubel Terror Incarnate. Yubel Terror Incarnate splashing down as well. It looks like we're going to go ahead and have a Link summon here. Usually you see the Unchained Soul Lord of Yama there, but this time it's going to be Moon of the Closed Heaven. Moon of the Closed Heaven is going to go ahead and turn into the Fiendsmith's Requiem. Now let's play that Requiem song. The backpack is out, so strap in, because here comes the Fiendsmith Engraver. Oh, we're actually going for Lacrime of the Crimson Tears. So, Fiendsmith Engraver being discarded there. Sent to the graveyard by the effect of the Lacrime of the Crimson Tears. Now we're going to go ahead and return a Light Fiend to special summon the Fiendsmith Engraver. And now those two will go to the graveyard. A lot of fun stuff you can do, but it looks like just Fiendsmith's sequence. I mean, that is 10 levels, including a light monster. Maybe a Chaos Angel is at the ready. Definitely a lot of summons here. If there's a Nibiru alive, it could be. But remember, that Phantom of Yubel is like, yeah, try it, please. We're going to go ahead and use Fiendsmith's sequence's effect to go ahead and return these materials. And I think we're in store for a Fiendsmith's Desiree. In defense mode there, and probably going to use the effect of the Fiendsmith sequence, strapping that on to Fiendsmith's Desiree and giving it 2 non-targeting negates in a single swing. We'll see the Yubel family return back to the extra deck here. It's crazy how good Phantom of Yubel is. Just an absolutely incredible card. And one great card deserves another as Phantom of Yubel and Fiendsmith sequence combine now into the Unchained Soul Lord of Yama. Does still mean that that Fiendsmith sequence is accessible to Desiree. So see what he ends up wanting to do. Christian Alexander just thinking about it. Maybe is this enough? Have I Yu-Gi-Oh'd enough? No. I think we're gonna keep going. So knows exactly what to pull down. And we are going to see the search there for the Sharvara. Fiends of all the fine attributes. Lights, darks, fires, maybe a water in our future. Again, the Fiendsmith sequence combined with Desiree just feels so good. The lack of targeting. The 2 non-targeting negates. Always great, especially in a format like this where there are a lot of continuous spells or field spells on the field, and maybe you want to negate a monster's effect as it activates, and at the same time, turn off one of those powerful cards, maybe even including Nightmare Pain. Taking a closer look at the Spirit of Yubel here. Looks like it might be the one from the Megatins, and man, the Megatin reprints were just so gorgeous. A lot of great cards, right? Got that Quarter Century Bonanza set coming down the pipeline this Wednesday, November 6th at your official tournament store, including Game Guys. And if you're a Time Wizard fan, man, there's some stuff in there. They still haven't figured out everything. I've been watching people like keep track of all the videos, be like, I think we know all the cards. Think maybe they just completed it via all the videos that were released yesterday, but it's still a killer set. And good luck on your future pulls. Speaking of pulls, we're going to the extra deck. We're about to pull something out here. And looks like we touched the Aerial Eater for a moment there. Maybe not. Do have that Sharvara. Thinking about how level 6 and fiendly it is. But the format has changed. You know, we're not seeing as many Xyz summons using Sharvara as we did maybe a couple of months ago. Instead, looks like we're going to see a Link 2 bringing out the Unchained Soul of Rage, which really just makes this even better, right? If you are Jose, certainly you're going to try to play through this, but you have to play through a non-targeting negate of 2 cards, right? Have to be very specific there because it's a very specific effect. But you've also got the Phantom of Yubel being able to change monster effects into destruction of your Yubel cards. You've got the Unchained Soul Lord of Rage being able to link summon off into a dark monster. And spoiler alert, SP Little Knight is a dark monster. And yeah, Yubel's just going to destroy itself via its own effect and pass turn with 2 set cards and all the stuff that I just mentioned on the field. Now, we do have some really good stuff, though. If you take a look at the starting hand, a lot of starters. So let's see where Jose goes first. Not controlling any cards. I believe there's an infinite permanence. Probably going to try to get... You could try to go for the Desiree. You could force the Desiree by targeting the Phantom Yubel. Need to do something. I mean, the Winged Dragon of Raw Sphere mode would be pretty all right now. Lava Golem good as well. Maybe 3 Kaiju. But we can see the hand. We know it's mostly going to be spells there and that 1 infinite permanence. Putting the hand on the bonfire, considering it, but looks like instead... Jose, you've got to make a choice here. Looks like he does want to start off with the infinite permanence to force out the Desiree. So infinite permanence, target the Phantom Yubel. Christian thinking, do you want to respond? Nope, that's good. So Phantom Yubel is negated, saving the negation effect of the Fiendsmith Desiree for later. All right, so the Hallowed Azamana. Got to be careful here. Every one of these cards, Fiendsmith Desiree could negate, and it looks like that'll be the one. Oh, but shading there with the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Even the crowd here at Game Guys excited about that one as baiting the opponent effectively into using the effect and destroying it. And also means you can chain that Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils. Looks like that's good. So let's go and wind that backwards. First up, Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils. Looks like it pulled the Diabell Star. Just got that off camera, so we can't quite see it. But that is going to make Fiendsmith's Desiree get plopped up here. Certainly a powerful monster. Again, Fiendsmith's Desiree. I felt like a lot of people, when it first came out, did not want to commit it to the field immediately. And now, as we continue throughout the year, we're seeing more earlier and earlier Fiendsmith's Desirees because it's one of the coolest effects of all time. Now, granted, may have been a Forbidden and Limited list in between there that made some of those easy-to-access extra deck monsters, well, less accessible, let's say. But those cards, Forbidden aside, Raw Rest Their Souls, there's still some great negates out there. And Fiendsmith's Desiree is certainly one of them. Now, I do see that we have the Fiendsmith sequence left on the field. That may just be a procedural error. They probably need to go ahead and bring that down. But we're not doing anything with the Hallowed Azamina here. Seems like the hand appears to be Droll and Lockbird and possibly a single Nibiru. Seems to have been a question, so we're going to get a little bit of an explanation here. But beyond that, Just gonna maybe hand that one back off. All our players are taking a brief pause here as the judge explains the answers to their question. Again, getting a peek here at Christian's hand. Veer and Joel and Lockbird, both good. Joel and Lockbird, an excellent card in a lot of different formats. Took a while for it to catch on, but once it did, man, people knew exactly what you're supposed to do with it and when. So far, hasn't come into play just yet. Still nice, by the way. Speaking of GX references, we mentioned this earlier, this great Supreme King Jaden sleeves. I mean, Supreme King Jaden sleeves on a U-Bell deck feels very Season 3. It seems like players are paused, so we might be in the middle of an appeal, and that's fine. Players will get an extension on the clock without issue. We're just waiting to see. I'm here for the ride just like you are. Definitely shows you the power of all things Azamina. Nice to see the Ilya Sylvia, as well as the Mu Archilago. Your guess is as good as mine. But it just really hit the ground running. It's one of those decks that players were excited about and we're curious to splash in a number of different strategies, and we're seeing that it really makes people commit their negates to the board. Christian had to do something. Well, we're going to find out exactly what it is that he did once we hear back from our friendly neighborhood Yu-Gi-Oh judge. All right, looks like the judge is headed back that way, so we'll probably have resumed play shortly. And it seems like he just entered the room. You can always tell by the eye lines of the players. It's regional. You could say whatever you like. Azamina, Azamina. Although many Yu-Gi-Oh cards have some great cultural references. Speaking of cultural references, looks like we are seeing Mu Archilago. All right, so everything resolved as intended. And now everything is in the graveyard where it belongs. Certainly an interesting card there. You know, we're getting smaller archetypal pocket negates. And that's a lot of words. What the heck does that mean? Well, the idea is, well, we did lose things like Baron de Fleur. And we say goodbye to things like, you know, Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess. We are getting these smaller, less generic cards that still do some of the same things, but you have to make big sacrifices in terms of deck construction. Hey, but no sacrifices here. Kashtira Birth being activated. Doesn't seem like we have any level 7 monsters, right? Level 6 for our Azamina. And level 3 for that Ghost Ogre that got it done. Oh, but before we can even do anything with Kashtira Birth, including the normal summon of that card, we are seeing the Unchained rear its ugly head, right? The Escape of the Unchained going to go ahead and destroy Unchained Soul Lord of Rage and Kashtira Birth. And of course, Unchained Soul Lord of Rage going to use its effect, and hey, there it's back. It's good stuff overall. A lot of different ways for Fiends to get their game on. And a lot of Fiends, you know, in our future between evil heroes, additional Azamina cards, etc. It's a dark time to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Literally, I mean, it's a great time to play Yu-Gi-Oh!, but it's also a very dark monster themed time to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, holding on to quite a few cards here. Oh, looks like we are going to go ahead and recycle here. Putting our Azamina back and grabbing the Hallowed Azamina from the graveyard to the hand. Jose cracking his knuckles there as he decides which card to bring out next. Looks like we are going to discard the Hallowed Azamina. send it to the graveyard from the hand for the cost of what might have been a Diabell Star, but before he decided just to concede, knowing that there really wasn't a lot he could do, maybe worried about the Unchained Soul Lord of Rage linking off any of his monsters, maybe being worried about the Phantom of Ubel changing the effect of one of those cards. So inevitably realized, you know what, this Diabell Star isn't worth it. I should pack up my cards and go on to game 2, conserving the little time I have remaining. I say little time, there's still 30 minutes on the clock, give or take about 20 seconds. But there is still plenty of time left to duel. Now take a look at the side deck there of Christian, who is smiling very brightly. Feels good to just get all your Ubel cards together. Lose some of your biggest combo pieces, the things meant to protect you, and still come out on top. I know we never got to see Season 4 of GX, but my, what things we could have seen, right? As we see the powers of darkness and Ubel fight against light monsters. Because, I mean, we only did get to see light monsters when it's a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. But jokes aside, looks like players are getting into their side deck here as we shuffle through. Actually getting rid of the trap card, considering, hey, I'm probably going to go second. I don't really need this right now. How am I going to get it set? All right, so just a few other side deck options there. Thought about getting rid of that Troll and Luckbird. Seemingly getting rid of one of the field spells, one of Ubel's most powerful in archetype ways of getting its game plan going, Nightmare Throne. But Nightmare Throne coming out just to add different cards in there, make space. And Ubel is just such a resilient deck that doesn't need... It represents a lot of cards in the deck, but it doesn't always need all those cards to get going. So it's kind of neat when you can add in things like Dimensional Barrier or maybe, you know, Cosmic Cyclone or something like that, just to be able to deal with your opponents. But we really didn't get to see a lot of what it is that Jose was doing, you know, other than the activation of the Kashtira cards and some of the other tech cards there. You know it's a Zamina deck, but you don't know too much more than that if you are playing from across the table. Definitely brave, thought to himself, you know what, I'm not going to need the throne. And it shows you can be a king without a throne. But remember, you dropped your crown, duelist. Jokes aside about the king of games, Christian seems pretty comfortable here coming out of game 1 as the victor. And entering into game 2 with some very interesting side deck options, at least as far as we could see. Now, for those of you who have joined us later in the day, we are in round 5 of 8. So after we finish this, 3 more rounds, technically 4 more interviews. So we'll get to hear from whoever it is that wins this one. Hopefully wherever you are, be it here at the Game Guys Arena or somewhere at home, maybe you didn't wake up early enough and you're like, you know what, I'll still watch it. It's a good time still. Maybe you're across the world and you wish you had a regional championship like this to come to. This is worth traveling for. I do not live in Houston. I do not live near Pasadena. But it's always worth coming out. Texas Yu-Gi-Oh! Definitely pretty powerful here. Got a lot of great duelists. Certainly people in the chat cheering them on. But right now we see the Deception of the Sinful Spoils tossing that Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Grabbing that Hallowed Azamina and then playing that Hallowed Azamina. Likely a Zamina, actually, now that I think about it, if you go off a Japanese pronunciation. Not emphasizing any particular syllable. You don't want to put the wrong emphasis. But we are seeing the Murcielago appear again. Just feels great to be able to start off your combos with a relatively accessible and powerful negate. That's not foolproof, right? We're not in Baron de Floor territory anymore. Hey, but it ain't bad either. We are seeing the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils. And it's just definitely safer to play that card now. Because again, maybe you haven't played a lot of Rage of the Abyss format. Maybe you don't know why we're talking about Azamina Mu Archilago so much. But do remember, it's just that good. And so is Iliasilia. So is all of them. Just really neat to see, you know, what I would call, oh, I don't know, it's almost like Millennium's sequel, right? We get all these great lore-based stuff. So you get a little story, you get some great cards. It's everything you would want as a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist. Looks like now we're going to go and send that to the graveyard to bring out Diabellstar, the Black Witch. So trading in that search for a body. And it does just have like such a great path when you think about it, you know, Deception of the Sinful Spoils, to get the Hallowed Azamina, to use it to get Mu Archilago, use that to search out what you need for Diabellstar, and then get rid of that for Diabellstar. It's just one card that gets you so far into the duel. Speaking of getting far in the duel, let's do the Hallowed Azamina again, getting rid of the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye as set by Diabellstar. And this time, appears we're bringing out the Iliasilia. So now, tributing cards, negating effects, yeah, that's a vibe. Which means it's even easier to bring out Snake Eye Ash, use its effect. Grab Snake Eye Poplar, use its effect. But before you can, flipped over a card there. It seemed like it could be used after all to get a good, clear look at what he attempted to do. But we are grabbing the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, placing that in the field, and using that to bring out Snake Eye Oak to the Spell and Trap Zone. Christian, having won the first game, gets a little bit of insurance to stare down all of these Sinful Spoil-esque cards. Maybe able to just plow through it once it comes back to his turn. We talked about how glass cannon-esque the Sinful Spoil strategies can be. They don't have broad continuous effects. They usually just set up a few combo pieces that you use later in the duel, points of disruption, whether it's the IP Masquerena on the field that we just saw, additional monsters that you get from sending that Flamberge Dragon to the graveyard, obviously making for easy food for things like, well, Promethea Princess Bestower of Flames. And then you are an amphibious swarm ship Amblo Whale away from having just a perfect setup, but not necessarily, you can't tell who is the problem here. What do I need to stop? So definitely a nice little, I almost call it a mid-range deck because it's just trying to find like different answers throughout the duel, but it just has so many different ways to keep things going. And speaking of which, looks like we are going to go ahead and see one more Link Summon. Oh, but this time we're going to Salamangreat Town. Goodbye, Phoenix. And hello, World Sea Dragon Zealantis splashing down to the field. And then special summoning all the pieces back, opening up the extra monster zone again. Certainly a very powerful and unique card that banishes everything from the field and allows both players to special summon as many of those banished monsters back. I always visualize it as like World Sea Dragon Zealantis hitting the ocean and just everything, whether you're a boat, maybe even a fish, flying through the air. Speaking of flying, let's go ahead and fling the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye out of the graveyard. Use that to go ahead and recycle the Snake Eye Poplar there. Filling almost every zone on the field with a monster. Spell and Trap Zone? No, don't you mean Monster and Monster Zone? And again, with Iliasilia, The Azamina Negate staring you down. You feel pretty safe. It's almost like you've got your own Phantom of Yubel. Banishing the Wanted Seeker Sinful Spoils, returning the Sinful Spoils to draw another card. So just resources, resources, resources. Graveyard definitely has an interesting combinations of cards there, but play passes back to Christian Alexander finally. Drawing a card for turn. And the effect of the Snake Eye Flamebird Dragon is good. So IP Masquerena will jump out of the spell and trap zone, special summon itself to the monster zone. Jose has done everything he can to put himself in a winning position, but will it pay off? Christian summons his first monster. It's Dark Beckoning Beast. Maybe going into the deck to grab something with a Sacred Beast name on it. Using a little bit more Yubel-esque cards here. But it looks like we're going to tribute Azamina Ilya Sylvia to negate that effect. But wait, there's more. I'm going to go ahead and summon out a 0 attack fiend. You might be saying, hey, wait, Judge, that's a double normal summon. Yes, it is. Because that is the effect of Dark Beckoning Beast. Get a free summon of a 0 attack fiend monster. Well, extra summon, we'll say. Some sort of Lotus on the field now, threatening Yubel. So many different cards there on Jose's side. During the open game state, could link off IP Masquerena to form any number of different things. But it looks like because of the summon, we're going to go ahead and use the effect of the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye to bring back the Snake Eye Oak, and then chain IP Masquerena in order to free up some spaces here. So first off, Dia Bellstar and IP Masquerena are going to make SP Little Light, and then Snake Eye Oak is going to appear on the field. Snake Eye Oak's effect will activate. Doesn't seem like there's a response. But going to use the effect of the SP Little Light to go ahead and banish before it even contribute itself the Samsara D Lotus. So no easy access to Yubel here. But there is a Nightmare Throne. We saw one of those get side decked out. Oh, but there's the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And Christian, seen enough, picks up his cards. And Jose takes game 2. We're going to game 3. So certainly a matchup that feels like it's in Yubel's favor. But if you don't draw a card that just wipes the board, you can imagine it might be pretty difficult to get through. And that seems to be exactly what happened to Christian here. A single Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring wasn't really what ended the turn. It was all the other cards that Jose correctly brought out, stockpiling all the things he needed. But now we're down to the wire here. So when you know both duelists are good, going into game 3, accessing that side deck a final time. Neither seem like they're in bad spirits. Although Jose seems to be smiling a little more brightly, having taken the most recent win. Well, it's probably in your deck box if you're wondering where an evenly matched might be. But the only way that happens is if you choose to duel. So hopefully we'll see at that upcoming Remote Duel YCS for all of our North American viewers. It's next week. And get your cameras ready for sure, because it's going to be a fun one to see duelists literally from all over the world. Not gathering in one place, just congregating wherever they are to duel. So now we're seeing some of those side deck cards maybe go back in the deck. Maybe the consistency pieces like the Nightmare Throne reappearing. Obviously, siding out the Nightmare Throne was not a bad idea because you still saw the Nightmare Throne. As long as you're still seeing the cards you're looking for, that's enough. Double checking the amount of cards. They're always a smart thing to do. No reason not to count your cards. Hey, and this ain't Vegas, but just making sure that you didn't accidentally fail to side deck too many cards. That's important. Looks like we're going to begin pile shuffling here. Just take one half of the deck. And the quest continues for both of these duelists as they try to get out of round 5 with a high rank. With top 32, X2 could still definitely top, but every win counts, especially your tiebreakers. They definitely matter. Certainly have seen a lot of duelists with the same record, and can X2 top? Yeah, it can. But who? Is it you? Is it me? Well, only one way to find out, and that's to consistently keep dueling as hard as you can throughout the tournament. Many duelists playing here already earned their invite. Heard from some that when the North American World Championship qualifiers were held in neighboring Austin, just a few mere hours away, that, yeah, you can get it done. And speaking of getting it done, we're opening up with Mulcharmy Fualos here. It's time to duel, but it's also time to draw. We are going to see Nightmare Pain destroying Yubel Terra Incarnate. Unfortunately, that does miss the timing, but that's not really an issue when you don't see that many Yubel the Ultimate Nightmares out there. It's a great card, but it's true that it's just kind of difficult to bring out, even in a dedicated Yubel deck. Because it has to leave the field, and that has to be the last thing to happen. The dreaded word that no duelist wants to hear. When. It looks like we are going to go ahead and reveal. So, bringing out our Phantom Yubel from the extra deck. That is going to be a draw for the Mulcharmy Fualos. Definitely changes things up here. Want to be very careful not to give your opponent too many additional cards. I think from the duels that I've seen, doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it feels like Mulcharmy Fualos ends turns more than it draws cards. Very careful, calculated, maxi, equivalency play. Oh, but speaking of which, oh my goodness, it is Anti-Spell Fragrance. So that might be the last spell we see this turn with Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils. Now, yes, the cards have to be set on the field, and yeah, Diabellstar will set some spells. All right, we are seeing the Kashtira Fenrir. Kashtira Fenrir is certainly a powerful card, but its effect could get changed. After all, we do see some Yubel. The Anti-Spell Fragrance really changes the pace of this duel for sure. Now, obviously, Kashtira Fenrir can try to get over it, but as you've seen, and as Jose saw picking up that Phantom Yubel, you don't want to accidentally have your opponent change that effect into something a little bit more scary. But maybe we're just going to try activating the effect here of the Kashtira Fenrir. Looks like we're not going to change that and destroying a Yubel, because that would be a little tricky there, right? Then the Kashtira Fenrir would clap back and say, oh, cool, cool, I'm going to banish that. Spell, spell, spell. An Anti-Spell Fragrance still doing work. Jose considers options and goes ahead and ditches the Kashtira Fenrir. He just searched for Diabellstar, the Black Witch, activates its effect. Christian Alexander lets it through. So now we're going to set the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. Now, it's not going to do a whole lot here. It is a card. It's a set spell even, but it's got to be set for a whole turn. All right, play passing over there. Just finishing shuffling the deck. Anti-Spell Fragrance, again, incredible card and definitely dominating the pace of this duel. Well, but still, maybe it's time to rip the Band-Aid off. You've got to do something. You cannot just stare down the Phantom of Yubel and let it control you in this way. That's what Yubel wants. But speaking of what players want, we are seeing Snake Eye Ash hit the field. Going to attempt to grab Snake Eye Poplar usually. Maybe Christian's patience is running out. It's time to stop that. Oh, but we see maybe a discard here. I think so. Thinking about it, and no, decided not to get rid of the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit that he was holding onto in his hand. Ghost Ogre, a very powerful card. Certainly will save your life if a Sangen Summoning Tenpai field spell is activated. So, a lot more prevalent than it's been in previous formats. It's not just about destroying a card. It could absolutely end things. But the turn's not over yet. And just another spell there. I think we saw an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in the hand. Can't really try to attack. If you do, that could be, oh, yikes. So you almost have to force the Yubel before you move forward in this turn. We're seeing Poplar go to the graveyard, likely for a relinquished Anima, I would say. And that is who we've got. It's a little difficult, obviously. You want to get rid of that Yubel so bad. But you also can use SP Little Knight here to get through a number of different things. If your opponent lets it go, and if they don't let it go, well, then that means your Kashira Fenrir is safe, and then you can use that to punch through. Or I guess I should say hack away. If you ever notice Kashira, they're axe people. Not really punchy. They're very chop-chop. Things seem to be going well for Jose as he navigates this turn. Snake Eye Poplar going from the graveyard to the Spell and Trap Zone, and Snake Eye Ash using that effect. Oh, but Ash Blossom cutting that off. One Ash deserves another. So that means you're down 2 cards there. It doesn't feel as bad because you really feel like you're just losing a monster since Poplar is basically free. Not going to use that spell. It hasn't been set long enough yet. Definitely anti-spell fragrance, you know, showing why it is just at 1. But 1 will do it, man. 1 will do it. Just draw stronger cards. So it looks like we are going to attempt to use the effect there of the Kashira Fenrir via attacking. That is going to cause the Yubel to tribute itself. So Phantom of Yubel destroys the Spirit of Yubel. And the Spirit of Yubel, ooh, not going to do anything as Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring jumps out of the hand during the battle phase, but not during the damage step. That's not a once per turn ability, but certainly kind of crazier. You might even leave the anti-spell fragrance on the field to sort of trap your opponent. Knowing that they're not playing the same Diabell Star package that you are, since they're squarely in the Yubel camp, they can't just get rid of anti-spell fragrance. So maybe Jose's path to victory is the cards his opponent brought to the table. Looks like we are going to link 2 here. So goodbye Diabell Star the Black Witch and relinquished Anima to change into Dark the Dark Charmer Gloomy. What if I take your Yubel cards? Ah, but using a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit on the effect there. You cannot summon to an arrow you point to if you don't point to anything. That seems to be it. Taking a quick look at the graveyard, thinking, okay, what monster do I want to grab out with Dark the Dark Charmer Gloomy? And technically don't really have a lot. Now, I'm not sure that Yubel should be there. And interestingly, did not take the Little Knight either. All right, so still hasn't completely yeah, it looks like we're just going through the numbers here. Nothing just yet. You could make the SP Little Knight, but looks like there's the handshake. So Christian Alexander locks himself out of his own cards. Not doing too bad. All right, in a moment here, we will get to interview our players about how it felt to be in that circumstance. Not bad at all, though, friends. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. All right, so in a moment here, we'll get to interview our winner. Okay. Just waiting for our interviews here. All right. Well, don't worry. We will have our judge here in just a moment, or excuse me, our players here in just a moment. We're just waiting for everybody to get on here. The match slip has been signed, so good stuff. And don't worry, we are checking our chat so we can see what you see, friends. Don't worry. All right, let's have our player here. So go ahead when you get a chance here, Jose. Go ahead and put on your headset there. We'll be happy to talk to you about all the great dueling action we got to see there. Let me tell you, how does it feel when you're like, oh, man, anti-spell fragrance doesn't feel so bad, does it?
Oh, definitely not. Once I saw that he was on no cards in hand, I was like, there's only so many other things he can top deck. So I just was more focused on baiting out the Phantom of Yubel.
No, makes sense, makes sense. It's kind of an interesting detente when you've got Kashtira, Fenrir, Steon, and Phantom of Yubel. It's like one of us has to blink first, don't we? So that in mind, is this the first Yubel player you had played against through the tournament, or is this something that you've been going on through over the course of today?
Was the second one I played today, but obviously last format, Yubel was a lot. It was represented a lot, so I've had experience with it.
Feels good, certainly, to be able to have that commanding lead in the duel that you did, but I got to ask, why this particular deck and not some of the other choices you have in the format? Were you playing Diabellstar before and just kind of added the new stuff from Rage of the Abyss, or did the new stuff make you want to play this deck?
No, so prior to Nats, I was on Kashtira, Snake Eye, and my playstyle was more control-based. So that the Kashtira cards just adds onto my playstyle.
It definitely does some good stuff, too, considering how strong Kashtira Birth can feel in this format. It's 3 DD Crows, just for the heck of it.
Yeah.
Gone, gone, gone. Now, Kashtira sometimes can lock up, and so we did see that on some parts of the gameplay. Is there anything that you're doing different that you're just like, hey, Kashtira guys, you got to check this out, or is it really just conservative play and just trying to maximize your resources?
It's just conservative play. I feel like a lot of players tend to overextend when they don't need to. And I've come to realize just Unicorn Fenrir on board wins games.
Yeah, it really does, really does. Is this something you're going to continue to play? Because there is a deck looming over our heads that wants to be banished. We'll just say the name. It's Malice, of course, from Crossover Breakers. Is that going to change how you do anything? Or are you still like, I could banish stuff. This isn't so bad.
Oh, no, I'm going to hop on the Malice train.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. It's an exciting deck for a lot of different reasons. Have to ask, are we playing for an invite today, or do we already qualify?
No, we're playing for top 8.
Okay. So in there, remember, top 32 makes it. So
Yes.
even if you make 9th place, you're still going to the championship. But
Definitely.
good stuff, good stuff. Well, it was great
Awesome.
getting to see you. You still got 3 rounds left, so hang in there. And speaking of 3 rounds, we'll be back right after this, so don't go away, friends.
Thank you.
All right, friends, there we go. Sorry about that. Looks like we are getting into gameplay here. And we are featuring some fun little duels here. We have My Son against Calvin. Looks like My Son is going to be playing a Destiny Hero Tier Limits variant, also featuring some Horus monsters and Danger. And then his opponent is going to be Snake Eye, fighting with a little bit of Fiend Smith and Diabellstar Kashtira on top. So it'll be an interesting matchup to see what it is that we get out of this duel. Of course, My Son on the bottom, Calvin on the top there in the red. And thank you again for those of you who were asking. We had about 211 players at the beginning. Might have had a few more players trickle in, but remember there's some storms down here in Houston, so we hope all of our player base is healthy and safe wherever they are. All right, looks like the dice rolls here now. My Son rolling on out. Looks like a little bit of respect knuckles there, and it is time to duel. No, it isn't. It isn't My Son. The name literally is My Son. Some fun jokes there from the chat. But looks like Calvin may be the one going first here, starting off with a Mulcharmy Fuwalos discard, but not to use its effect to pay the cost for Diabellstar. The event's definitely moving fast. Again, we were around 6 of 8 here. That just shows you how well-run things are around here. But Diabellstar is going to go ahead and be setting Deception of Sinful Spoils. Brand new card here. And just taking the time to explain it to his opponent. Again, for those wondering what the deck matchup is, it's going to be a sort of Snake Eyes Kashtira Diabellstar mashup versus a Tier Laments Danger Horus deck. So the Battle of the Graveyards here. Again, using the effect of that Deception of Sinful Spoils to send Diabellstar, the Black Witch, to the graveyard and grab the Hallowed Azamina. All right, so just a little explanation there what the Hallowed Azamina does. You get to special summon one of these wonderful new Azamina fusion monsters by sending Sinful Spoils to the graveyard, equal to the levels rounded down, and each spell counts for 4. So let's make sure you understand. See that 6? Round down, that rounds down to 4. That means you only need to pay 1 spell. If it was a level 8 monster, though, you're not going to round down, so it'd be 2 spells. And we do see Mu Archilago try to use the search effect there, and it appears that we are using Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to try to stop that. So we are going to activate Bonfire. Bonfire is allowing the addition of a Pyro monster from the deck to the hand. It looks like we're going for a Snake Eye Ash there. So now we've got Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eye Poplar. Snake Eye Poplar getting that beautiful quarter century secret rare copy of the field spell Divine Temple to Snake Eye. And using the Divine Temple to Snake Eye to place an additional card into the spell and trap zone here. Another quarter century secret rare. Snake Eyes Diabellstar. I'm certainly seeing how popular the Snake Eye strategy is, and even better now with the Azamina stuff. There's a lot of great decks out there that are topping all over the place. Remember, Sky Strikers just got 2nd place at the YCS in Niagara Falls. So if you want to see some dual and diversity out there, only one thing to do. strap on that dual disc. And all I mean is put a playmat and a deck box in your backpack. But duelists have the right to play good cards. And definitely both duelists are playing some good ones here. So we are seeing the Snake Eyes Flambird Dragon hit the field, and Snake Eyes Diabellstar is going to go to the Spell and Trap zone. Looks like we will link off our Archilago and the Snake Eyes Flambird Dragon to make... Ooh, okay, so it's Fiendsmith time. And as we have Moon to the Closed Heaven here. And so replacing those cards. Hallowed Azamina, certainly a powerful card, sharing some of those White Forest-like tendencies to shuffle the monsters after they've used their effects back into the deck in order to get some of your cards back. Something that they certainly share in common from their light versions, light spellcasters, of course. Speaking of light monsters, since Moon of the Closed Heaven is a light fiend, here comes Fiendsmith's Requiem. And now that's going to the graveyard to bring out the Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, a Fiendsmith monster in her own right. Having been converted from the dark side. Not that there's any darks in the Fiendsmith storyline, but you get what I'm saying. She wasn't exactly a friendly friend for the Fiendsmith engraver, but now she is, as she sends him to the graveyard, digging up more fiends and allowing him to replace some of his cards. So Calvin just doing a beautiful job showcasing what the new good stuff is and putting that Moon in the Closed Heaven back to special summon the Fiendsmith's engraver there. Now we're going to send those to the graveyard, probably for a Fiendsmith sequence, as we've seen. That seems to be the next step in the sequence, allowing for a powerful fusion summon to recycle those cards. It looks like Sequence is going to do that, combining Lacrima, Fiendsmith Engraver, and the Fiendsmith Requiem there. So now we get the Fiendsmith Desiree in defense mode. And there's a lot of different ways to do this. Some duelists will link these off. That seems what we're doing. So Snake Eye Ash and the Fiendsmith Sequence are going to go ahead and bring out possibly a link 3. It's Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames. Which means now that the Fiendsmith Sequence is in the graveyard, it can just use its effect to equip itself to Fiendsmith's Desiree. But before we do, it's time for a little Snake Eyes Flambird Dragon action. So Flambird Dragon going to hit the field in defense mode off of the Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames. And then possibly using the effect there of the Snake Eye Flambird Dragon. But no, it looks like we're using Snake Eyes Diabellstar to place Snake Eye Oak from the graveyard to let Snake Eyes Diabellstar advance forward. Powerful monster for sure. Definitely just a big monster too, but its ability to attack and then turn monsters into spells and traps, it's really, really powerful. Shades of Grand Mole when you're doing something just different to get rid of your opponent's cards. All right, so we are crawling back into the extra deck again. This time for a very quick Salamangreat Pyro Phoenix. And after that, immediately getting the World Sea Dragon Zealantis. So Salamangreat Raging Phoenix obviously been really strong over the course of this year, raging on in from the quarter century celebration. Earlier this year, we had the Ultimate Duelist Series, won by the legendary Jesse Cotton. And that was a 16-player tournament with everybody using some variant of either Snake Eye Fire King or just Snake Eye Diabellstar. We got to see this combo quite a bit from some of the best duelists in the world, and duelists have a right to win, so it looks like Calvin's going to do exactly that, placing the World Sea Dragon Zealantis in the extra monster zone, and probably about to splash on in. We haven't seen Myson play too many other cards, but it looks like now it is his turn. So going to start off with Into the Void, drawing a single card there, risking his hand being discarded at the end of the turn, but with a Tearlament's Horus Danger deck, that's really not a bad deal. So it looks like we're going to discard Imseti, Glory of Horus, and another card there to try to bring out King Sarcophagus. Oh, but before we do, we're activating just a hard-drawn Azure statue Azaroom. So the angel statue there allowing to tribute itself to negate the summon of a monster that is what an inherent summon is what is colloquially called, but really just a summon that's using its own summoning procedure. So Cyber Dragon, Synchro Summons, etc. And that's exactly what the Horus monsters are, so could be difficult right off the bat, but Mycen able to get the King Sarcophagus just fine. Always great to see younger duelists out there, definitely the future of the game. Because if you're not training your own kids to play duel monsters, then who are the future duelists of the next generation? All right, so we are going to activate King Sarcophagus. And do we use the effect? It looks like we are discarding the Wall of the Imperial Tombs. And oh, there is the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit stopping that effect. So very painful there, unfortunately, at least to start with. Take a look at the Fiendsmith Desiree again. It's going to get 2 non-targeting negates in a single swing. But Into the Void is a great card. You may not have seen it for a while, but I've been playing a lot of it in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. My apologies. Having some fun with spell cards and Dark Eradicator Warlock. It's a really, really good card when you're just trying to force your own hand to deplete itself. And there is a version of this where at the end of the turn, yeah, maybe you can't get those cards to the graveyard the old-fashioned way, but a lot of good stuff you can see. Now, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit has been so powerful. You know, it was entering the format almost exclusively as an answer to Tenpai, at least primarily as an answer to Tenpai, because it could save your life. But right now we're seeing how versatile it can be. Speaking of tier limits and versatility, interesting that we are going to go ahead and banish our Aqua-type monster from the graveyard there. And we are still able to get some stuff here. Milling a couple of cards here. So Goodbye, King of the Swamp, as well as Hoppy and Reasoning. So Mycen really just trying to pilot the deck by putting it in the graveyard. Certainly a great way to get all of these cards off, but it's a little difficult when you're staring down the statue there. Azaroon threatening to get rid of any monster that's a Link monster, a Synchro monster, something like that. All right, so considering his next play carefully here, after losing just a few little life points off the top there, not a big deal. The play passes it back over to Calvin. Unfortunately, nothing further there when you're staring down the statue. Mycen very aware of the fact that bringing out any additional monsters would not be the greatest idea. All right, so we are going to do a co-link here of the Nightmare Phoenix. If you discard a card, you can destroy a spell or trap, and then you can draw. And that gets rid of the left arm offering as we proceed here through round 6. Only just a few more to go. Now, Fiendsmith Desiree going to go and swing on in here, getting rid of the Tearlament's Kashtira. And then a little bit more there, so Goodbye. So a little bit of damage starting to pile up, and obviously Mycen has his work cut out for him on this duel. With very few cards remaining and the double negate there of the Fiendsmith's Desiree, it's going to be kind of difficult to be able to play forward here. But it's not over yet. Certainly a lot of life point damage, though, from these minor Snake Eye monsters, so that is going to cover it. Remember, 1,100 attack point boost for each of those attack position Snake Eye monsters when a monster is in the spell and trap zone, so that is going to be all she wrote. And Code-Link monsters could not be destroyed by battle either, so there was a pretty fair chance that Calvin was going to survive for quite some time. Players picking up their cards. It's only game 1, though. Myson still has a chance to get a round on the board here. But this giant concoction of cards did not pay off just yet. So hopefully here as we go into game 2, possible. We are seeing Calvin add things like Nibiru the Primal Being. Nibiru the Primal Being certainly very powerful against things like the Horus monsters. Obviously summoning monster after monster after monster climbs up to 5 pretty fast. Certainly appreciate all the support we have from viewers at home. We don't put this stream on for us. We put this on for you. Again, if you want to come on down to Game Guys, maybe you're in the greater Houston area, this shop is dueling all the time. It's not just during the regional championships. Heck, if you could hear my voice, remember, Thursdays, 5 p.m. Saturdays, 2 and 7 p.m. We having a local tournament right now, if it weren't for the regional championship. Speaking of which, looks like we're drawing our new opening hands here. Looks like we're going to start with Danger Mothman. And using that to go ahead and bring out our Artillement Shyren, actually. And then milling 3 cards off the top there. Plenty of great tier elements. All right, so Danger Mothman is going to clap in the graveyard. Do you have the tier elements Scream? Definitely a difficult situation to navigate, but not down and out just yet, as discarding Imseti, Glory of Horus. Doesn't seem like there's response there. Are going to say goodbye to the tier elements Suliek. Definitely a great way to just grab what cards you need. So the deck is designed well, but it's also a little bit of a luck-based deck because you want those cards to go to the graveyard. Only the ones you want to go to the graveyard, not the ones you don't. So in this hardy game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's see what the heart of the cards have on Myson's side. Oh, and there's the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit again. The King's Sarcophagus rifled through once more, unable to place any of those additional cards on the field. It might be that Myson needs to spend a little bit of time special summoning those Horuses before he loses his King's Sarcophagus to that Ghost Ogre. So just very, very important. And also losing out an effect there to the Infinite Impermanence. So going back in the deck here is a little bit easier now after using the Pressure Planet Wraiths off field spell to grab the Kashtira Fenrir. Now using Fenrir's effect to add one more card, staring down only 2 tier elements, specifically with the deck designed to beat them by sending them to the banishment face down and not the graveyard. Now, this is definitely, if there was ever a commercial for Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, you could certainly make this tournament it, because it has done so much of a wealth of activity. Now, we are going to see 1 tier limit banished face down. And the other one, oh, we've got 2 copies of Neuron on the screen. Well, that's cool. Everybody get on the neuron train. So only 1,800 off the board. So there's still a possibility as Tier Limit's Reinhardt, just gets clapped there by the effect Veiler, negating the activated effect then. And because the effect was activated, Kashtira Fenrir will also banish the Tier Limit's Reinhardt face down. Just some crazy work from Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. I think it's time to change whatever my main deck plans were for next weekend's YCS. And 3 Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit needs to happen. But we do see the Deception of Sinful Spoils go ahead and get rid of the Snake Eyes Diabell Star. And that is going to get the Hallowed Azamina once more. Certainly nice to already have the Snake Eyes Diabell Star in the graveyard, too. Now we are seeing the dreaded Muar Shalago again, so just being able to grab another card there and be able to continue those Diabell Star trains. And that's going to be the original Simple Spoil set to the field there, getting rid of the kind of now useless Kashtira Field Spell. Because it's done its job, and without Kashtira Shangra Ira, well, you're not really getting a whole lot more out of it. We are going to see the Snake Eye Ash there, probably searching out Snake Eye Poplar. Poplar going from the hand to the field with its own powerful effect, and then Poplar being used to grab the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, which will be activated now. And just taking a quick look, we're going to go ahead and place the Snake Eyes Diabell Star into the Spell and Trap Zone. Some big damage coming our way here again. Remember, there's an 1,100 boost each time. So big numbers. And that's the handshake. Kelvin ends up taking it again. 2-0 against Myson, who just could not get out that King's Sarcophagus safely. Definitely gave it his all, but the greatest graveyard deck, well, it can't do what it needs to do if it never gets those cards to the graveyard. Hey, we've all been there. We've all been there. That's why people dread Dimension Shifter. It's the same vibe. But hey, that's the luck of the draw sometimes. Signing that hallowed match slip. Sort of a light pun for, Azamina. Shh. But unfortunately, yeah, just did not come through there, so Calvin does get to take it. And we'll get a chance to talk to him in just a moment about how great Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit really is. Because it just goes to show you, oh my goodness. Calvin just packing his way on up out of there. Again, the sun is getting low in terms of tournament time. We will have 2 more rounds after this, 7 and 8. But we are so thankful for all our viewing audience for joining us. All right, looks like Calvin should be coming our way soon. Seems like things are clearing out. All right, Calvin, if you just want to have a seat here, we're already live, so you just want to put on your headset and talk to us about how great Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit truly is. My goodness. You might need to get a little closer. They can see. There we go. There's a shot of face. So, yeah, that was definitely a commercial for the greatest psychic hand trap I've ever seen.
Yeah. So like out of all the Ghost Girl hand traps, Ghost Ogre is probably my favorite. And I just got really lucky there.
Both times on the King of Sarcophagus, I'm like, surely we'll sit to see it this time. Now, is that Ghost Ogre just generally there for any particular matchup, or is it like, okay, well, this will stop the Tenpai, and this will stop this and that?
Yeah, it's kind of there for like the Tenpai field spell, and then Deception.
Oh, yeah, makes sense, actually, because that'll prevent them from doing what you just did to your opponent.
Yeah, and then it's really good against Rogue, too.
Makes sense, makes sense. Now, we're pretty far into the tournament here. How's our record doing so far?
I'm X3, so I'm just kind of playing now.
Still good. We were just actually talking about that on the stream, how a lot of people, they may go a little bit lower and they end up dropping, but this is like an opportunity to play against some of the greatest duelists in this Houston community, so
yeah, definitely.
Good on you for sticking in there. Now, speaking about, obviously you're using a lot of the new stuff from Rage of the Abyss. Was this a deck you were already playing, or did the Azamana stuff make you jump on the Diabell stuff?
So I was originally testing Marmel Atlantean.
Oh, okay. We would have loved to see that.
But in testing, I found out that it couldn't really do as much going against these full like U-Bell and Snake Eye boards. So a friend of mine convinced me to play this deck.
Okay.
Thankfully, I was able to put it all together in time.
It certainly, I could feel you on the water deck. I was looking at all the new cards, and you pay a lot of cost, but other than getting a lot of like rebate checks in the mail, if you can't do those effects, you're just staring at like, these monsters are water. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, that said, maybe today isn't your day, but are you looking forward to playing in any future events coming up?
We plan on going to the YCS in Florida.
Okay.
And then, any regionals around in the area.
Gotcha. They do. Not everybody remote duels, but they do got that remote duel YCS coming up next week. So
that is true. I may look into that.
Okay. Well, hey, that's a chance. Remember, they also have public events.
Yeah.
So if you decide that you don't want to go through a full day of water monsters, if you decide to play, you could go back to Diabell Star and back and forth. So good stuff.
Very
Good
true.
stuff. But yeah, thinking about how strong Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is, and I can't belabor that enough, it makes you wonder if we're going to start seeing cross-out Designator again in the future.
I've had it used a few times against me. Not really for Ghost Ogre. A lot of it was for my Fiendsmith cards.
It makes sense.
Like,
makes sense. Popular choices.
Yeah, I'd special the Lacrima, and they'd use their crossed out designator to negate its effect.
That'll get it done. Well, with that in mind, we also have other sets that are coming out. So before we let you go back to the last of the rounds we've got here today, is there any deck that you're looking to switch to once things like Crossover Breaker, you talked about Orlando next year, anything in Supreme Darkness getting you excited?
There's a few cards in, like the new Molcharmy is pretty cool, especially with Malice.
Oh, yeah, that's true. They are going to special from the Banishment in the Graveyard a lot. It's going to be so wild to see a format where all of a sudden people are like Dimension Shift. You're like, oh, thanks, man. Banish.
Oh, yeah. I plan on picking that deck up next. It looks really fun.
That's cool. We've been a great blast to have. Thank you again for being here. And don't go away, viewers at home, because we still got 2 more rounds left. We'll see you soon. All right, duelists, we are still on break right now, but I just want to update you again. We've got about 3 minutes left on the clock here as we wind down round 6 and get ready for round 7 and 8. We only had 200-something players today, so it is only going to be round 8 today, not round 9. I know. But with the storms being what they are, it was always going to be an issue. But here's the good news again. If you're at home and you're like, this duelist should have done that. Good news for you, the Remote Duel YCS is next week. So if you want to either enter via, tabletop TCG stuff, literally from your own tabletop, maybe you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links or Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, there's a lot of great prizes you can grind out. There's also Attack of the Giant card, and you still get like entry packs, they just mail it to you. So if you want to have all the great dueling action you've seen today from the comfort of your own home, make sure to just Google Remote Duel YCS, and that'll be starting next week, literally 7 days from now. So we hope to see you there. Speaking of hope to see you there, we'd love to see you here in the future. Remember that it's not just the regionals that are run here. We also do local tournaments and other great events. Remember, it's Thursdays at 5 p.m. and Saturdays at 2 and 7 p.m. But there's also things like the Holiday Charity Tournament that you might have seen Konami recently announce on the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG Twitter that's still in for a great cause during the holidays. So again, you want to duel, you know what time it is. You know what. Yeah, according to my watch, it's time to duel. So hopefully we'll get to see you here soon. But don't worry, we'll be back pretty shortly with our Round 7 featured match. All right, duelists, we're back, and we've got round 7 here. Again, it's almost the end of the day, but we still have some great duels for you. So let's go ahead and pop in things going. So we are going to have Saul here versus Gilberto. And it's going to be a really cool matchup with a little bit of shades of some cards we haven't seen just yet. So first up, Gilberto is going to be running a Dogmatica Voiceless Voice deck. And his opponent, Saul, is going to be running Unchained. And I mean, it is just Unchained. It is not Unchained Duel. And we know that Unchained is good. It got 2 of the top spots at YCS Richmond, Virginia last year. And we know that Voiceless Voice has done some really great numbers too, so it'll be great to see how this duel shakes out. All right, duelists are just getting set up here. Take a look here at the deck list. It's going to be a fun matchup for sure. And again, this format really shows you really can just kind of play like whatever you feel like, as long as you're willing to do the research in the lab. And not everything is going to just be discarded Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, right? We got to see some good stuff there too. We'll figure out which player is which shortly, as one of our duelists here is picking up that wonderful Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron. If you haven't updated Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron, by the way, it looks crazy right now. Does he have his... Oh, he does. Take a look at the screen there. You'll see that he has it set in 5Ds mode. So you can see that it's got like the speed spell stuff zooming in the background. That's on version 4.0. We don't have our version updated here, but just remember that like they've got 5Ds, they've got GX, they've got lots of different stuff there. Definitely love to have you down here in beautiful Pasadena, Texas. All right, speaking of beautiful, let's see that first dice roll. It is a 4. But yeah, I think 11 is going to beat 4, so player on the top likely to go first. Great choice in sleeves on both sides. You've got the Witchcrafter Holiday on the bottom there for the extra deck, and we've got the sort of pendulum-esque sleeves on the top. Duelists love showing out with their accessories. All right, so now we know who is who. Saul's going to be at the bottom with the Unchained deck, which means going first is Gilberto, as he activates Nadir Servant. Now, sending that Garura, the beautiful Wings of Resonant Life there, going to get him a draw, but he's also grabbing Dogmatica Maximus. We're not about to see a Dragon Master Magia combo, are we? Now, that would be cool. You can get Dragon Master Magia literally off of just a single copy of Nadir Servant, but it looks like we're not. We're going to activate the pre-preparational rights here instead. So we're going to get a ritual and something named on it. So it's going to be Skull, Guardian of the Voiceless Voice. And then grab that ritual spell and activate it immediately here using low Prayers of the Voiceless Voice to go ahead and use up the whole cost there, not having to do too much there. Now that low is in the graveyard, it's going to be 4,100 attack on the Skull Guardian Protector of the Voiceless Voice, and it has the ability to negate a card effect and destroy it. Now low's out as well, and is that... Can't tell if that's Quarter Century Seeker. I think that's Quarter Century Seeker Rare, Seravis there. But everything kind of going off the way it's supposed to here. Again, having the Barrier of the Voiceless Voice, very helpful there, and also having the Blessing of the Voiceless Voice. So low being able to get one face up and the other being searched out. It's just nice to see. Voiceless Voice, something that came out in Phantom Nightmare in February. We saw a lot of duelists flock to it because it was very powerful, but it just never quite hit its stride in the way that some duelists prefer a deck to be before they pick it up. But this is still really good, having all this ritual-based stuff, and it does give you access to some really interesting cards like Dynamondo and so on. But it looks like we're actually going to send Cyframe Zeta to the graveyard here with the Dogmatica Maximus, as well as another fusion monster here. But what's also important is now Saul has to get rid of 2, and it looks like we're going to put the Unchained Soul Lord of Yama, and also just going to be, the Unchained Abomination. Chain Abomination almost used to see more play in other decks than it did in Unchained, but again, it's so nice to see Unchained still rocking it. Deck originally coming out in Chaos Impact in 2019, but 5 years later, still feels fun. All right, this would be a great time for a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, but don't think we're seeing that just yet. We're going to see play pass, so activating Tour Guide of the Underworld, and using Effect Failure to stop it. So don't even have to use the Skull Guardian's negate there. But there is a Fiend monster on the field, so possibly using the Unchained strategy to deal with that. Setting down one face-down card, and then we're using the Unchained Twins Aruha. So Aruha going to either try to destroy a Fiend or a face-down card. It's going to be the face-down card, and so the Escape of the Unchained, they are escaping from the deck there. About to get special summoned if it resolves. Oh, it looks like we're going to go ahead and swap out the monsters there. So goodbye to the Dogmatica Maximus and hello to Ceravis. So we got a powerful effect. It's not just about discarding to protect targeting, also has a little bounce there. But now we have our bluest of blue dogs, the Unchained Soul of Shyama. And activating the spell card Abomination's Prison. That one we're going to Ash Blossom. Okay, at some point the Unchained card's got to stop doing what they're doing. Oh, but it looks like we are going to negate the activated effect of the Unchained Twins Aroha with the Skull Guardian. Oh, no, okay. Looks like Chainlink 1 was Aroha, Chainlink 2 then, which is Shyama, and Shyama will be negated and destroyed. Judge just taking a quick look. It's not every day that you see Unchained, or at least it's been a while since we've been at YCS Richmond. It's good to see Tour Guide in the Underworld still doing work. And speaking of the Underworld, Foolish Burial activated here to send a monster from the deck to the graveyard. So Saul is going to go ahead and go through that, get a quick little deck profile there. A lot of spells. Wow, there's a lot of spells. But we're going to say goodbye to the Unchained Soul of Sharvara. Hitting the grave and also setting down the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained this time. Still haven't accessed the extra deck that much. Gonna have to figure out how to be able to get through low plus Skull Guardian. Just feels good. You can't go after low, right? She's also got 20-50 defense, so she's pretty difficult to deal with without a monster effect, unless you're managing to get to something bigger than that. But taking a look here, looks like we are going to go ahead and use the effect there of the Shaman in the Graveyard, targeting the face-down card, attempting to destroy it. And it's good. So that means the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained is destroyed, so that's going to activate its effects. You know what that means? More Unchained monsters. Really just, you know, one destruction leads to another destruction and so on and so forth. And since a card was destroyed, wow, you don't see that every day. The Unchained Abominable, or excuse me, Abominable Unchained Soul does have the ability to get off another destruction effect here of an opponent's card this time. Maybe a good way to get rid of some of the combo pieces there. And Gilberto just seems like he's having a good time. He's got everything he needs, just no response, no response, no response. And so now we've got another Unchained Twins this time. Should be Sarama. Certainly late in the day here as we enter round 7. Duel is competing for that coveted top 32 spot, get their invite to the North American World Championship Qualifier next year, which it almost is next year. Feels like it was just yesterday we were down in Austin competing for a spot in the World Championship. And now we're gearing up for wherever it is held next year. We're going to send that to the graveyard, and here comes our Unchained Soul Lord of Yama. A lot of little subtypes, right? Unchained, Unchained Soul, Unchained Twins. Various different names. But speaking of names, looks like we're going to go ahead and pick that card up. So Ravis, back to the hand. Go ahead and use its effect to stop that. And because it was destroyed, you are going to banish it. And then that means the effect of the Unchained Twin Sarama is an effect. Setting a card, destroying that Unchained Twins Araha. Araha is going to do what it does best. So lots of destruction going around. Unchained is kind of dizzying when you think about it. It's kind of difficult to keep up with, but Saul doing a great job making sure to just resolve his card effects one after the other. Definitely spent time in the lab with that deck. And looking forward to all those duelists at home updating their Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron again. Just really cool stuff. I'm glad we got to see that. So don't thank me. Thank Gilberto. He's the one who updated his Neuron. Right, so cycling through the deck here for those interested in deck profiles. I mean, there's all the cards you could eat. And it looks like some main decked Dark Ruler No More along with it. Certainly a great way to, maybe you don't need a board breaker, you just need the right to play Yu-Gi-Oh! A Dark Ruler No More will definitely get you there, as another Unchained monster hits the field, the Soul of Disaster. It's nice to see pure Unchained, right? This is a deck that commonly gets paired with Yubel or some other Fiend strategy, but it's still good, just it. And speaking of it, here comes the Unchained Soul Lord of Rage, being able to link stuff off. You do have to target those cards. May be difficult with those blessings. So it looks like instead, we are going to go ahead and link off again here for an SP Little Knight. Time for a non-targeting banish. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Looks like we're going to go ahead and get rid of the barrier of the Voiceless Voice. You may be blessed, but you are not barriered. And then with the Unchained Soul Lord there, going to go ahead and be able to destroy as well. The Soul of Disaster, well, causes disasters. So now it's attacking time. 3,000 attack is not bigger than 4,100, so it will be destroyed, but that's what we want in an Unchained deck. So just taking 1,100 and take a look at how that looks on Gilberto's calculator there. You're about to see once he hits that equal sign just how cool the new Neuron update is. So yeah, 1,100. Show us the equal sign, Gilberto. You also can set your dual disc too, by the way, so you can mix and match. Maybe you want to have like a GX dual disc, but a 5Ds calculator. All right, there we go. Yeah, see, that is just so cool that they've updated. You can actually see the road in the background there as the Turbo Duelists are trying their hardest to climb up in the ranks. A little bit of a tongue twister there when going fast makes you feel alive. Speaking of feeling alive, the Unchained Soul of Rage is back in action. And it looks like you could try to attack the low. Looks like it is big enough to get rid of the low, so low is destroyed. But that may be it so far for the battle phase. So yeah, play is passing back to Gilberto. He draws for turn. Considering his options, it looks like it might be time to do a Blessing of the Voiceless Voice. Takes a lot of work to unglue Voiceless Voice. Difficult to set up, but once it's there, unless you've got a way to get rid of low, that's kind of difficult. And we have not seen, at least at this tournament, as much Centurion Bestial as many were expecting because of its ability to play around Mulcharmies. Centurion's definitely good. But without decks playing Bestials, all of a sudden Voiceless Voice gets pretty far. Ah, but you tried to target, so maybe considering using that effect. So we're going to add that low back to hand. Special summon it back to the field, we mean. Okay, that's where the targeting shenanigans will stop. Well, whether it was YCS Richmond with Joey Bellafiore taking the win, or you're just hanging out with us at Game Guys, man, Unchained is still doing numbers. But Gilberto, not being a slouch, still managing to hold in there. So discarding the Saphira, Dragon Queen of the Voiceless Voice there, sending the ritual to the deck, from the deck to the graveyard. And then looks like you could see another copy of the Skull Guardian, Protector of the Voiceless Voice, added from the deck to the hand, just out of camera sight. And then we're going to go ahead and ritual once more. And that might be all she wrote. So it looks like Voiceless Voice takes the first game, and Gilberto has got it. And we'll see if he is able to, well, shout at the devil facing these fiends. Now we access the side deck, and it's true that, like, neither of these decks are commonly played, at least anymore, so it'll be interesting to see what we end up using here. A lot of trap cards. Now that is some interesting stuff we see there in Saul's side deck. It's not every day you see Power Sink Stone. But Voiceless Voice obviously gotten quite a bit of support, and it's definitely one of those decks that will continue to be good because anytime Light Dragons and Light Warriors appear, you'll be like, oh, I probably could run that in my Voiceless Voice deck. I don't know if we're going to see the Power Sink Stone, but if you're wondering, like, okay, what does that card even do? Well, each time a monster effect is activated, you place one Spellstone counter on the card. And while it has 2 Spellstone counters, which is its max, neither player can activate the effects of face-up monsters on the field. Also, the effects of face-up monsters on the field are negated. But once per turn during the end phase, if it's got any Spellstone counters, remove them. So a great way to slow down your opponent's combos. You get 2 effects. 2 effects. Choose them wisely. We did see some Dolce Vernisylph in the tournament. Didn't get a chance to get him on stream here, but it shows you at home. Earth is still cool. That Ouse of the Earth Charmer you see on the playmap, that's not for show. It's a reminder every attribute in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is good right now. Water, wind, fire, heart? Wait, no, that's the wrong series. And both duels definitely feel themselves, passing the decks across the table. And we got 29 minutes left on the clock. Gilberto managing to take game 1. Let's see how Saul does on game 2. All right, staring down that hand, and I see some trap cards here. I think I just saw a dimensional barrier, which means I know what we're calling. We're calling ritual. It's going to be interesting. Holding on, just sets 2 and passes, keeping one of the dimensional barriers in the hand. Speaking of hands, it's a little bit of an interesting one, but it did include low. So low's going to be activated here. And I think we're probably going for Blessing of the Voiceless Voice. Do we feel blessed, or do we need a barrier? You can almost see the wry smile on Saul's face as he thinks, don't give it away, don't give it away. Now we're going to discard the Saphira, Queen of the Voiceless Voice. Of course, you're going to send a ritual from the deck to the graveyard. And then search out a Voiceless Voice card. Easy access to Skull Guardian feels good, so there goes our ritual. Prayers of the Voiceless Voice is gone, and there's the Skull Guardian being added to the hand. right, so now we'll activate our trap card here. Dimensional Barrier, obviously calling Ritual. I don't think we're calling Pendulums here. Those might be Pendulum Sleeves, but that is a Ritual deck. And the eyebrows go up there as Gilberto tries to figure out, okay, now what? I can't do what I came here to do, so... And you can see it, you know. It's on his face, but doesn't mean he's down and out just yet. Just means this turn's going to be a little bit more difficult. And those of us at home and here in the audience, we're in on the joke. We know there's another Dimensional Barrier right there in his hand. You can see it at the rightmost card of Saul as he clutches that, knowing I need to set it. So draw for turn. Definitely has some Unchained cards. Time for Unchained Twins Rakea. It doesn't seem like there's any response here, so of course we do have various spell and trap cards we could play. Looks like we are going to do the quick ritual here from the Blessing of the Voiceless Voice. Bringing out Skull Guardian. 4,100 attack and having that negate. Very powerful, being able to stop the activation of any card and destroy it for the low, low price of like playing the deck you want to play. Now, interestingly, activating the effect there of the Forbidden Droplet to discard another Forbidden Droplet and half the attack there of the Skull Guardian Protector of the Voiceless Voice, trying to negate its effect before low even hits the field. Oh, but now we've also got the Radiance of the Voiceless Voice, the trap card that destroys itself and a number of cards equal to the number of Voiceless Voice ritual monsters you have on the field. It could happen whenever. But it looks like we're going to use Foolish Burial for now. Got to get somebody to the graveyard. And so we shall say goodbye to the Unchained Soul Lord of Shama. But it's probably coming back out soon, so don't worry. So we're going to bring out our Unchained Soul Lord, getting rid of the Unchained Twins Rakea. Unchained Twins Rakea's effect. Any response there from Gilberto? It looks like he is going to put a card back there with the effect of the Blessing, and that'll bring out, oh, hey, we haven't seen Solevis, the Dragon Sage of the Voiceless Voice, in a while. Ancient and Ascended as he may be, started somewhere. Now we also have Shalvara hitting the field. We got two great level 6s. We know how great ranked 6s can be, but it looks like instead we're going to link summon. It's going to be the Unchained Soul Lord of Yama, using its effect immediately. Oh, but before it does, Effect Veiler, we are in the main phase of Saul's turn. So that'll negate the effect there. But still able to recycle that card. Just explain to the judge, make sure everybody's following along. Yeah, no, this is totally a legal move. A-legal, not illegal. But looks like the Unchained, or no, excuse me, Escape of the Unchained was set there. Gives you a face-down card. Always fun to play a deck that like wants to destroy itself, wants to discard itself. You know, could be Danger, could be all the fun Fiend decks. And that seems to be like the Fiend strategy for the most part, is making those deals with the devil. But Halloween jokes aside, looks like we're going to see pre-preparation of the rites here as we gear up for our final ritual summon. Well, maybe we're not going to ritual summon at all, though. We do have that separate copy of Dimensional Barrier, and it does show you technically that while the safe play by Saul was to set only one copy of Dimensional Barrier, if Dimensional Barrier was activated, well, during both turns, by setting both of them, one for each turn, you would never have had that Skull Guardian to begin with. But speaking of beginning, we're going down a different path here as Bestial Magnamut rears its head by banishing the Effect Veiler from the graveyard. Why wait for your opponent to bring Lights and Darks when you can bring your own, too? Taking a quick look here at the blessings of the Voiceless Voice. Right, we got all three. Blessing, Barrier, Radiance. But here we go. No. Calling, I would assume, Ritual. Dimensional Barrier, of course, locking the opponent out of the effects and summons based on one of those sacred types, but we're negating it because we do have the Skull Guardian, Protector of the Voiceless Voice at this point. So we will complete that Ritual summon. Now there's another copy. Big business. Again, Gilberto with his Voiceless Voice deck won the first duel. And his best 2 out of 3, but man, if you look at that field, it might just be best 2 out of 2. So Saravis, the Ancient and Ascended, back on the field again. Do get the special summon the Unchained Twins Araha on Saul's side, but one little fiend monster set ablaze may not be enough to burn brighter than all those Voiceless Voice light monsters. Remember, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a marathon, not a sprint. Might catch players doing something a little interesting, but they've been here all day. You find duelists wherever they are, not from the perfect spectator seats that you duelists out there have. Yeah, we're still seeing good play here as one gets destroyed. Goodbye, Araha. Hello, Rakea. Hey, but that doesn't matter either because Saravis Ancient Ascendant's going to clobber Rakea as well. Thinking about what could be done. Ask a few questions here. Let me just see the Saravis for just a second. Shades of Illusion of Chaos, and a little bit of an anti-targeting effect when discarded from the hand. So definitely a great ritual monster there. Looks like we are going to go ahead and bring back 2 cards here. Hey, we'd love to see you next time. Can't wait to report on your winnings. But for now, our duelists do their best as Unchained Soul of Sharvara summons itself in defense mode on the field. Just asking to see if those two have attacked yet. Saravis and Saravis. So we got 2 monsters on the field. Now it's the Unchained Twin Sarama and the Unchained Soul of Sharvara. Just holding it down. Just trying to use all the facts that they like being destroyed to protect Saul's life points. Now, no life points have changed yet in this duel. But man, have these fields gotten bigger and brighter. Speaking of bigger and brighter, 2 ritual monsters go to the grave. And now we are bringing out Dynamondo. Dynamondo, certainly a nice card to see. Great for ritual monsters, but also recently reprinted in the Megatins this year. Just for all those duelists who maybe, didn't catch it the first time around. That is going to be a little difficult as that is shuffled back into the deck now. Gilberto goes ahead and cuts. All right, so as we keep on going here, seems like we're going to go ahead and activate the effect there. Negating, oh, and there's the Call by the Grave attempting to banish, but Dynamondo chains as well. So special summoning the Protector of the Voiceless Voice before it can be banished by the Call by the Grave, and thus the effect is not negated, and the original Protector of the Voiceless Voice gets it done. Really heads up play there. And a great way to bring another powerful attacker back on the field. It's a little bit of a rebate. To a degree, Voiceless Voice is similar to decks like it. This is going to sound crazy, so promise I'm going somewhere with this. Labyrinth, where you're stacking these effects, or even like a traditional Dark Magician Primite deck. Where it's just like, now I can do this, and now I can do this too, and now I can do these things. And when all these stacked effects combined, you're not going to have a good time. So Unchained twins of Araha back on the field. Saul trying to hang in there for the Unchained fans. With 16 minutes left on the clock, Game 3 may go down to life point totals. But Radiance of the Voiceless Voice using its effect to destroy the Unchained twins of Araha. Has been just sitting there the whole time. Now Saravis appears. Going into the deck here on Saul's side to grab another Unchained card. I think we really did see the Power Sync Stones. Yeah, the Power Sync Stones did make it into the deck. We just haven't drawn them yet. Now we're going to go ahead and see another Unchained monster just being used as a defensive piece. Just trying to block as many times as he can so he doesn't lose any life points. I don't know if 15 minutes are going to go by of this, but if they did, technically Saul still has his back to the wall. Gilberto has more wins. So even if this game's a draw, Gilberto would take it. Now we're going back into the deck again. Feeling blessed. That's what this deck's all about. You make those prayers, and the Voiceless Voice answer. Can't quite make out what we searched there. Looks like it's just out of camera shot. It looks like we're returning 2 rituals. Ah, the special summon Soravis, Dragon Sage of the Voiceless Voice. Great way to recycle some of those spells, make more food for Saphira later in the duel. Now we'll see a Link summon here. And Dynamundo is back. So shuffling that up, and that's 4,100, and that's 4,100. And that's game. So everybody packing it up there. Saul certainly showcased how durable the Unchained deck is. Now Gilberto showing us that Voiceless Voice is still just wide open, right? You can definitely pick this deck up, stack all these really creative and powerful abilities, even play through 2 copies of Dimensional Barrier, and just be fine. Just celebrate those boys in blue. So certainly an excellent deck to be playing. And Link monsters, ritual monsters, they got that shade in blue in common. And they paid dividends for Gilberto. So we'll get to hear from him shortly in our player interview. Our penultimate player interview. That's just fancy talk for second to last. But what a day it's been. We've showcased some really interesting stuff. There's been decks from throughout the format, whether it's been Ubel or Fiendsmith or pure Unchained or pure Voiceless Voice. Dogmatica decks, like just so much wild stuff. So be exciting to talk to Gilberto to see what kind of adventures he's had over the course of the day with Voiceless Voice and what his record is. He might be getting our top 32 spot. Remember, with 8 rounds of Swiss, that means the top 32 are going to advance to wherever that North American World Championship qualifier is next year. And while the World Championship was in America this year, it usually rotates. And don't quote me on this. I don't want anyone to be upset if it's in America next year. But it could be in Japan or in Europe next year. So these players may be well on their way. They'll look back at this video and say, wow, this was it. This was the hard duel that I had to have that got me to be our world champion. So just great looking out Voiceless. Definitely speechless here. Now the duel chairs are empty. We should be seeing Gilberto shortly. Just pass on the deck list if I can to our handy-dandy judge. And Gilberto, if you want to just have a seat here, talk all about how great Voiceless Voice still is. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You want to go ahead and put that up? There we are. Got it. So Voiceless Voice, really good stuff there. And I have to say that Dynamondo paid dividends. But what made you decide rituals were the path today?
I've always been a ritual guy. First of all, I love the color blue.
Yeah, it's a good color.
When I first started, I played a ton of rituals. And I've been slowly climbing up the ranks of decent ritual decks. We go Pain, Oblivion,
okay, yeah.
Megalith, Drytron, Now I'm a voiceless voice player.
Okay. Other rituals, I'm trying to think of what's in the future, but just talking about the present, it was so cool to see the full complement. That's the thing. Voiceless voice takes a while to get started, but once you have everything, blessing, radiance, voiceless voice cards, it's so cool to see that like you're just in control. So is there anything you're worried about once you have the full package up? Like, what is it that's going to be able to pick that off? Or are you just like, nope, I got it, there's low, we're good?
It's got to be one big board wipe or the deck bounces back.
That makes sense. Have you gotten hit with Dark Ruler No More today? That feels like something that may turn off those Skull Guardians and not let you be able to play forward.
Nothing I'm scared of.
Okay, that's good. That's a good vibe to be in because that really is what Skull Guardian is supposed to be about. I've noticed that, the deck sort of like kinks up sometimes, but yours just didn't seem to do that at all. Was that just a good match to watch, or have you kind of figured out the secret formula?
Voice of Voice isn't that hard to play. It does one thing, and it does one thing consistently the entire game. Once you realize what to summon at the right moment, everything becomes easy to dodge, and the match becomes easy.
It was good to finally see that because we've had Voiceless Voice on the stream before, so again, just a real privilege to be able to seeing it do well. You mentioned ritual decks. You're obsessed with the color blue. Is this something that you intend to keep playing throughout like the upcoming formats, or are we going to find another ritual deck to jump ship to in the future?
Well, all the way up to the YCS, I'm bringing Voiceless Voice up there.
Okay. You say YCS. Is that the remote dual YCS, or are you going to Anaheim?
I'm going to Orlando, Florida now.
Oh, Orlando. That's right. We do have a lot of stuff. Well, that's going to be fun to see for sure. Let me ask you, though, are we playing for our invite today?
Nah, it's not in the cards.
Okay, that's fine. We always have the next thing, and there is the remote dual YCS coming up. So with ritual play like that was a masterclass seeing you play through not one, but 2 copies of Dimensional Barrier. So I think you're going to do just fine, fam. So good luck in that last duel. Use it as good practice, and hopefully we'll see you again up here soon.
See y'all soon.
All right, speaking of soon, we'll be back soon, too. See you guys soon. Man, I hope they get a featured match too. Joking, of course, we've got our featured match coming right up because we have just posted pairings for round 8, and round 8 is going to be our final round. Oh, it's been such a great day of dueling, but unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. So pretty soon we'll have our top tournament table. That's right, where you usually get the last match to be the top #1 table. So it'll be exciting to see the best and undefeated duelists here, and there are still some undefeated duelists as far as I know. Been some really cool stuff. We were just out in the crowd, just kind of, shooting the breeze with various duelists, seeing people playing all kinds of cool stuff that we didn't get to feature everything on stream. Remember, we only get 8 rounds that we get to feature, so we don't get to show all the cool water decks that were out there that apparently we might have missed. There was certainly some Dolce stuff as well. Definitely got some card trading, but again, think about the Yu-Gi-Oh! To come, right? So if you think that it's time to duel, don't worry, because the remote duel YCS is next week. That's right. You from home who's been saying, he should do this, he should do that, he should do that. You can go ahead and be in the driver's seat from your own home. It doesn't just have to be tabletop Yu-Gi-Oh!, right? Maybe you don't have a fancy computer or webcam. They also still have public events for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and for Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. So whether you're on your phone, your computer, your tablet, even your PlayStation, as long as you have access to Discord, you can duel to your heart's content and win fabulous prizes from your own home. They'll even mail you your entry packs next week, and that is November 9th and 10th, so literally 7 days from now, a week. Other great stuff going on. We've got, obviously, crossover breakers coming down the pipeline. Remember, the Quarter Century Bonanza, though, comes out this week. It's going to be Wednesday, November 6th at your official tournament store, and Friday, November 8th, wherever you get your booster packs. And if you haven't seen the videos and all the gathering of data that everyone's done, because no video is going to show you like all of the cards in that, because there's a 200 card pool of there's nostalgia quarter century secret rares. There's a lot of really cool stuff in there, especially if you're somebody who plays the Time Wizard format. Maybe you're like, back in my day, we did this. Well, here's the good news. Back in your day, you could do that now, because the Time Wizard franchise of tournaments allows you to set the clock back. You probably, if you're watching the stream, you probably already know about this, but if you don't know, 2 of the most popular formats are July 2005, GOAT format, and April 2010, Edison format. So if you like mid-synchros before it got a little too crazy, or if you like just old school, Tsukuyomi, let me go ahead and flip-flop my cards here, draw, etc. That's still a vibe. Right now, Hout format is getting really popular in Texas as well. That's the hand artifacts trap tricks. We do have our deck lists here, so it looks like we actually are going to be going in for our match here. And ooh, okay. Well, I can't say what this is until we get into it, but it looks like we will be heading on in soon. Again, this is going to be our top tournament table. It's really exciting to be able to see these 2 undefeated duelists clash. We'll confirm that, of course, too, once we get a chance here. But yeah, it's just been a great day so far. And remember, we'll be also streaming, not we here, but there will be a stream of YCS Anaheim also in about 30 days, right? That's going to be December 7th. So if you had a good time, just go and subscribe to the official Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG channel either on Twitch or YouTube, because you will get to see even more great Rage of the Abyss action. And Crossover Breakers will be out then too. So really good stuff across the board. And hey, thank you so much for being here, but don't worry, because we're not going anywhere. We're going to the duel. So Duelist should be here in just a moment. And lots of great stuff coming our way, because again, it's just a magical format. Last format, we had as our top spots Salamangreat versus Dragon Link. And nobody thought that would be possible in Fiendsmith format. They'd be like, no, it's got to be all these new cards. No, you can play what you want. The new cards are just there to give you new things to want to play. Glad that you guys are having a good time, though, here at the venue and beyond. So now that our duelists are safely behind the scenes in that sound-padded room, let's talk about what they're playing. Joseph is going to be running the ever-popular Snake Eye Diabellstar strategy. It's a pretty straight-laced Sinful Spoil, Hallowed Azamina style deck. It's not Fire King. It's really just going to be Snake Eye. His opponent, though, is going to be playing Labyrinth. So this is a match that kind of showcases that the cards that you still have in your deck box from last format, they still work. They didn't magically disappear on you. This particular Labyrinth deck is using a few different, I guess we could say it now since this is the last round of the tournament. Nobody else will be playing them. It is using some continuous trap cards meant to kind of lock the opponent out of stuff, including Rivalry of Warlords. We have been seeing Transaction rollback as well, which is pretty cool because you could use it to copy your opponent's Dominus Impulses. So there's some really good stuff to the Labyrinth deck. I mean, it's just been incredible how powerful it's been. And it recently got, second place in YCS Charlotte earlier this year. So it has survived multiple different formats. And as we heard from earlier players like Andy, talking about how good or why to play this, it's just incredible. Just absolutely incredible. But we are going to savor this final duel. Certainly those in the chat, you could cheer for who it is you want to win, but only one duelist can walk out of here. Although that's not true. We did have a draw on one of our final duels, but it looks like the Labyrinth play is going to be at the top and the Diabellstar play is going to be at the bottom. So that means that Luis is in the red chair and Joseph is in the blue chair. Going to go ahead and use the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils to grab Diabellstar, the Black Witch, out of the deck. And so it looks like goodbye, Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon, obviously a very expensive discard there. Oh, but Infinite Impermanence coming down to block that. So we're going to have to use a Bonfire. Bonfire going to have to search out probably Snake Eye Ash, I would imagine. Definitely going to be seeing some good Yu-Gi-Oh! Here as Snake Eye Ash normal summon to the field, activating its effect. Doesn't seem like there's any response. And so Snake Eye Poplar going to go ahead and add itself to the hand, use its effect because it was added to the hand to special summon itself to the field. And now that Poplar's in special summon, let's grab a Snake Eye card. Taking just a moment to figure that out, but it looks like that was the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. And it was. We're activating the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Joseph going to reach back into the deck. And there is Snake Eyes Diabellstar. And Snake Eyes Diabellstar really shows you that this deck has very different faces. And we do have other Snake Eyes cards coming out in the future. Supreme Darkness is looking really cool with about 10 plus support cards for Azamina and Goblin Bikers and Snake Eyes. So it'll be really neat to see all of that kind of collide. But now it's time for Nibiru, the Primal Being. Speaking of colliding, the rock is going to hit and hard. So for those of you who heard that crash, that's just Nibiru hitting the field. Placing the token in front of the extra monster zone there. Been a pretty consistent strategy to put the token there. We obviously have seen how good it can be to suck away that if you have access to Relinquish Anima, but not a lot of level 1 access here. But now the Snake Eyes Diabellstar pushing itself up. Some people play like Nibiru is not a card. You kind of have to sometimes, right? Be brave. Maybe you already have your invite and you're pushing the envelope. Maybe you just want to get that Nibiru out of the way. So not doing too bad. Moved on to IP Masquerena, of course. Does let you get the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon back into the graveyard. Could push it forward at a moment's notice. Kind of a little backwards, right? You usually see the Snake Eyes Flamberge in a monster zone and the IP Masquerena in a spell and trap zone, but just Joseph taking the long way home. And now Luis draws his first card for the turn, having already used up 2. Should have 4 cards in hand. Thinking deep Labyrinth thoughts. And 2 trap cards in the hand, 2 monsters. But just going to attack with the IP against the IP Masquerena. Going straight into battle phase there, not risking anything. We're at the very end of the tournament here. You can't risk it all. But the secret's out of the bag here. So now the monster's been summoned. We do see the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon advance from the Spell and Trap Zone to the Monster Zone. The Labyrinth Servant may be just what's needed here. As we reach into the deck, get a little bit of a showcase of everything in that Labyrinth deck, but it looks like Stovey Torby is who we're going to grab. So Stovey Torby to the hand. And it looks like we're going to discard Cuckoo Clock, as well as Stovey Torby, an additional trap card. So time to welcome on in these trap cards. Labyrinth really looking strong this format. Just incredible how much longevity this deck has had. Almost the trap version of Sky Striker. But here's Dominance Impulse to just shut things down. And remember, it was set. So not locked out of your light, wind, or earth cards. Doing real strong. Dominance Impulse, not necessarily something we've seen a lot on our featured match tables, but obviously impactful. We are seeing the effect there. Okay, that IP Masquerena was just the one, so you cannot use the Star Slayer. Typhoon did not meet its requirement. Remember, it's good to have a judge around, but based on the tournament policy guidelines, it is the duelist's responsibility to keep track of an active and correct game state. So Joseph doing a good job, but just managing like, no, hey, I only have the one. And got a little bit of information there too. May affect future plays as he realizes, okay, I bring out 2 monsters from the extra deck during a turn. Well, I know who I might save. Looks like we're actually going to pass play back there, getting completely shut out. Joseph draws a card for turn. Luis not completely out of the game, still has a set face down card. It doesn't take much for Labyrinth just to charge on in. Oh, but now we're going to summon Mulcharmy Fualos. Maybe the first Mulcharmy Fualos we've seen on the field all tournament. Oh, but the Dharma Cannon. So, using the destructive Dharma Karma Cannon, it's going to flip a lot of monsters face down. Prevent any of those link summons. Especially if the only monster that was able to be brought out is the Snake Eyes Flambird Dragon. So everybody goes face down. So yep, just taking another look at that destructive Dharma Karma Cannon. Powerful for a lot of different reasons, but it doesn't prevent a manual battle position change. So Snake Eyes Flambird Dragon will wake up from its slumber and go and attack the face down monster. But before it does, going to go ahead and banish the Labyrinth trap card there to bounce back the Labyrinth Servant to the hand. Certainly get lost in the maze, and it hurts when you get kicked out. But since there's no level 8 Fiend monster on the field, right, none of those lovelies or ladies, it's just going to bounce one of the targets back. And that makes sense, too. Just let you be able to stop some stuff. So looks like we're good on that. Going to go ahead and it's going to be set because there's no face-up Fiend monster. Gotcha. That'll just be used for a future play. Louis taking a look at his graveyard. And we're going to go ahead and normal summon Cuckoo Clock. Send it to the graveyard for Relinquished Anima. And, well, you did set it in that monster zone, so you can equip it for a 0/0. That's going to go there. Mulcharmy Fualos. Those have to be face up, though, if you're going to grab it. So we know it's the Fualos anyway. So no secrets spoiled. But now we're going to send those 2 cards. And we've got Muckraker of the Underworld. Okay, break out your microphones. It's time to report the news. Discarding Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring and special summoning another Labyrinth Servant. And because we've activated a Labyrinth effect, we still have a lot of other stuff we could do there. Just taking a quick check of the graveyard there with the Fallen Stovey Torby, the Fallen Cuckoo Clock, various Labyrinth trap cards, and the Dharma Cannon. So, gotta do something with that, Luis. What shall it be? Well, we're going back in the deck again. Could bring up a Link 3 monster, but we're going in the deck now to use the effect of the Labyrinth Servant. Now that we've thought everything thoroughly through. right, looks like we're searching out the lady of the Silver Castle here, Lady Labyrinth herself. Saw her earlier in the tournament. Again, a lot of people on Labyrinth. Labyrinth feeling good, man. But with no face-down cards on the field, it can be targeted. Looks like we're entering the battle phase. Destroying the Molcharmi Fualos as a result of battle. And then bouncing the monster off the field. And then triggering a replay there and just going to attack again. But now those Labyrinth effects activated, so let's grab our Labyrinth trap cards and special summon Strovitorby to the field. Now, one of the difficult things to deal with when you have those Molcharmies is you cannot activate their effects while you control cards. So it could be a little difficult to deal with the current Molcharmi Fualos there in the hand. It's not going anywhere anytime fast. Still 35 minutes on the clock here, even life points on both sides. Seems like we could perform a Link Summon. You got to be careful. It'd be very tempting to use that Nightmare Phoenix, a Fiend, too. But even if you get that draw, well, you would be clearing the field, and then the Molcharmies come flapping along. Joseph drawing for turn, peers into his hand. Thinking for a moment, but it looks like the options come to his way. He's setting a monster face down. And it seems like that's it. Who, while along the days, friends part ways. They see each other at the next tournament. We are seeing a Dominus Impulse. But after that, not much. So I would believe that Joseph conceded. So life points calculations are irrelevant at this point. The attack was successful there, so we'll certainly be mindful of that in the future. Now looking at that side deck, oh my goodness. Seeing things like different dimension ground, dimension shifters, oh, those are coming in. Yeah, think about those triple tactics talents, maybe super polymerization, Droll and Lockbird. No, the only thing we need are shifter, shifter, and shifter. A dimension ground would be pretty cool, so with that ancient spell or anti-spell fragrance. But it looks like we settle for a triple tactics talent. Meanwhile, Joseph's side deck just slightly out of range here. But it seems like he's making out about 3 or 4 trades here. And we haven't seen smoke screening in a while. The old practice and tournament legal of shuffling your side deck into your deck and then taking out those 15 cards. Sometimes maybe you don't even take out 15 cards that were in your main deck. Maybe you just take the 15 side deck cards out just to throw your opponent through the loop there. You're like, what did he side? But smoke screening, kind of a thing of the past. Most people don't want to spend the time on that. Looks like we're taking a few cards out here on the top. I see a Shandrag Lear removed. Didn't catch that first one. But it seems like furniture for the most part. Now, maybe a little bit of traps here or there. Ah, Pot of Prosperity going by the wayside. Yes, if you're going second, you want to do damage. Don't need the consistency boosts as much. We know how powerful Labyrinth can be going second. Just discarding its cards in order to get that Dotama Cannon online. Shutting down opponents before they can even start. So if I'm right about Luis winning game 1, Joseph should be going first now. That makes perfect sense based on the side deck choices as well. So it looks like drawing 5 cards. See a Shandrag Lear, 2 traps, another one. Yep, Joseph did lose the first game, so he is going first on the second one. Activating Bonfire to search out some kind of pyro. And Luis has nothing to respond with for now. Oh, but now we've got the Infinite Permanence on the Snake Eye Ash. That could lock Joseph out of this turn, dependent. Oh, but now we see the Deception of the Sinful Spoils. Getting rid of the fallen, useless Snake Eye Ash, right? It's a fixture negate, it's not doing too much. Players just making sure they understand what's going on. Going to go ahead and discard in the open game state after the summon, the Ku Clock, as well as the Shandrag Leer and a single copy of the trap card. So now we can go ahead and welcome on in some Labyrinth monsters because it literally is Ku Clock time. And so that trap can be activated now. Oh, but the Dominus Impulse stopping it dead cold. Locked out of light, wind, earth, which probably doesn't mean much for a deck playing fire, water, and dark. But Dominus Impulse is a great card to use even in a deck that runs light, wind, and earth monsters. You just order of operations, set the cards. Luis had a smile on his face for a moment, but now back into serious mode. So we see the Mu Arcilago search out the wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils, grabbing that Diabellstar. Just shows you how well Diabellstar still plays with their old colleagues. They may be out to get her, but doesn't mean she's not still friends with them. Friends fight too. It happens. But looks like Diabellstar's coming out on top. Goodbye, Mu Arcilago. And that's going to mean Diabellstar hits the field and sets the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye. Which also means that you can go ahead and shuffle that back. And I think that's exactly what's happening here now as Joseph gets back the Hallowed Azamina. Activating the Hallowed Azamina. And now it's time for Ilya Sylvia. So it is all about that negate, right? All trouble, no base. Sure there's a joke in there somewhere, but for now, I'm going to go ahead and banish the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. Bottom of the deck a card, and let's search some stuff out. So we are searching out Poplar by replacing the Snake Eye Ash to the bottom of the deck. So sort of a roundabout way to get Poplar out, but Diabellstar tries to treat her little friend well. So it's going to do its best to return the favor as Joseph uses its effect to grab the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, activate that field spell, and then play from the deck into the spell and trap zone. Snake Eyes Diabellstar exactly where that card wants to be. And then doing the same with the Wanted Seeker Sinful Spoils to draw another card from the deck. Just great resource management, not skipping a step. Trying to set up as much as possible. Remember, this is still the first turn. That Ku Clock beat on the field. All those cards in the graveyard. That's just Labyrinth Duel what it does. Our turn. More like our duel at this point. So nothing but green in the grave. Maybe a little pink there. No monsters. Until now. So we're going to link summon. Making Dark the Dark Charmer gloomy. Even Luis is like, okay. So now we can go ahead and bring forth the Snake Eyes Diabellstar and then use the effect of the Dark Charmer Gloomy to grab that Labyrinth Shandrag Leer. It's nice to see the Charmers back in action. And I definitely think the Darks, they're going to get some work to the level of which we saw when Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer was around. Speaking of Link monsters in the extra deck, we're going to bring out Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. We're locked into fire monsters as long as it's on the field, but that's okay. We got Snake Eyes Diabellstar special summon back with its effect. Now we'll combine those two cards for an additional Link summon, this time a Link 4. And I think we're going to see Salamangreat Raging Phoenix. Oh, and the Triple Tactics Thrust. You used an effect during my turn. And because you control a card, it's time to add something from the deck to the hand, and it's Triple Tactics Talent. Are we going to use the Forceful Sentry effect? Yes, we are. Putting the last card in Luis's hand back into the deck. Joseph just making sure. Perfect set here. Leaving the opponent with nothing. If you look in front of Luis sitting in the red chair, there are just no cards. So pass turn draws a single card. Luis looking at the extra deck. Getting rid of that level 1 monster. And ooh, using the link arrow from the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix to special summon Relinquished Anima to that zone. But that is a monster summon, so let's go ahead and say goodbye to Salamangreat Raging Phoenix and Relinquished Anima for Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames. And that was enough for Luis. We're going to Game 3 of our final featured match of the day. Certainly had to try. We are seeing some stuff come out. So no longer need the anti-spell fragrances. It's very powerful, but we haven't seen the anti-spell fragrance lock down the duel. In fact, anyone who activated it, well, they usually lost it. In this one, we didn't even get to see it activated. Do see a few things coming out. Seems like an Imperm and a Molcharmi Fuwalos hit the deck box. And it's getting sealed away. Well, to each their own, but Joseph definitely clinched that duel in fine style. Neither duelist seems particularly perturbed to be in Game 3 at the end of the day. They know they're getting their invite and getting that beautiful Heart of Blue Eyes mat. If you haven't seen it, man, pull up Google and just... The regional qualifiers mat for this season is incredible. Yes, it's nostalgic, but it also looks dope. So pile shuffling for that last time. Got to make this a good one. Thoroughly randomize those cards. Because duelists of this caliber, they don't care that they're getting their invite. They want to be the guy. They want to be the #1 duelist. And guy, girl, whoever that duelist may be. It takes work, determination, focus. And also not believing in your own hype. After you win this duel, time to keep on training. Hopefully we get to see some of these competitors in the Remote Duel YCS next week. There should be written coverage on that. Don't quote me on that, but they usually do written coverage. Now it's time to duel. Set 2 trap cards. And pass turn. Looks like an Arios, the Labyrinth Butler, and 2 Ash Blossoms left in the hand. An Infinite Impermanence, and Anti-Spell Fragrance in the standby phase. Maybe a quick play could be hustled out here. Oh, but with all those spells and just 1 monster, that's going to be rough. So Joseph setting the field spell, setting the bonfire, setting what appeared to be Hallowed Azamina, maybe a Deception of Sinful Spoil, and the Dominus Impulse. Set 5 and pass, although in the field spell zone, that feels a little different than usual. And so now, wow, Quarter Century Secret Rare right out of Duelist Nexus, Arius. And anything else? Well, now we have used the Labyrinth effect. So, hello, lovely Labyrinth. Passing that over again. Arius is certainly not the most common of the Labyrinth family. But Luis packing 2 of these for good effect. Oh, and there comes the Dominus Impulse. And so it was set, so we're not locked out of anything. So Arias trying to use the other effect there. Going to go and special summon itself to the field. It's a great card. One of the last Labyrinth cards printed and really just fixed a lot of things about them that weren't even wrong. All right. So, pass it back over to Joseph. Now we're going to go ahead and flip up the field spell. And then we're going to see the Snake Eyes Diabell Star here. Remember, not everything's intentional, friends. We got our Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges there in the vibe. Sometimes mistakes happen, but most importantly, it is the end of a very long day. It's Speaking of long days, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring still is good at the end of a long day. That bonfire may very well get negated. Doesn't seem like there's anything Joseph could do, so that card goes to the graveyard. All right, now we do have Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch. Coming out there, getting rid of the Snake Eyes Flamebird Dragon. And then thinking about that, so you wouldn't be able to activate it just yet. It would have to be set for a while. But it is there on the field, so it could come up later. Slowly but surely. So now we are going to see the Snake Eyes Dia Bellstar pushed forward, placing the Snake Eyes Flamebird Dragon in the Spell and Trap zone. All right, and there is 2,800. So taking a look at the extra deck here, could actually just make a Nightmare Phoenix if you had to get out that bad from the anti-spell fragrance. But it looks like instead we're going to make Hita, the Fire Charmer, ablaze, using its effect to go ahead and grab out that Ash Blossom. But before it happens, transaction rollback. You can hear those life points getting paid. There's transaction rollback. Half your life points, but it is worth it when you get to copy the effects of great trap cards from your opponents. Certainly one way to get a Dominus Impulse off. I'll just borrow yours. Thinking about it, finally flip it over to the Deception of Sinful Spoils. Gonna see what we can get done here in this opening. Seems like other than that, it's just gonna be a pass. So drawing the Absolute King Backjack, summoning the Absolute King Backjack. Now we're seeing the Snake Eyes Flamebird Dragon. Absolute King Backjack turning into the Relinquished Anima there. But it does get Absolute King Backjack to the graveyard. So let's take a look at these cards. Looks like Trap, Trap, and Trap. We're going to put those back on the deck in any order. I did see a Solemn Judgment there. That's probably going to go back to the bottom. Just taking a look at the graveyard again there. Nothing too crazy. All right, looks like pass in turn with just an Ash Blossom, another Labyrinth monster in the hand. Joseph draws for turn, assesses the field. Certainly has some work cut out for him. But here comes the revealed trap card. Again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Labyrinth of your dreams. Trying again to grab the Ash Blossom here. And looks like Hita, the Fire Charmer Ablaze, will special summon that to the link arrow zone that it points to. Match is certainly close. Joseph buried in the warmth of his hoodie. Now the duelists are just taking a look there at life points and notes. Certainly an underused mechanic of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. You can take notes. You can take all kinds of notes to help maintain a game state. Pot of Prosperity, activate a Pot of Prosperity. Write it down. But now we're going to see the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye go ahead and send the Deception of the Sinful Spoils to the grave. Ash Blossom's going to say no again, so now you lost 2 cards for the price of none. Joseph has to decide how to get back into this duel. Very strange, too. It looks like a commanding board from the Snake Eye side, but it's just not adding up to be enough. Joseph making that next decision. I mean, you're not doing too bad. You still got your Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. There's certainly a lot of ways to push those cards around. If you want to shove somebody out of the monster zone into the spell and trap zone, man, is Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon the monster for you. But just down that one last card. Well, plenty of link materials on the board here. But I think we're just going to go battle phase, attack for 3,000. That's going to motivate some welcome Labyrinthin. So that's good. Luis picks up his deck. Looks like the Lady Silver's right there. Very tempting target, but might be going for the Lovely instead. Now we've got the Lovely Labyrinth. Certainly a fan favorite card. Sometimes monsters come out and just everybody knows, yep, that's a favorite. Maybe it's Tour Guide, maybe it's Sky Striker Ace Ray. I think Lovely Labyrinth has risen to that level of fandom. We're going to go ahead and send the Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon to the graveyard. And actually take a look at that graveyard. Not a lot of level 1 fire monsters. So not too much that can be done. Still hanging in there. Looks like Hida may actually be attacking. It's going to destroy itself as a result of battle. Of course, that means that you do get Hida the Fire Charmer Ablaze's effect. So maybe grab a small fire monster here. And there's the Snake Eye Ash. Just a great way to grab that fast. Thinking about it, though, still plenty of time on the clock. No photo finishes here. Snake Eye Ash definitely seeming the appealing target, and yes, we are going to grab it. So, normal summon Snake Eye Ash, activate its effect. So, easy peasy, grabbing Snake Eye Poplar here. Snake Eye Poplar's effect because it was added from the deck to the hand. Let's go ahead and special summon it too. Think we're out of cards for Poplar to grab. But now we got 3 fire monsters on the field. And there's that Promethean Princess. Now, certainly other things you could do, but looks like first off, we will bring out the Relinquished Anima. That triggers off the effect of the Snake Eye Poplar, meaning you can place the Snake Eye Diabellstar back into the Spell and Trap Zone, use its effect to advance to the main monster zone, and put Poplar back in the Spell and Trap Zone. So you got little Poplar, big Poplar. Now we're going to use the Snake Eye Ash's effect, get rid of the Snake Eye Poplar as well, and say hello to Snake Eye Oak. Snake Eye Oak is going to activate its effect, bring out the Snake Eye Ash. So lots of little level 1 bodies. 1,100 attack on each of them. Then linking off the Snake Eye Ash and the Relinquished Anima for Dark the Dark Charmer Gloomy. Taking the Arius. Excuse me. I think I need a butler for my own Labyrinth. Then linking off the Dark Charmer Gloomy and the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring taken from the opponent earlier for Promethean Princess. Bestower of Flames. And then just another Link summon coming our way. It's the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix. Luis with no hand, no cards, just lovely Labyrinth, Anti-Spell Fragrance, and a prayer. So linking off here to finally make the Nightmare Phoenix, discarding the Flamberge Dragon, and it's co-linked. So let's cut that deck so we can draw. And the monster's hit in the graveyard, so Flamberge Dragon producing a Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eye Oak in defense mode. Closing in on our final round of the day in Game 3. There are no more duels after this, so savor this one well. All right, Nightmare Phoenix and Snake Eye Oak go into the graveyard, possibly for another Link summon, and it is for SP Little Knight. Banishing that card, but before it can be banished, looks like we're going to banish Transaction Rollback. Paying half the life points remaining. Let's do a little bit of math here. Half of 2,700 should be 1,350. Beep, 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 beep. Now there's the banish again. Just cut the deck real fast. And just a servant to protect you. So we do have the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames there. It looks like the Snake Eye Ash is going to go ahead and be the first target. Second target being the Lady. So a Labyrinth Servant, unfortunately. Maybe going to the graveyard here. Now we're digging deep in the deck. Looks like we're going to grab Stovey Torby. Strange name, great effect. As Luis tries to crawl back into this game, is doing a great job. Now Joseph takes a look at the graveyard there. Life points are very low on Luis's side from all those transaction rollbacks. And a couple of attacks too. But there's still 7 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time here for Duel in action, especially since this is Game 3. And discarding Stovey Torby, another Labyrinth card there. The Lady that was returned back to the hand. The Lovely, I should say. Set an additional card. There's a reason why this deck continues to do well. Going to set an additional card there, and maybe it. So play passes back over to Luis. Draws for turn. 6 minutes, 48 seconds on the clock, so he's got plenty of time to figure out what he wants to do, but limited cards in order to actually make plays. Turns the Servant to attack mode. Definitely a lot of stuff in the graveyard, but got to decide what to do first. Sets trap card right there in the center, maybe fainting an infinite impermanence. Activates. And let's see, does Joseph have anything in response here? Considering it, you're revealing that you may have something. You got to make a choice. Oh, but it's going to be the Dominus Impulse from the hand. Dominus Impulse, just a crazy good card. Not the end-all be-all, not the single card that will stop any duel, but still really neat to see the impact of Rage of the Abyss on the format. Even for 2 solid decks that we've seen before like these. Luis locked in. Going to go ahead and banish to target his own card and bounce it back to the hand. SP Little Knight will chain, though, to try to banish it. And it's good. SP Little Knight dodges. Well, kind of gets in the way, and Luis, taking a look at his cards, finally concedes. So Joseph manages to get it done. In a moment, we'll get an interview with Joseph to hear all about how that duel cracked on down. But just really incredible play. Louis certainly no slouch there, and both duelists smiling, talking to each other about the duel. They're all friends here. That's really how you make friends, right? A friend is just a person you met twice and bear no ill will towards. But both of these players are going to top and be part of our top 8. So we're very excited to give both of them their invite to the North American World Championship Qualifiers 2025 and a playmat to each of them. Certainly some good stuff there and showcases the power of both of these decks. I think we're going to see a lot of Labyrinth coming up at the Remote Duel YCS and maybe as well at the upcoming Anaheim, although it'll be a much different format once we get crossover breakers. But just exceptional stuff here. And it shows you, the Mulcharmies, we are not seeing people draw a million cards. We're seeing people play decks that would not cause other to draw any cards. So just solid stuff. So yeah, just doing good stuff, good stuff. So you can see our chairs are empty, so pretty soon we should be having our duelists back here. We'll get to ask all of your burning questions and more as Joseph takes a seat here. We've already got the live fam, so go ahead and throw on your headset. Now, gotta say, man, was that a grind of a duel.
That was crazy.
Now, was there, with a duel like that where you're bobbing in and out of your strategy, back and forth, both players doing everything, was there one particular play that stood out where you were just like, okay, no, I gotta sit up in my seat. This is a duel.
Pretty much the whole time.
Whole
I was
time.
like, I don't know, I felt like I had to stay locked in the whole time because Labyrinth kind of does a lot of neat different things, so.
Definitely gets it done. Now, I got to ask, were we playing for an invite today, or are we just kind of practicing for the next format?
I honestly haven't topped an advanced tournament in a while at regional, so I was really just hoping to top.
Now, you say advanced. Does that mean we're hanging out in the Time Wizard crowd a lot?
Yeah, I've been playing on the Time Wizard.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
it shows, hey, as older duelists still got it going on, right? Well, if I may ask, before we jump back into the new stuff, what were you playing in the Time Wizard?
I played the Machina Turbo deck.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Earth Machines. Okay.
Actually, last weekend I was able to pull off the Edison Showdown win for the
Really?
Underground games.
Cool
Yeah,
stuff.
it
Cool
was
stuff. Well, I
pretty
guess you
nice.
might be excited about the new set, right? With all those great new quarter century secret rares they reprinted specifically for duels like you.
Cyber
Well,
Valley.
Let's bring it to the future. Cyber Valley is definitely cool, though. I gotta say, the Dominus Impulses, it kind of seems like a double-edged sword, though, because you Dominus Impulse, and all of a sudden a Labyrinth player can Dominus Impulse.
That is true. I was just lucky enough that all he had with the anti-spell was the transaction rollback. So if he had any other normal trap to pair with it, I was probably super far behind and drew a bunch of spells. So
Yeah, when I saw the anti-spell fragrance, now here's the one thing we've seen throughout the tournament. He who brings the anti-spell fragrance loses the duel.
really,
So, yeah, it just happened to be that way. There may be plenty
that
of duels out
card
there
has
we can
actually
see.
been haunting me for years. So
Oof.
I thought it was going to get me again. Luckily, he drew slow enough to where I was able to get a turn.
Well, you made it so far. You got your invite now in the advanced format. I got to ask then, what are you going to do now? Are we going back deep into Time Wizard, or are we going to start playing a little bit more advanced?
I'm going to do both. I've been trying to just be the best Yu-Gi-Oh player that I can be, both formats.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to juggle both those things. Do you feel like there's anything that spending time in the Time Wizard format re-taught you about advanced? You're like,
I've been playing this game for
So you know, you
decade
definitely know.
plus. I mean, the biggest thing for me is just as an older player is just to stay locked in.
stay locked in. Don't get
Yeah.
distracted. Don't
Yeah,
think
don't
about
get
all the other
distracted.
things
Don't let
of
anyone
life.
affect you. Just play your game. Stay focused.
That's good. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Well, I got to ask then, what's the next event we're headed to? Because there are so many that are in the calendar just in the next 30 days.
Probably the next regional in Texas. I'm not going to be traveling out of state this year.
That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. A duelist to your caliber certainly could.
Yeah.
So.
We'll see. Maybe I'll do it. I don't know.
Okay.
As of
Well,
now,
just,
nah.
just to let you know about your schedule. I'm not trying to sell you on this, but remember, you do have
love-
the Remote Duel YCS coming up, so you can do that from home. That's in Texas. There is the Anaheim YCS that's coming up. That'll be crossover breakers. There's also Orlando next year, so there's certainly a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But we probably won't see a regional or you guys actually on the stream here until Supreme Darkness. That'll be in January. So hate to see you go if it's going to be that long.
I hope we get a YCS in Texas. That'd be nice.
That would be really cool. We would love to see all you duelists. We've got a lot of people in the chat who are like, oh, you should play this, you should play that. We'd love to see you guys down here. Do you have any shout-outs since you're our
Yes.
guy?
Shout out to Epic Cards and Games. Shout out to Eldon Hazic. What's up? Shout out to Cameron and all my boys over there.
Is that Ultimate Duelist, Cameron?
Yeah.
Oh,
Cameron
okay.
Neal.
Yeah, we got us a wrestler over here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Well, we'll let you go ahead and enjoy your win and collect your commemorative playmat and everything. Good stuff, man. I guess we'll see you at the NAWCQ next year. All right, you're good. You're dismissed, but I'm still trapped here. Right? I'm teasing. We're about to set all you guys free. Round of applause again for Jason, or it's going to be Joseph here in the crowd, your undefeated duelist. But the time has come, right? We got to enjoy all the dueling action we could eat, but unfortunately we only had 8 rounds today, so there will be no 9th round. I'm going to make sure to pull up the chat here to shout out to just everybody, honestly. Just really cool stuff. This stream is for you, and I know sometimes you can be watching a dueling stream, you can be like, this guy should play that, and that guy should play this, and I wish he did something differently. The only way that happens is for you to be here. We'd love to have it. I travel from out of town for here, and we'd love to have you travel from out of town too. Again, Game Guys is such a really cool venue. There's just really nothing like the energy here for a regional championship, and they do this all the time. So if you find yourself in the greater Houston area, you can come down here at 7 p.m. on Thursdays. I think I said the wrong time earlier, but 7 p.m. on Thursdays. And on Saturdays, there's 2 tournaments, 2 p.m. and 7 p.m. as well. We will have standings. Actually, we can hang around and do standings. Right, so what we probably need to do is if you guys want to see standings, we'll wait till the top cut is posted, and then we'll go ahead and announce those if we're just vibing. If you want to say no, you can turn off the stream, but we'll just keep this going until we know who our champions are. So if my staff can hear me, let's make sure we have standings once those are posted. Again, it'll take 5 minutes for those standings to be finalized, but we will have standings brought up, and I think we are still round in progress. So yeah, we would love to tell you who the greatest and best duelists are. So good stuff. Really just a cool tournament. Shows you like how wild this format is. You know, everybody, they have a preconceived notion of what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is or isn't or is supposed to be, etc. And here's the funny thing. It's different every time, right? And that doesn't mean that people don't need to put in hard work and practice and study, but there's no guaranteed outcome, right? There's a version of reality where the judge was going to turn in the slip, and then he tripped, and then he picked the slip back up, and because of that time that was spent, maybe the pairings were randomly different every time. And so all you could really do is just swing it like you didn't practice. Take the time, play test, figure things out, so that when you're up there, when you're in the featured match seat, and there's all the people that are in the chat watching you, you're like, okay, I can do this. I can duel. What do I do? I'm just playing cards. I always play cards. Exactly. So just take a look through the chat here again, just some really cool stuff that we've seen. And again, thank you so much for watching, because again, this stream really isn't for us. This isn't for us to just like watch the YouTube video and be like, look at how great we are. It's how great you duelists are, for real. So we are maybe getting some information here. Let me just whoopsie. Okay, so let me rewind that. So thank you, chat. What we found out, and by the way, we don't know we're muted here because there's like a completely separate set of audio that's pumping through the speakers, so we think it's going on. So thank you, my team. We're working on it. It'll take just a second for standings to come in because we still have about 5 or 6 matches outstanding. Some answers, though, and by the way, I'm in the future, you're in the past, so you're typing muted, and I'm already unmuted. It's fine. We got you. But jokes aside, we learned again that Ghost Ogre and Stone Rabbit is a card. There are 14,000 cards in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, but man, is Ghost Ogre and Stone Rabbit a card. Just doing some excellent stuff there. We learned that, like, there's just so much stuff left in this format that is unexplored. Millennium stuff is still really good. There's still, like, a lot of balance to the ounce. We didn't get to see many water decks. We didn't get to see many Six Samurai decks. So if you're going to one of the up-and-coming events that will be covered, whether it's the Remote Duel YCS, which I think has written coverage, I think. And the YCS at Anaheim, which I know has stream coverage, and I might just see you there. I really do want to see some of the Six Samurai stuff there because I think that's a really unexplored archetype. We haven't seen anybody take the Molcharmi challenge, right? Six Samurai could definitely special summon and special summon and special summon. So again, we're just chilling out here as we wait for standings again. We are at the conclusion of our 8 rounds of Swiss. Doesn't mean you can't rewind the broadcast. If you weren't here earlier in the day, there's a lot of really cool duels. We had Trap Tricks versus Exodia at one point. We had a bunch of U-Bell gameplay, a lot of Sinful Spoil Snake Eye stuff. We had some Fire Kings. There's definitely a lot of really cool stuff here. And just like some interesting things that are going on in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. We're like, if you look at this format, and you think about what it usually looks like when a set drops. When a set drops, usually the format completely changes. You're like, oh, there's new decks and stuff. It doesn't feel like the decks changed. They evolved, right? Like Dia Bellstar got new friends and then got new cooler stuff to do. And we saw that, the Molcharmis, they don't make you draw a bunch of cards. Nobody's sitting there like it's Master Duel when a Molcharmi hits the field and says, summon, give you a card, summon, give you a card. These duelists, in person, when there's something on the line, not to say that Master Duelists aren't good and aren't important duelists, but there's something different when you're physically here, when you put your soul, right? You don't want to go to the Shadow Realm, which just means going home with a loss. It's interesting to see that a Molcharmi Fuwalo shuts a turn down. That's different. That's not like what Max see. I always preach that, like when I'm streaming, I'm like, guys, you could just like not special summon. You don't have to give your opponent cards. Nobody said you had to play into Max C. And I think that's like something new we saw from this regional because we'd see the Molcharmi and they'd be like, I guess I'll give you one summon and then I'm going to like pump the brakes and pull over, and then you could go first, and we'll see what's going on. So that was really cool. Didn't necessarily see as many Centurion cards as we were hoping for. Centurion, the reason I've been hyping that up is that it has a really good matchup into Molcharmi Fuwalos because you're not special summoning from the deck. You're taking the cards from the deck, placing them in the spell and trap zone, and then summoning them from there. And until they make a Molcharmi for that, you've got some good stuff. Oh, it looks like we are going to announce final standings. We'll get a printout, hopefully, of that soon. Sounds good. And then we'll confirm who our top cut is. So no ETA on that. We're just going to find out. But that's really, really exciting that we actually get to keep that. So, again, hopefully you have had a great time at home. Let me take a look at the chat while we're going through here. And it's just good to have you here as we're winding down for the day. But it is, again, really, really exceptional to have each and every one of you here because regionals, we didn't get regional streams back in the day. So the fact that you viewers are here supporting it is the reason why we get to keep doing it. And that's new. That's new. And this could be like a thing. So, ask how you can get involved and make sure to just support these streams because just a blessing to be like in your home as you are now. Maybe you're at work. Maybe you're just watching from your phone. Maybe you're on a road trip, wherever you are. Maybe you're watching the video on demand. But that's why we do this stuff, is so that you guys get cool duels. Wherever you duelists are, wherever you are in the world, you get to enjoy it. Maybe you are in a completely different country. Maybe you are across the world. Maybe you don't even know where Game Guys is, but you're like, they're streaming on regionals? That's neat. It is neat. It's not something we've had before, and so just very fortunate, count your blessings while you got them. And just watching the general vibe here as everybody just kind of winds down for the evening. I don't think we have the off cam. I'm just going to check for the studio thing here, if I'm allowed to click the buttons. No, we don't have the phone cam up, which is unfortunate because I wanted to be able to show you guys. And this seems honestly really cool, so we would love to have you down here. It's one of those things where it's big like FGC vibes. If you spend a lot of time like watching like tournaments where they're mashing out, various arcade sticks, or like, I guess actually the new vibe is the Tappa Tappas. That's this vibe and Yu-Gi-Oh! At the same time, which mind-blowing. It's definitely mind-blowing. Looks like we got about 2-ish minutes or so. Oh, no, there's 2 outstanding matches left. Good. You wouldn't mind passing me one of those, would you? Give. There we go. Teamwork makes the dream work. We have great staff here at Game Guys that you could just reach an arm out across the hallway and then a Red Bull just magically appears. So, cheers to you. But yeah, it sounds like we have 2 outstanding matches before we find out what our standings are. Standings can be appealed, but it takes 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do is when they post the standings, they bring me that printout. I'm just going to read through the full piece of paper. We're going to go from 32 all the way on up to first place. Actually, no, you do first place and then you go down to 32. What am I thinking? Because we all know who the first place duelist is. We just talked to him. So Good times, though, but you can find out. Maybe there's some names you're hoping to find out. If you want to ask me what is going on in terms of, oh, did this person do well or what place for that, just let me know in the chat. I'll be happy to tell you. But yes, unfortunately, that was the last round, so we're just kind of idling here as we get through. Looks like we've got just one more. Oh, but let me go ahead and hand you these. Don't need deck lists anymore where I'm going. But yeah, we are just waiting right now to find out standings, to find out who is our first place winner and who are the top 32. There's 32 people that are going to get their invites. And remember, the top 8 is going to get the cool orange, double deck box and the Heart of the Blue Eyes regional qualifier playmat. Or game mat, game mat. There's just a lot of really great prize support and swag right now that you can win, whether you're using public events or maybe you're trying to compete in the remote duel YCS for Master Duel and stuff like that. But now it looks like we've got it. And is that for everybody? Am I allowed to say this? Okay, 5 minutes till final, but I do have standings. Here, so we're going to read through these, and they may be appealed, so if they change, we'll go ahead and let you know. But in first place, with 21 points, we got a lot of ties here. No undefeated duelists, actually. In first place with 21 points, William Candia. In second place with 21 points, Blake Taylor. In third place with 21 points, Joseph Lynch. In fourth place with 21 points, Matthew Counts. In fifth place with 21 points, Nicholas Boswell. In sixth place with 21 points, James Conacher. In seventh place with 21 points, Andrew Powelson. In eighth place, and we'll drop the points from here because they're going to descend from now, we've got Gianni Zhu. In ninth place, Luis Sanchez, our Labyrinth duelist we just got to see. In 10th place, Amin Homayoun. In 11th place, Jose Rivera. In 12th place, Ricardo Serrano. In 13th place, Peter Assad. In 14th place, Brian Mejia. In 15th place, Christian Albino Espinosa. In 16th place, Raymond Fernandez. In 17th place, and remember, top 32 get invites. 17th place, Caleb Warren. In 18th place, Julian Cebrian. In 19th place, Bryce Sharp. In 20th place, just talking about this ultimate duelist, Cameron Neal. In 21st place, David Flores. In 22nd place, Alan Gutierrez Sandoval. In 23rd place, Owen Love, one of the other duelists that we got to feature very early in the tournament. In 24th place, Andy Arevalo Garcia. In 25th place, George Sacco. In 26th place, believe me, we're only going to 32. In 26th place, Mitchell Mendez. In 27th place, Dennis Nadas. In 28th place, Nelson Catuiza. In 29th place, Jamarcus Hollis. In 30th place, John Hazlitt. In 31st place, Ryan Soliu. And rounding it out with 15 points in our top 32, going to the North American World Championship qualifiers, Jonathan McDonald. So again, when we talk about can X2 top, technically speaking, 15 points. That is X3 actually made it. So X3 can make it too. So really, really cool stuff. Again, great performances from everybody and a lot of other duelists here as well. This could change technically if somebody appeals the next couple of minutes here, but usually these are pretty final. So if you recognize any of those names, those are some of Texas' best and brightest duelists who are going to the North American World Championship qualifiers next year to represent their region, this region, in the NAWCQ. We're really excited. I know that's like a lot of sets away. You're just like Supreme Darkness is going to come out. There's sets that we don't even know about that are going to be out. The Blue Eye Structure deck is going to be out. Crazy stuff is going to happen between now and then. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this. And if you didn't get to watch the entire thing, the good news is, yeah, the video on demand will be here. So if you want to listen to my voice for another 8 hours, yeah, you can just rewind and start the whole stream over again. It's been a really great time. Big shout out to Konami Digital Entertainment for letting us do this stream. Big shout out, of course, to Game Guys Entertainment for putting all this on. This doesn't happen out of nowhere. And this doesn't happen. This is something specifically that they put their own resources in so that you at home get to enjoy this. So please subscribe. Please thank them. Please show them love. shout this out, share this stream, make sure that people get to see these duelists dueling. And hey, you know what your reward will be in? It'll be in January when we come back sometime soon for the Supreme Darkness Regional. What those are scheduled, maybe January, maybe after January, could be February, but we will find out. So super, super cool. Really great. Just a huge opportunity to be able to share all these duels with you. I'm Pheromone, just in case you don't know who I am. Don't worry. If you love Yu-Gi-Oh!, you probably have spotted me before. I'm somewhere, and I'll definitely see you at YCS Anaheim. But for everything else, my friends, you don't have to stay here. But man, if you're a fighting game veteran, you know what exactly I'm going to say. You are all free now. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you on the next one.